Neville Goddard, The Power of Awareness, 1952, chapter, well, let's see here. Dedication. Arthur and his beloved Vern, whose awareness brought this book into being. To Arthur and his beloved Vern, whose awareness brought this book into being. Power of Awareness, nice, 1952. Okay, chapter 1, I Am. This book is to reveal your infinite power against which no earthly force is of the slightest significance. It is to show you who you are, your purpose, and your destiny. Chapter 1, I Am. All things, when they are admitted, are made manifest by the light, for everything that is made manifest is light. Ephesians 5:13. The light is consciousness. Consciousness is one, manifesting in legions of forms or levels of consciousness. There is no one that is not all that is, for consciousness, though expressed in an infinite series of levels, is not divisional. There is no real separation or gap in consciousness. I am cannot be divided. I may conceive myself to be a rich man, a poor man, a beggar man, or a thief, but the center of my being remains the same regardless of the concept I hold of myself. At the center of manifestation, there is only one I am, manifesting in legions of forms or concepts of itself, and I am that I am. I am is the self-definition of the absolute, the foundation on which everything rests. I am is the first cause substance. I am is the self-definition of God. I am, man, oh man. I am all that is God right here. I am is the self-definition of the absolute, the foundation on which everything rests. I am is the first cause substance. I am is the self-definition of God. Boom. In our example here, this is the representation of I am right in the middle. I am hath sent me unto you. I am that I am. Be still and know that I am God. I am is a feeling of permanent awareness. The very center of consciousness is the feeling of I am. I may forget who I am, where I am, what I am, but I cannot forget that I am. The awareness of being remains regardless of the degree of forgetfulness of who, where, and what I am. The awareness of being remains regardless of the degree of forgetfulness of who, where, and what I am. I am is that which, amid unnumbered forms, is ever the same. This great discovery of cause reveals that, good or bad, man is actually the arbiter of his own fate, and that it is his concept of himself that determines the world in which he lives. His concept of himself. There's your self-concept right there. There's another one. There's another one. Another one. There's infinite amounts. They all coexist at the same moment. No such thing as time. We all live in one moment. Here's your self-concept right now. You want to be a different self-concept. As we've discussed, you impress your subconscious. Therefore, it goes into your I am, your all that is, your God. That gives, because I am hath, to him that hath, it is given. So the objectification of your subjective impression. The more impressions you make, the quicker will be your expression, as long as those impressions are made with feeling. In other words, if you are experiencing ill health, knowing the truth about cause, you cannot attribute the illness to anything other than to the particular arrangement of the basic cause substance, an arrangement which is defined by your concept, I am unwell. This is why you are told, let the weak man say, I am strong. Joel 3:10. For his assumption, the cause substance I am is rearranged and must therefore manifest that which its rearrangement affirms. This principle governs every aspect of your life, be it social, financial, intellectual, or spiritual. I am is that reality to which, whatever happens, we must turn for an explanation of the phenomena of life. It is I am's concept of itself that determines the form and scenery of its existence. Everything depends upon its attitude towards itself. That which it will not affirm as true of itself cannot awaken in its world. That is, your concept of yourself, such as I am strong, I am secure, I am loved, determines the world in which you live. In other words, when you say, I am a man, I am a father, I am an American, you are not defining different I ams. You are defining different concepts or arrangements of the one cause substance, the one I am. So, I am a man, I am a father, I am an American, I am a man, I am a father, I am an American. You're just defining the one concept. You're defining different concepts or arrangements of the one cause substance. The one cause substance is I am, all that is God. That's the one cause substance. You're just defining that one cause substance through your self-concept. Even in the phenomena of nature, if the tree were articulate, it would say, I am a tree, an apple tree, a fruitful tree. When you know that consciousness is the one and only reality, conceiving itself to be something good, bad, or indifferent, and becoming that which it conceived itself to be, you are free from the tyranny of second causes, free from the belief that there are causes outside of your own mind that can affect your life. You are free from thinking there's something out in the world that's doing this to you. If you are sick, it's something out here is where you first point, but that's not the facts, Jack. That is not the facts. You want to make sure you remember it's always here at home. Is where you say, I am unwell. That's where you said, I am unwell. And that's what caused this self-concept to believe it was unwell. It makes the impression into its subconscious, and then it begets and gives birth to the son, which is its offspring of that birth, of that union of conscious and subconscious. That gives birth to the son. The son is the experience of being unwell or sick. And then all the while you play a game with yourself and point out to the world that someone came by you and gave you some kind of sickness. Nope, not how it works. You couldn't be sick if you didn't have it in your self-concept. If you believe I am healthy, I am strong, you won't have sickness in that self-concept when you believe that. So anything can happen out here. You can work in a hospital. You can work with kids in preschool. It doesn't matter. When you have that consciousness of being healthy, nothing will affect you, because in here where your consciousness is, you're not going to be affected. In the state of consciousness of the individual is found the explanation of the phenomena of life. If man's concept of himself were different, everything in his world would be different. His concept of himself being what it is, everything in his world must be as it is. Thus, it is abundantly clear that there is only one I am, and you are that I am. And while I am is infinite, you, by your concept of yourself, are displaying only a limited aspect of the infinite I am. Only a limited aspect of the infinite I am. There's only one I am right there. You are only displaying one version. Again, you have the freedom to choose any self-concept you want by impressing your subconscious. You have the union within you into your subconscious, and it objectifies. It begets the son. It begets the offspring of your union within when you self-persuade, self-convince. When you become in the feeling of that experience being real. I am well, I am strong. Even I am well and I am healthy and I am strong becomes an impression and becomes objectified. It becomes your reality, becomes your experience. And nothing on the outside can affect you. When you attune your consciousness to the strength of I am is going to be strong or weak, whatever you claim it to be. Anything you say after the words I am, you're coloring the infinite source within you, you're coloring it. Whenever you put any words after I am, it could be anything. So you want to be selective. You want to be, I am strong, I am healthy, I am wealthy, I am in love, I'm happily married. I am satiated, I just ate a pizza. It's all good. I am healthy. That consciousness will not allow sickness to affect it, especially when the sickness is on the outside, because it can't come from the outside. It never does anyway. It only, if you hear some people being sick, then you convince yourself that it's possible you can be sick. That's a different point, because then you convinced yourself of that consciousness. So then therefore you took on this as an excuse when it was actually you just changing your own consciousness. Then you objectified, you experienced in 3D reality the experience of being unwell. Have we ever done that? Oh my goodness. Okay. Build thee more stately mansions, O my soul, as the swift seasons roll. Leave thy vaulted past. Let each new temple nobler than the last shut thee from heaven with a dome more vast, till thou at length art free, leaving thine outgrown shell by life's unresting sea. Now, I don't see a credit for that poem, and I don't know if it's Blake, and I'll update you in the beginning of the next video. All right. Hope that was a good I love anytime he gets into the I am, because the I am is really good. We're going to repeat the opening quote, but I am, boom, right there. All things, when they are admitted, are made manifest by the light. For everything that is made manifest is light. All right, we'll see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, The Power of Awareness, Chapter 2, Consciousness. Consciousness, this is going to be good. All right. It is only by a change of consciousness, by actually changing your concept of yourself, that you can build more stately mansions, the manifestations of higher and higher concepts. By manifesting is meant experiencing the results of these concepts in your world. It is of vital importance to understand clearly just what consciousness is. In our example here, I am all that is, God right in the middle. This is all consciousness. And since everything is of this, I am all that is, God. All self-concepts that come out of that are consciousness, which means everything in our self-concept in our world is from the same creation machine is consciousness. All self-concepts, when we change them, will help us build more stately mansions. Build more stately mansions. Remember, in my Father's house are many mansions. These are all these self-concepts. Here I am a thousandaire. Here I am a millionaire. Here I am a billionaire. Here I am a trillionaire. And over here I start off with tens of dollars. You can change your self-concept by changing your consciousness. The reason lies by manifesting is meant experiencing the results of these concepts in your world. It is of vital importance to understand clearly just what consciousness is. Here we go. The reason lies in the fact that consciousness is the one and only reality. It is the first and only cause substance of the phenomena of life. Nothing has existence for man save through the consciousness he has of it. Therefore, it is to consciousness you must turn, for it is the only foundation on which the phenomena of life can be explained. It really means you have nowhere else to go to make the changes you want to make if you want to be a conscious creator of your reality. If you want to feel like you're just on top of a floating inner tube, letting the river push you wherever you go, just like Neville sensed it in The Search, the big ocean and the waves and being tossed around, the idea here is if you want to be a conscious creator, doing this consciously, then getting to understand consciousness is probably the most primary important thing here. And consciousness is the fuel or the backdrop of what you are. You are a self-concept of consciousness. Your self-concept you have of yourself is one of consciousness. Consciousness is the one and only reality. It is the first and only cause substance of the phenomena of life. Nothing has existence for man save through the consciousness he has of it. This is very important little pieces to break down, because if you have consciousness of it, then therefore your subconscious is impressed. Therefore, consciousness is impressed. Therefore, your new objectification of reality is going to happen and become a thing. It's going to be real to you and in your experience, because you're going to leave this self-concept and go to this self-concept based on how you impress your consciousness. Therefore, it is consciousness you must turn, for it is to consciousness that you must turn, for it is the only foundation on which the phenomena of life can be explained, which is what we're pointing out. If we accept the idea of the first cause, it would follow that the evolution of that cause could never result in anything foreign to itself. That is, if the first cause substance is light, all its evolutions, fruits, and manifestations would remain light. The first cause substance being consciousness, all its evolutions, fruits, and phenomena must remain consciousness. All that could be observed would be a higher or lower form or variation of the same thing. In other words, if your consciousness is the only reality, it must also be the only substance. Consequently, what appears to you as circumstances, conditions, and even material objects are really only the products of your own consciousness. Nature, then, as a thing or a complex of things external to your mind, must be rejected. And you and your environment cannot be regarded as existing separately. You and your world are one. When you look out into the world and you think it's out here, that is not correct. That is wrong. That is trying to separate yourself from something when actually everything is you pushed out. Everything is in your self-concept of consciousness. So everything you see is only coming out through the filter of you. By the way, that poem at the end of the last chapter of I Am was Oliver Wendell Holmes Sr. Wasn't in the book, but I looked it up. Okay, so the fact that I might remind you there. So everything you see in the world is something you're looking through, and that you're looking through to have a view of anything is your self-concept, which is made up of consciousness. You want to change what you see in the world, like your new car, like your new house, like your new spouse, like your new reality. You change your consciousness. Then you see through a different filter of consciousness. That Yugo from 1986 is now a brand new Ferrari. You can change it to anything because it's just consciousness. The consciousness doesn't care what you are shaping it to be. It's just consciousness. Therefore, you must turn from the objective appearance of things to the subjective center of things, your consciousness, if you truly desire to know the cause of the phenomena of life and how to use this knowledge to realize your fondest dreams. In the midst of the apparent contradictions, antagonisms, and contrasts of your life, there's only one principle at work, only your consciousness operating. Difference does not consist in variety of substance. Difference does not consist in variety of substance, but in variety of arrangement of the same cause substance, your consciousness. A car is a car is a car. A car being a 1986 Yugo, which I had a friend who had one of those. Seemed like the whole thing was made of plastic. Excuse me. Or if it's a 2025 Ferrari. Consciousness itself doesn't have any qualm. It doesn't have a dog in the fight. The consciousness of which you are creating from your self-concept, it's not judging whether you say it's an old Pinto or a brand new Ferrari. I'm having fun with the cars this morning for some reason. So the idea here is the object is consciousness. It's formed into the object of what you claim it to be by and through your self-concept. The consciousness itself doesn't care. It doesn't have an emotional repercussion considering what you think it is. Consciousness is you. Everything is you pushed out. As you change your self-concept, I am wealthy, that old 80s car will now be a brand new whatever you want it to be. Do you want a Range Rover? Do you want a Ferrari? What is it you want it to be? You're going to the end and you're in your imagining of driving that car and you can feel it from first person. Everything else that goes with the making that car a reality will come into fruition because that's how this works. It's a bridge of incidents. Okay. The world moves with motiveless necessity. By this is meant that it has no motive of its own, but is under the necessity of manifesting your concept. The arrangement of your mind. And your mind is always arranged in the image of all you believe and consent to as true. The rich man, poor man, beggar man, or thief are not different minds, but different arrangements of the same mind, in the same sense that a piece of steel, when magnified, differs not in substance from its demagnetized state, but in the arrangement and order of its molecules. A single electron revolving in a... Well, by the way, that was the very first Neville lecture I heard by Neville, was that one when he said that exact thing about the, like, in that lecture was that one last sentence. And he also said that whatever's in you is the same thing that's in the Pope and the shoeshine boy, and we all have the same source. And that lecture grabbed a hold of me so firmly and vividly, I couldn't let go from that point. That was basically the 1st of January of 22. And it was that exact sentence. The rich man, the poor man, beggar man, or thief are not different minds, but different arrangements of the same mind. In the same sense that a piece of steel, when magnetized, differs not in substance from its demagnetized state, but in the arrangement and order of its molecules. That right there really grabbed a hold of me when Neville said that. A single electron revolving in a specified orbit constitutes the unit of magnetism. When a piece of steel or anything else is demagnetized, the revolving electrons have stopped. Therefore, the magnetism has not gone out of existence. There's only a rearrangement of the particles so that they produce no outside or perceptible effect. When particles are arranged at random, mixed up in all directions, the substance is said to be demagnetized. But when particles are marshaled in ranks so that a number of them face in one direction, the substance is a magnet. Magnetism is not generated. It is displayed. Health, wealth, beauty, and genius are not created. They are only manifested by the arrangement of your mind. That is, by your concept of yourself. Health, wealth, beauty, and genius are not created. They are only manifested by the arrangement of your mind. That is, by your concept of yourself. The importance of this in your daily life should be immediately apparent. The basic nature of the primal cause is consciousness. Therefore, the ultimate substance of all things is consciousness. End of chapter. Man, we, all of us must be in the understanding that everything is just consciousness. And once we grab a hold of that, like that steel, I mean, it just got a hold of me with that steel concept, because as a kid, we had magnets. We had big old horseshoe magnets to play with. I don't know how we got them. You don't see them at all anymore. I mean, as a junk thing anymore even. But we used to play with those, and I was just, it blew my mind. I later became an electrician and learned about electrons and things like that on that level, that very, very deep level, which I still can't describe how electricity works. It's like magic. But magnetism, since I had that little tiny bit of background with it, when Neville said that, I understood right away. Well, that makes sense. And as a kid, playing with a magnet and seeing other shavings or filings or whatever, iron or other things just stick to the magnet, or having two magnets and seeing the poles Like you would put north to north and south to south, and you see the magnet fast, super fast, just immediately go to the opposite. And just to see that energy at work, and then when Neville described it this way to me, what grabbed a hold of me so fast was that exact thing. Maybe it was the north and south that was being displayed between his conversation and my understanding. And I latched on immediately because it made good sense. It makes good sense that we all have the same thing behind our mind. We all have the same thing behind our self-concept. When you mentioned the Pope or the Shoeshine Boy, I believe it was like, oh, and of course, I've been in this field of work for quite a few decades, so it wasn't new that we are all equal or we're all God or etc. But the way he described it just grabbed a hold of me so wonderfully. So the way you magnetize and set your ideas and beliefs in ranks or in order or whatever they are is what you impress onto that subconscious. Once you make that union from those beliefs, feeling, and thoughts, you objectify what you think, believe, feel. That's what puts it into your reality. This is 4D reality, the action of you doing this into your subconscious. That's the fourth dimension. That's where reality is. The third dimension, which is your new reality that you're waking up in, that's the shadow world. That's the shadow of what you created in the fourth dimension, which we just went into in the last book, Out of This World, which I highly recommend. Very, very good book. All right, chapter 2, Power of Awareness. We'll see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, The Power of Awareness. Chapter 3, Power of Assumption. It's going to get better. Man's chief delusion is his conviction that there are causes other than his own state of consciousness. All that befalls a man, all that is done by him, all that comes from him, happens as a result of his state of consciousness. A man's consciousness is all that he thinks and desires and loves. All that he believes is true and consents to. That is why a change of consciousness is necessary before you can change your outer world. Rain falls as a result of a change in the temperature in the higher regions of the atmosphere. So in like manner, a change of circumstance happens as a result of a change in your state of consciousness. Be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. To be transformed, the whole basis of your thoughts must change. But your thoughts cannot change unless you have new ideas, for you think from your ideas. All transformation begins with an intense, burning desire to be transformed. The first step in the renewing of the mind is desire. First step. You must want to be different before you can begin to change yourself. Then you must make your future dream a present fact. You do this by assuming the feeling of your wish fulfilled. By desiring to be other than that which you are, you can create an ideal of the person you want to be and assume that you are already that person. If this assumption is persisted in until it becomes your dominant feeling, the attainment of your ideal is inevitable. Not possible, not probable, inevitable. Probable for sure, absolutely, because all creations are done, all probabilities exist. It's the same thing. But inevitable in your experience is what we're talking about right here. If this assumption is persisted in until it becomes your dominant feeling, the attainment of your ideal is inevitable. The ideal you hope to achieve is always ready for an incarnation. But unless you yourself offer it human parentage, it is incapable of birth. Man, oh man, there's so many wonderful gems in this very short, almost one page so far. Okay, all that is, I am God, right here. Your self-concept, another self-concept, a future one, a past one, it doesn't matter. They're all available. If someone is in the poverty self-concept and they leave it and they go into this wealthy self-concept and they've changed their consciousness and they've become this new one, they don't care about this one anymore. But that one is going to be occupied by others. This one doesn't just go to the trash can. It doesn't get tossed in the bin and is forgotten by all humanity. This is a consciousness that is available for anybody to believe in. It's a self-concept that was left behind by this person that became conscious of his own wealth. When he left this one didn't evaporate. It continues. As I said before about dreaming, you create the dream environment to have your experience in that environment. When you wake up from that dream and you wake up in this reality, that one continues. It doesn't stop. This is wonderfully taught by Seth and the Seth material, mostly in the deleted sessions, I believe. Might have been the private sessions, one or the other. It was the not the main 8 Seth books. It was the other large quantity of books. Either way, the dream continues, the state continues. We've always been talking about states. We're using self-concept, but it is a state. But that state of poverty will always be. And because you go into one of wealth doesn't mean this one vanishes. It is there for the next occupant. It's hard to say that we can approve of that, but it is, the state's ready. The self-concept's ready and willing to do what you take as true of your consciousness. It's not judging you. He's no judger of persons. Therefore, your attitude should be one in which, having desired to express a higher state, you alone accept the task of incarnating this new and greater value of yourself. If here you are only a thousandaire and you want to be a millionaire, you are the one that's going to raise yourself to the value of that by changing what you think in this consciousness, in this self-concept. You're going to make that impression into your subconscious. Once you make that impression, the feeling with the thought is embedded into your subconscious. This will inevitably become your reality. Objectification of what you've been feeling to be real. In giving birth to your ideal, you must bear in mind that the methods of mental and spiritual knowledge are entirely different. This is a point that is truly understood by probably not more than one person in a million. Let's repeat the sentence. In giving birth to your ideal, you must bear in mind that the methods of mental and spiritual knowledge are entirely different. You know a thing mentally by looking at it from the outside, by comparing it with other things, by analyzing it and defining it, whereas you can know a thing spiritually only by becoming it. You know the pizza's going to taste good, but before it arrives, you order it, but before it arrives, there's a point when you know that pizza is going to be the thing you want to eat this evening. You know, driving home from work or whatever you're doing, calling a friend to see if they want to enjoy pizza with you, or your boyfriend, girlfriend, spouse. You're like, I got an idea. Let's order in and get some pizza. You know a thing right then. But when the agreement is made and you are both, let's say you're sharing the pizza with your spouse, of course, and she says yes or he says yes, and you know at this point it's gone from knowing about the pizza, it's gone from becoming it. At that point, you have already, before you make the phone call and you've made the decision, from the point of decision and the agreement to the point of phone call, you have already become. You have already arrived at the end. Because you know the only thing holding it back now is just time. And time is going to go by no matter what you do. When you make that phone call, between the agreement of ordering the pizza and actually making the phone call, you are actually in agreement and you have become it already. The future event of its arrival and eating it is also sending back energy as that this probability would be the best one to go down, the best road to go down. An example of that. And this is speaking of all creations are done. You come to an intersection, excuse my artist rendering here. You come to an intersection and you have a choice to go one of 3 directions. Part of you, in your current self-concept, and you want to be this self-concept, part of you is going to go in advance of your getting to the intersection. A part of you is going to go into all 3 directions. Let's say you're coming from this direction. This is also known as probable realities, but I like it also in Neville's term, all creations are done. Part of you is going to go out and seek in each direction. And again, there is no time. So this is a no time happening thing right here. Part of you goes here, part of you goes here, Part of you goes here. And the one that has the most fulfillment to get you towards the desire of eating that pizza, let's stick along the pizza example. You were driving home or driving through the neighborhood, coming from an errand, and you're going home and and you have multiple routes to go and you're farther away, not just your local neighborhood. You know you could go one of three directions, and you have pizza on the brain, and you haven't talked to your spouse yet. You know if you went this way, if you went this way, and if you went this way, part of you does go there. Part of you does go there. Part of you does go there. And it is actually felt which one is either going to be the most expedient, obviously the quickest, there's no construction, which one's going to time it just right that you arrive home at the same time your spouse does. One of these is going to be more fulfilling than the other two. You'll pick that up right here. You'll pick up that energy because that is falling in line with what you conceive to be your desire being fulfilled. Let's say it's right here. This is where the pizza direction is. Okay? That's the pizza. These two fell right out. They didn't even seem like an option. When you got to the intersection, you're like, I'm going this way. And then, by the way, when you go home that way, before you've talked to your spouse on the phone, you even saw one of your favorite pizza places, and you saw they weren't very crowded. All of these things happen in a no time, space crunched, space collapsed existence. They're all there for the fulfillment of what you think and believe to be your self-concept. In that pizza fulfillment, in this one here, you had the great desire. Remember, we're talking about desire. You had the great desire within you, and that desire demands fulfillment. It demands objectification. The pizza desire, all these decisions that get made are going to fall in line with that pizza desire. Every direction you go, every phone call you make, every person you talk to, everything you feel, everything you sense is getting you towards that goal of sitting there with that pizza, enjoying it with your spouse. You made the phone call, you made the decision, you made the phone call, its arrival, now you're fulfilled. That desire that sprang forth from in here, of course it comes from him, desire is always coming from within. The desire gets fulfilled. Every desire happens in the same way. These could be a career change. You have a desire to make a career change because you don't feel fulfilled in your job. You want to do something more fulfilling to you. You start to make that impression into your subconscious. You want to make sure that career is something you want to do that's fulfilling to you because you love this thing. You love it. You don't care how much you get paid. You're going to get paid well. You know you are. But since you love it so much and you're not doing it right now, you have to make that impression into your subconscious. And then to him that hat that is given, the objectification eventually happens. But along the way, a lot of decisions are made. A lot of intersections are happening. A lot of different things come about that point you in the direction of that new career. And it's actually an improved pay schedule. Because it's something you love, you're the automatic candidate for it. Whether it's self-employed or working for someone else, this is how we make the change from where we are to where we want to be. Simply make that impression on our consciousness. Desire, desire, desire. You must be the thing itself and not merely talk about it or look at it. You must be like the moth in search of his idol, the flame. Think about that. Would you be willing if you knew? Now the moth gives everything. It gives itself fully to experience. If you are in a career and you want to be in a different career, what would you give? Would you sacrifice this self? Would you give this self to be that self? That's the question. The answer should be a resounding heck yes. Yes, yes, yes. Of course you would. You've done it before. You've made changes before in your life where you've given up an old self and became a new self. The moth into the flame is a great example of this because when you become the new self, you kill the old man. You don't even look back. You let the dead bury the dead. Kill the old man. You are here now. You're in your new place and nothing else matters. When you were going down this road and all these decisions were open to you, the one that got you towards your fulfillment, the one that gets you towards your objectification, is the only road open. When you're making that impression, you are the one in charge of what's going on in your mind while you fall asleep. If you just willy-nilly let it be, wander to this fantasy, to that fantasy, you're not taking charge or taking control of your mind or your thoughts. You have to get back into the position. It's like that ladder idea we talked about. Just get back on the rungs. Before you know it, you're flying or you're doing something, just pull it back. Just no one's going to do this for you. You're going to come back and you're going to do it yourself. You're going to get yourself to that same visualization of what you're doing first person, climbing that ladder or whatever that is, whatever that changed self-concept is going to be. You must be like the moth in search of his idol, the flame. What a wonderful sentence. Who, spurred with true desire, plunging at once into the sacred fire, folded his wings within till he became one color and one substance with the flame. He only knew the flame who in it burned, and only he could tell who ne'er to tell returned. I think the ne'er is never. He only knew the flame who in it burned, and only he could tell who never to tell returned. Wow. That is what we're doing. That is what we're doing. You're going to give up this life for this life. The moth is magnetized to the flame, and he was a caterpillar. Then it became a fly. I don't know if it's a butterfly situation, but you understand. It's the moth here. We'll stick with the moth. Just as the moth, in his desire to know the flame, was willing to destroy himself, so must you, in becoming a new person, be willing to die to your present self. You must be conscious of being healthy if you are to know what health is. You must be conscious of being secure if you are to know what security is. Therefore, to incarnate a new and greater value of yourself, you must assume that you already are what you want to be, and then live by faith in this assumption, which is not yet incarnate in the body of your life, in confidence that this new value or state of consciousness will become incarnated through your absolute fidelity to the assumption that you are that which you desire to be. This is what wholeness means, what integrity means. They mean submission to the whole self. They mean submission of the whole self to the feeling of the wish fulfilled in certainty that that new state of consciousness is the renewing of mind which transforms. There is no order in nature corresponding to this willing submission of the self to the ideal beyond the self. Man. Wow, there is no order in nature corresponding to this willing submission of the self to the ideal beyond the self. Therefore, it is the height of folly to expect the incarnation of a new and greater concept of self to come about by natural evolutionary process. That which requires a state of consciousness to produce its effect obviously cannot be effected without such a state of consciousness, and in your ability to assume the feeling of a greater life. To assume a new concept of yourself, you possessed what the rest of nature does not possess. Get ready for it. Imagination, the instrument by which you create your world. You possess what the rest of nature does not possess. Imagination, the instrument by which you create your world. Your imagination is the instrument, the means whereby your redemption from slavery, sickness, and poverty is effected. If you refuse to assume the responsibility of the incarnation of a new and higher concept of yourself, then you reject the means, the only means, whereby your redemption, that is, the attainment of your ideal, can be effected. Oh my gosh. Responsibility, responsibility, responsibility. There's nothing, if not the nature of high responsibility, when you get involved with studying either the Seth material or Neville or Ho'oponopono or any of these studies. Any of these studies, at the first thing you're going to be faced with is responsibility. You are the one responsible for taking charge of how you create your reality, because you do create your reality. You already are good at it. You've put yourself in the wonderful spots you've been in all this time. You did all this work to get yourself right where you are. So you're good. You're actually very good at this. You actually already know how to do this. You're good at using these tools to put you exactly where you are. If you're listening to this video, if you're not, you're where Neville is. He's not here. At least I don't think he's here. Sometimes I think he's here. I feel like I can talk to him. You're so good at it already. All we're doing is taking a conscious, creative control of what we can do with this power we already are wielding unwildly. We're already using it. So let's use it consciously to assume that which we want, to have fun with. This is all fun. All self-concepts are a form of you having fun like a child. We are at play here. We are playing a role. We're playing in this game. Let's play further. Let's take it and take some risk. Take some risk by changing your imagination as you fall asleep and see what happens. Take it for a test drive. Imagination is the only redemptive power in the universe. However, your nature is such that it is optional to you whether you remain in your present concept of yourself, in parentheses, a hungry being longing for freedom, health, and security, in parentheses, or choose to become the instrument of your own redemption, imagining yourself as that which you want to be, and thereby satisfying your hunger and redeeming yourself. What a sentence. What a little tiny paragraph. Oh my gosh, I got to repeat it. Imagination is the only redemptive power in the universe. However, your nature is such that it is optional to you whether you remain in your present concept of yourself, being a hungry being longing for freedom, health, and security, or choose to become the instrument of your own redemption, imagining yourself as that which you want to be, and thereby satisfying your hunger and redeeming yourself. Oh, be strong then, and brave, pure, patient, and true. The work that is yours, let no other hand do. For the strength for all need is faithfully given from the fountain within you, the kingdom of heaven. What a powerful poem. I'll remind you who wrote that in the next video. What an amazing chapter. Power of assumption. Oh, a lot of responsibility here. And I am not gonna, I cannot state falsely at all. I've been working in this type of material for 33 years, like I mentioned before. But the biggest difficulty in the very beginning was it was very highly responsible. Being told, especially by the Seth material, that you create your own reality is like, whoa, I don't create this. Somebody else did this. That's why I'm getting yelled at work. That's why my girlfriends are breaking up with me, or I'm breaking up with them, or my boyfriends are breaking up with me. It can't be me. It definitely can't be me. Now, if you're walking down that road right now, this could be the information that'll get you into a different space, because responsibility, if you're willing to take it for your creation, will give you the ability to then create any happy state you want to occupy. Any of them are available. But I think the main bridge between a victim in the world to a conscious co-creator in the world, that bridge is weaved and constructed with the fiber of responsibility. Responsibility is the big word here. Until you are going to be ready to deal with that word, this material might not be for you. It's not for the faint of heart. If the faint of heart especially don't like the word responsibility or the action of responsibility. What is responsibility? What is the word response and then ability? If you break it down, the ability to respond. How am I responding to my life? How do I respond to my creation? If this material is one way to get you there, great. If the Seth material is great. There's so many bodies of work. Somebody sent me a message about Joseph Murphy. I haven't studied him, but I I'll be glad to study Joseph Murphy. He sounds like a wonder of the same exact thing we're trying to get at here, is to make our life better, to be able to respond with ability to our situations. If this is a reality or a self-concept I'm not happy in, and I want to be in a different one, I'm single, unmarried, not in love, and I want to be happy, married, and in love. How do I make this change? First, you have to be willing to accept the responsibility that you created this. This didn't just happen to you. I and my Father are one, but He is greater than I. What the heck am I here learning for Him? There's all kinds of levels in this. I read some kind of frequency thing today by somebody named Dawkins, and it had a bunch of wonderful analysis by a doctor named something Dawkins, and it had a bunch of levels of understanding of your frequencies. It's kind of like Maslow's pyramid in a way, very much like Maslow's pyramid. But the idea here is that you can be either here like Laszlo. Let's use Maslow's pyramid. You could be at basically trying to struggle for survival, or you could be at the top of that pyramid because you feed your necessity for water and food and sleep, and then you get into your work and fulfillment. But at the top of it is literally the top of Maslow's pyramid, and I'm just paraphrasing here. Don't hold me to this, but I believe it's fulfillment. It's like doing what you love to do, basically, is the top of that pyramid. From the basic survival instinct to the basically doing what you love, right? The big separation there is a lot of different steps. There are a lot, you can call them frequencies like Dawkins does. But the point here is if you're willing to take responsibility for what your frequency is, Kenneth, that's a joke on a song, excuse me. But if you're willing to take responsibility for where your frequency is now, or where your self-concept is now, to take responsibility for the fact that you've been very good at this already, and you put yourself right where you are, if you can grab a hold of that, then you can definitely find the freedom to be any self-concept. But it is in grabbing a hold of this one and going, okay, I'll play with this idea. I created this. Okay, no one's a victim. I've been pointing at others, and I got 3 fingers pointing back at myself. I'm going to stop that. I'm going to take responsibility for my creation. It is mine after all. I'm going to accept what's going on here. I put myself here, so I'm the responsible party. So let me dabble in this. Let me play with this. And there's a lot you can create with this power of awareness. All right, we'll see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, Power of Awareness, Chapter 4, Desire. Getting good. The changes which take place in your life as a result of your changed concept of yourself always appear to the unenlightened to be the result not of a change of your consciousness, but of chance, outer cause, or coincidence. However, the only fate governing your life is the fate determined by your own concepts, your own assumptions. For an assumption, though false, if persisted in, will harden into fact. The ideal you seek and hope to attain will not manifest itself, will not be realized by you until you have imagined that you are already that ideal. There is no escape for you except by a radical psychological transformation of yourself, except by your assumption of the feeling of your wish fulfilled. Therefore, make results or accomplishments the crucial test of your ability to use your imagination. Everything depends on your attitude towards yourself. He couldn't have a more potent sentence in the middle of that. Everything depends on your attitude towards yourself. What is your attitude towards yourself? Am I a happy, loving person? Am I a happy, loving husband? What is it? Am I a happy, loving wife? Do I like myself? Do you say, I love you to yourself? Everything depends on your attitude towards yourself. That which you will not affirm as true of yourself can never be realized by you, for that attitude alone is the necessary condition by which you realize your goal. All transformation is based upon suggestion, and this can work only where you lay yourself completely open to an influence. You must abandon yourself to your ideal as a woman abandons herself to love. For complete abandonment of self to it is the way to union with your ideal. Man, oh man, all transformation is based upon suggestion. All transformation is based upon suggestion. And this can work only where you lay yourself completely open to an influence. You must abandon yourself to your ideal as a woman abandons herself to love. For complete abandonment of self to it is the way to union with your ideal. Wonderful. You must assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled until your assumption has all the sensory vividness of reality. You must imagine that you are already experiencing what you desire. You must imagine that you are already experiencing what you desire. You must imagine that you are already experiencing what you desire. What does that pizza taste like? What does it feel like to hug your spouse? What does it feel like to count your money? What does it feel like to clear those debts? What does it feel like to clear those debts? That is, you must assume the feeling of the fulfillment of your desire until you are possessed by it. And this feeling crowds all other ideas out of your consciousness. That feeling. The man who is not prepared for the conscious plunge into the assumption of the wish fulfilled in the faith that it is the only way to the realization of his dream is not yet ready to live consciously by the law of assumption, although there is no doubt that he does live by the law of assumption unconsciously. Boom! There it is. That's exactly what I've been trying to get at all this time. We've been doing this unconsciously for so long. We want to take conscious control of this creative ability we have. Here you are today. Here's where you want to be in your new self-concept. Here's another self-concept, yet another and another and another. They're all over. They're infinite amounts. I am God, all that is, right here in the middle. These are all self-concepts. Here's the self-concept I am today. If I am not happy with what I am today, how can I change into what do I want to be tomorrow? In my new now or in my new today, it doesn't matter. We're not going to get caught up there. But where I am right now in experience, let's say I'm not in a relationship and I want to be in a loving relationship and I want to be happily married. I want to find out how can I create a life where I am that. Do I have to go out here and find dating apps and find things in the world that will do it for me? The answer is no. You have to do it from within if you want to see the change. It has to be, if you want to see the change in your experience and objectified in your reality, the change has to be from within that's going to happen. You can't go out here and get that to make the change for you. It's not going to happen. That's the dead end. You got to do the change from within in your consciousness, thereby objectifying the new reality for yourself. Very powerful sentence. What we're doing in going over this material together is we're awakening to our conscious creative ability. We're becoming consciousness objectified. We're seeing how we can creatively take conscious control of our creativity, because our creativity is doing its own job already all this time. Our creativity's got us here, unconsciously. We want to be consciously in control. There's a lot of C's here at work here. We want to be conscious creators. We want to have conscious control of our creation, objectify what it is we look for, what it is we desire, what it is we want. Whether that's a spouse, whether that's a house, whether that's a car, whether that's a career, it doesn't matter, health. I want to be free, I want to go travel. It doesn't make a difference. You're going to do that when you take creative, conscious control of your consciousness. You simply go to bed with the idea in mind. That makes the impression into your subconscious, which objectifies it into your world. It sounds simple, and we will repeat it ad infinitum, and then ad nauseum, and then we'll come back again for another lap of infinitum, and we'll just keep going and going and going. It does take that. As I said in the previous video, it takes that ability to want to take responsibility for your creation, for your creativity. This is, if nothing more than just, it is your creativity. You're already an artist because you're here now. You're already a very artful artist. You're just going to take conscious awareness and control of it. Okay, let's repeat this paragraph because it is so profound. The man who is not prepared for the conscious plunge into the assumption of the wish fulfilled in the faith that it is the only way to the realization of his dream is not yet ready to live consciously by the law of assumption, although there is no doubt that he does live by the law of assumption unconsciously. But for you who accept this principle and are ready to live by consciously assuming that your wish is already fulfilled, the adventure of life begins. To reach a higher level of being, you must assume a higher concept of yourself. To reach a higher level of being, you must assume a higher concept of yourself. Here you're single and alone and you're not married and you want to be. You want to be in love. To reach this higher level, as he says, you must assume a higher concept of yourself. This is a higher concept. We're always ascending. This is you now. You must reach this higher concept of yourself to change where you are to where you want to be. You are the one who's going to do it. He is not doing it for you. He is no judge of persons. It isn't that he doesn't care. He is. He lets you is. He is being, and you are. He made you in his image, forgot who he was by becoming you, and then he's in you, trying to wake up and remember where he is. He's in you. When you become aware of this conscious creativity, consciously, you remember what sent you. That's what puts you in conscious creative control of your objectification, of your life, of your reality, of your experiences. If you're going to try and skip this awareness of being and go around this outside lap and do a loop out there in the world, good luck. Good luck. What do they say in Point Break? Vaya con Dios. When the one character is telling the other character to go ahead and go surfing because he knows that's going to be his last ride. If you will not imagine yourself as other than what you are, then you remain as you are. If you will not, that's up to you. For if ye believe not that I am he, ye shall die in your sins. If ye believe not that I am he, if you, believe not that I am, this is your I am, he, then ye shall die in your sins. My Father and I are one. My Father is greater than I. If ye believe not that you are he, then ye shall die in your sins. If you believe not that I am he, ye shall die in your sins. Anytime you say the phrase I am, you're referring to the I am. All that is, God, right there. If you do not believe that you are he, the person you want to be, if you do not believe that you are he, the person you want to be, then you remain as you are. Through the faithful systematic cultivation of the feeling of the wish fulfilled, desire becomes the promise of its own fulfillment. Desire becomes the promise of its own fulfillment. Oh man. The assumption of the feeling of the wish fulfilled makes the future dream a present fact. The assumption of the feeling, you're feeling it here in your current 3D reality. The assumption of the feeling of the wish fulfilled makes the future dream a present fact. That present fact becomes here, which means you wake up here. This, we want to take a look at. Desire becomes the promise of its own. Let me repeat the sentence, actually. Through the faithful, systematic cultivation of the feeling of the wish fulfilled, desire becomes the promise of its own fulfillment. Where the heck is desire coming from? Why do we have desire? Well, we have a self-concept. And since he's not a judge of persons, then we have desire that comes into our self-concept because it's embedded together. Inside of that desire is also the solution to the limitations of that same desire. If you have a single life and you want to be married, inside of you, you have this thing called desire to be married, to be in love. That desire within you has its own solution. Otherwise, the urge wouldn't be there. The solution is the objectification of you being in love and married, if in fact that's your desire. The desire itself came into you with the promise. The promise was embedded in the desire. The urge and desire have the promise built in for your freedom to experience the desire. Okay, now you're here married. You're in love. Couldn't be happier. All of a sudden, you have a desire. What is that desire? For a new home. What's wrong with that? For some new babies. What's wrong with that? I don't mean new versus old babies. I mean some children. You desire for procreation. Why is the desire there and not here? Or maybe the desire is here. But you know the roadmap has to take you to marriage first, relationship first, love first. There is a roadmap, so to say. Doesn't have to be just through marriage to children. You can get children here too. But the desire embedded within you and wherever you are, whatever you're experiencing has desire. That fountain of desire is not shutting off. It's going to continue. It's never going to stop. The desire has the promise of its fulfillment within itself. Repeating, through the faithful, systematic cultivation of the feeling of the wish fulfilled, desire becomes the promise of its own fulfillment. Through the faithful, systematic cultivation of the feeling of the wish fulfilled. You must do this each night as you fall to sleep. You must focus on what your desire is telling you want. You must see yourself in that. You must feel that. It's like climbing that ladder before you fall asleep. You must do this. You must faithfully, systematically cultivate the feeling of the wish fulfilled. In doing that, desire becomes the promise of its own fulfillment. Wow. Automatically my favorite part of that chapter. Chapter 4, Desire, Power of Awareness. Man, which one was yours? Woo! I can't believe desire is such maybe it's not even a page and a quarter. Desire is a very, very important subject. I know we've gone over it before, which thankfully we have because it's very profound subject. And it's embedded right into your self-concept, whatever your self-concept is. Remember, as a last hint about desire, let's say you're the bank robber here and you have no qualm with that. That's just what you are. Inside of you, with a promise embedded within the desire, is desire to go rob another bank, to go get that pallet of gold, to go rob something, to get that next fix of money. Because the desire that is embedded in the bank robber is no different than the desire embedded in you to be into a happy, loving relationship. Desire is it fits your self-concept. He is no judger of persons. You're going to get desire that fits the concept with which you claim yourself to be. When you change that self-concept and you become a new self-concept to ascend, to elevate your self-concept, then you get new desire and new promise that comes with it. Wow. Good stuff, huh? We'll see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, Power of Awareness, Chapter 5, The Truth That Sets You Free. I cannot tell you how many times my teacher told me that phrase. And I was like, oh, I'm in bondage? I did not have any idea what she meant, but I knew it made sense. Here we go. The drama of life is a psychological one in which all the conditions, circumstances, and events of your life are brought to pass by your assumptions. Since your life is determined by your assumptions, you are forced to recognize the fact that you are either a slave to your assumptions or their master. To become the master of your assumptions is the key to undreamed freedom and happiness. You can attain this mastery by deliberate conscious control of your imagination. You determine your assumptions in this way. Form a mental image, a picture of the state desired, of the person you want to be. Concentrate your attention upon the feeling that you are already that person. First, visualize the picture in your consciousness. Then feel yourself to be in that state as though it actually formed your surrounding world. By your imagination, that which was a mere mental image is changed into a seeming solid reality. By your imagination. The great secret is a controlled imagination and a well-sustained attention firmly and repeatedly focused on the object to be accomplished. It cannot be emphasized too much that by creating an ideal within your mental sphere, by assuming that you are already that ideal, you identify yourself with it and thereby transform yourself into its image. This was called by the ancient teachers subjection to the will of God, or resting in the Lord. And the only test of resting in the Lord is that all who do rest are inevitably transformed into the image of that in which they rest. You become according to your resigned will, and your resigned will is your concept of yourself and all that you consent to and accept as true. You, assuming the feeling of your wish fulfilled and continuing therein, take upon yourself the results of that state. Not assuming the feeling of your wish fulfilled, you are ever free of the results. You, let me repeat the sentence, assuming the feeling of your wish fulfilled and continuing therein, take upon yourself the results of that state. Not assuming the feeling of your wish fulfilled, you are ever free of the results. When you understand the redemptive function of imagination, you hold in your hands the key to the solution of all your problems. Make no mistake about it. Each self-concept, let's do this again. Here you are, I am, all that is, God right in the middle, and here's our self-concepts, me, you, her, them, it, mother, father, brother, sister, all self-concepts. Here you're not married and single. Here you are married and you're in a happy relationship. Here you're a thousandaire, here you're a millionaire. All self-concepts. You go from thousandaire to billionaire. You go from single to married to family to new house with kids. Okay? All of these self-concepts have their own problems or seeming limitations. We are always on the ascend. We're always trying to ascend. These problems seem like limitations. So we have the ability to imagine beyond them and to ascend, to elevate. When you understand the redemptive function of imagination, you hold in your hands the key to the solution of all your problems. It doesn't matter which self-concept you are in, you're going to change, you're going to ascend to another one. That's what we are, that's the nature of us. He gave us the nature. I am all that is, God right here in the middle, put forth himself in us, and that is our nature, to ascend. I don't think it's to be dissatisfied. It's love is the main lesson. The only lesson would be love. If in that lesson we discover that we have the ability to consciously control our reality, then let us delve into that and let us figure that out like we are now. Because that means we can solve any problem that might crop up in our self-concept. It's one of being single and not in love, and I want to be that because of the desire that's embedded within, then I become that. As I become in love and married, and I'm all happy with that, and I want to move into a house and have children, let me conceptualize that there and become that here. This one has children growing up and they have to go to college. I got to put the funds together. Let me conceive that. Let me believe that. And let me embed my subconscious and let me have that reality here. Now I'm an empty nester and all my kids are successfully on to college and leading their own lives, all married and happy. Great. Now I get to go on cruises with my partner for the rest of my life. Whatever you want. It's always going to be a shifting of your self-concept to be happy and to be happy again and to be happy again. And it's not over when you leave these states. These are all different states. When you leave one and you go to another one, when you leave the single one and you become the married one, this one doesn't vanish. This is a state that someone else is going to occupy. It's ready for the taking. It's ready for the use. When you go over here and you get married and you don't have the kids yet, you leave that to go have the kids and get a new house. This state of being married and happily in love is the state you abandoned and left behind. It's ready for occupation by somebody else. People aren't in line for states. It's a state that has occupation that you can go in and out of, and which you are going to. When you finish all these different states, you're 95 to 105 years old, somewhere in there, and you're going to be restored to life again. Whatever challenges you have when you leave are going to be the ones you face when you arrive again. That's restoration. Resurrection is different. We're going to get into that in the promise. Every phase of your life is made by the exercise of your imagination. Determined imagination alone is the means of your progress, of the fulfilling of your dreams. Determined imagination alone is the means of your progress, of the fulfilling of your dreams. It is the beginning and end of all creating. The great secret is a controlled imagination and a well-sustained attention firmly and repeatedly focused on the feeling of the wish fulfilled until it fills the mind and crowds all other ideas out of consciousness. The great secret, this is so, I gotta repeat it. Determined imagination alone is the means of your progress, of the fulfilling of your dreams. It is the beginning and end of all creating. The great secret is a controlled imagination and a well-sustained attention, firmly and repeatedly focused on the feeling of the wish fulfilled, until it fills the mind and crowds all other ideas out of consciousness. Once it fills the mind and crowds all other ideas out, then you know you have determined your objective and you are focused. The great secret is a controlled imagination and well-sustained attention, firmly and repeatedly, remember the firmament? And repeatedly focused on the feeling of the wish fulfilled until it fills the mind and crowds all other ideas out of consciousness. What greater gifts could be given you than to be told the truth that will set you free? The truth that sets you free is that you can experience in imagination what you desire to experience in reality. And by maintaining this experience in imagination, your desire will become an actuality. There it is. That's the truth. That's the truth that sets you free. You are limited only by your uncontrolled imagination and lack of attention to the feeling of your wish fulfilled. When the imagination is not controlled and the attention not steadied on the feeling of the wish fulfilled, then no amount of prayer or piety or invocation will produce the desired effect. When you can call up at will whatsoever image you please, when the forms of your imagination are as vivid to you as the forms of nature, you are master of your fate. When you can call up at will whatsoever image you please, when the forms of your imagination are as vivid to you as the forms of nature, you are master of your fate. Yes, yes, yes. Man, oh man, what a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful chapter. Let's finish with a poem. Visions of beauty and splendor, forms of a long-lost race, sounds and faces and voices from the fourth dimension of space. And on through the universe boundless, our thoughts go lightning shod. Some call it imagination, and others call it God. Wow, what a wonderful, wonderful chapter. Chapter 5, The Truth That Sets You Free. We'll see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, Power of Awareness, Chapter 6, Attention. A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. James 1:8. Attention is forceful in proportion to the narrowness of its focus. That is, when it is obsessed with a single idea or sensation. It is steadied and powerfully focused only by such an adjustment of the mind as permits you to see one thing only, for you steady the attention and increase its power by confining it. The desire which realizes itself is always a desire upon which attention is exclusively concentrated. For an idea is endowed with power only in proportion to the degree of attention fixed on it. Concentrated observation is the attentive attitude directed towards some specific end. The attentive attitude involves selection, for when you pay attention, it signifies that you have decided to focus your attention on one object or state rather than on another. Therefore, when you know what you want, you must deliberately focus your attention on the feeling of your wish fulfilled until that feeling fills the mind and crowds all other ideas out of consciousness. What does it mean 70 times 7? How many times must you do this? How many times must you go to sleep with the feeling in mind? I am all that is God right here. This is your self-concept. This is another self-concept. This is your future self-concept. All these self-concepts come from I am all that is. Come from awareness of being. This is you now, and this is where you want to be tomorrow. This is you not married, single, not in love. And this is you in love, married, having the joy, experiencing the joy of your life, which you've always wished for. But while you're here, what does it take to then create an environment and a mood that creates this? What do you have to do? 70 times 7. That means just keep repeating this. And I know you hear it often enough, persist, persist, persist. Repeat, 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 but have you successfully made the impression onto your subconscious? If you don't see it objectified, if you don't feel different in the morning, if you don't feel different when you look at your YouTube feed, if you don't feel like the detachments happened, you haven't made the impression. You haven't simply made the impression. So if you've slightly thought about it when you fell asleep and you kind of sort of see yourself in a relationship, but you didn't feel it, you didn't put the feeling with the thought, the true feeling of it. It did not impress your subconscious. Therefore, you're not seeing it in your objective reality. When you know what you want, you must deliberately focus your attention on the feeling of your wish fulfilled until, again, you must, and then until that feeling fills the mind and crowds all other ideas out of consciousness. The power of attention is the measure of your inner force. Concentrated observation of one thing shuts out other things and causes them to disappear. The great secret of success is to focus the attention on the feeling of the wish fulfilled without permitting any distraction. That distraction as you're falling asleep of you're focused on this one thing and all of a sudden you're climbing a ladder. You're focused on this one thing and all of a sudden you're flying. You're focused on this one thing and you're thinking about something from last week. The mind can drift. It can start to go in other places. You have to draw it back and get focused on your desire. You have to bring it back and focus again. Drifts again, focus again. There's other techniques out there where they say hold. Nowadays you can hold your cell phone if you'd like. You know, if you're sleeping on your side, just hold your cell phone vertical. This would be vertical if you're on your side here. This would be holding it up, and then once it drops, that alerts you. And there's an old technique where you'd use a tennis ball or baseball. You'd hold it up and you'd go into sats and you'd imagine yourself in love, happily married. And then if you're falling asleep, the ball will fall out of your hands. And once it falls, baseball is heavier, it'll fall on the mattress right next to you. So it'll alert you that you fell asleep, that you're really going to sleep. But you want to stop that and bring it back. Grab the ball or your cell phone, whatever you're using. The ball is kind of a neat thing because it doesn't have media attached to it, right? So you got the ball again, and then you bring back that awareness. I'm happily walking down the aisle, or I'm actually coming home from my honeymoon. And you don't even have a partner in mind. You just know you're coming home from your honeymoon. This is okay. But you hold that ball. Imagine yourself coming in from the honeymoon. The ball drops because you were falling asleep. Pick it up again and again and again. And sooner or later, you're going to just go to sleep. It's going to happen. But you're getting better at strengthening and lengthening that process, which is the ultimate process. This is the ultimate process of getting all of your desires to come true. The great secret of success, which is the greatest sentence in the world, is to focus the attention on the feeling of the wish fulfilled without permitting any distraction. Remember that drifting off to some other place when you're falling asleep is a distraction. All progress depends upon an increase of attention. All progress depends upon an increase of attention. The ideas which impel you to action are those which dominate the consciousness, those which possess the attention. This one thing I do, forgetting those things that are behind, I press toward the mark. This means this one thing you can do, forgetting those things that are behind. You can press toward the mark of filling your mind with the feeling of the wish fulfilled. To the unenlightened man, this will seem to be all fantasy. Yet all progress comes from those who do not take the accepted view, nor accept the world as it is. Very profound. As was stated heretofore, if you can imagine what you please, and if the forms of your thought are as vivid as the forms of nature, you are by virtue of the power of your imagination master of your fate. Your imagination is you yourself, and the world as your imagination sees it is the real world. Your imagination is you yourself, and the world as your imagination sees it is the real world. Sorry about that. I had to clean up that sentence. Your imagination is you yourself, and the world as your imagination sees it is the real world. When you set out to master the movements of attention, which must be done if you would successfully alter the course of observed events, it is then you realize how little control you exercise over your imagination, and how much it is dominated by sensory impressions and by a drifting on the tides of idle moods. To aid in mastering the control of your attention, practice this exercise. Night after night, just before you drift off to sleep, strive to hold your attention on the activities of the day in reverse order. This is a very fun exercise. Focus your attention on the last thing you did, that is, getting into bed, and then move it backwards in time over the events until you reach the first event of the day, getting out of bed. This is no easy exercise, but just as specific exercises greatly help in developing specific muscles, this will greatly help in developing the muscle of your attention. Your attention must be developed, Your attention must be developed, controlled, and concentrated in order to change your concept of yourself successfully and thereby change your future. You must develop your attention. You must control and concentrate in order to change your concept of yourself. In order for this to be a success. Imagination is able to do anything, but only according to the internal direction of your attention. If you persist night after night, sooner or later you will awaken in yourself a center of power and become conscious of your greater self, the real you. Attention is developed by a repeated exercise or habit. Through habit, an action becomes easier. So in course of time, gives rise to a facility or faculty, which can then be put to higher uses. When you attain control of the internal direction of your attention, you will no longer stand in shallow water, but will launch out into the deep of life. You will walk in the assumption of the wish fulfilled as on a foundation more solid even than earth. Goodness. The true exercise that will get your mind into the habit. Focus your attention on the last thing you did. I'm going to repeat it because it's so profound and it's fun. The first time I did it, I didn't make it, but a little distance. The second day I tried it, I went all the way from the end to the beginning. It was fascinating. It's very much depends on how many things you embellish that you focus on that you did, because they bring on each other. It's fascinating. It's a fascinating exercise. Focus your attention on the last thing you did, and that is getting into bed. And then move it backward in time over the events until you reach the first event of the day. Getting out of bed. This is no easy exercise, but just that specific exercises greatly help in developing specific muscles. This will greatly help in developing the muscle of your attention. Man, all we're doing is developing our attention. We're getting that under our control. I love this part too. You will attain control of the eternal direction of your attention. You will no longer stand in shallow water, but will launch out into the deep of life. You will walk in the assumption of the wish fulfilled as on a foundation more solid even than earth. It is fascinating when you see something come to fruition and you're like, I created that. They're saying what I said in here. I said it here. Now they're saying it to me out there. What? That's really happening? It's going to knock your socks off. Like I said before, it's going to be the most amazing feeling. Get the parking space. Get the friend congratulating you on your success, but more so, congratulate your friends. Do what Job did. Raise the tide for all your friends. Wish them well. See them better. See them as never having more, never feeling better. Imagine them telling you that, and then hear them tell you that. Start off where you can make the little impacts and watch it grow. It's profound when you see these little successes. Those little successes all add up. Power of Awareness, Chapter 6, Attention. What a great chapter. And here's the opening quote. A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. James 1:8. Another way of saying that is you can't ride two horses, right? You can't serve two masters, as Neville says. All right, we'll see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, Power of Awareness, Chapter 7, Attitude. Experiments recently conducted by Merle Lawrence and Adalbert Ames of Dartmouth, Merle Lawrence of Princeton, in the latter's psychology laboratory. Start over. Neville Goddard, The Power of Awareness, Chapter 7, Attitude. Experiments recently conducted by Merle Lawrence of Princeton and Adalbert Ames of Dartmouth in the latter's psychology laboratory at Hanover, New Hampshire, prove that what you see when you look at something depends not so much on what is there as on the assumption you make when you look. Since what we believe to be the real physical world is actually only an assumptive world, it is not surprising that these experiments prove that what appears to be solid reality is actually the result of expectations or assumptions. Your assumptions determine not only what you see, but also what you do, for they govern all your conscious and subconscious movements toward the fulfillment of themselves. Again, he's talking about the life of an assumption here. He said that before in a previous chapter. It sounds like it's got its own life if you listen to this sentence. Your assumptions determine not only what you see, but also what you do, for they govern all your conscious and subconscious movements toward the fulfillment of themselves. He's saying that the assumption itself has a life that guides you towards its fulfillment. Over a century ago, this truth was stated by Emerson as follows. As the world was plastic and fluid in the hands of God, so it is ever to so much of his attributes as we bring to it. So it is ever to so much of his attributes as we bring to it. To ignorance and sin, it is flint. They adapt themselves to it as they may, but in proportion as a man has anything in him divine, The firmament flows before him and takes his signet and form. Your assumption is the hand of God molding the firmament into the image of which you assume. Oh boy. We've already said now that an assumption has its own life, and now he's saying it is the hand of God molding the firmament into the image of which you assume, of that which you assume. Wow. The assumption of the wish fulfilled is the high tide, which lifts you easily off the bar of the senses where you have so long lain stranded. It lifts the mind into prophecy in the full, right sense of the word. And if you have that controlled imagination and absorbed attention, which it is possible to attain, you may be sure that all your assumption implies will come to pass. Let me repeat that sentence. It lifts the mind into prophecy in the full right sense of the word. And if you have that controlled imagination and absorbed attention, which it is possible to attain, you may be sure that all your assumption implies will come to pass. When William Blake wrote, "What seems to be is to those whom it seems to be," he was only repeating the eternal truth. There is nothing unclean of itself, but to him that esteemeth anything to be unclean, to him it is unclean. Romans 14:14. Because there is nothing unclean of itself or clean of itself, you should assume the best and think only of that which is lovely and of good report. It's a very, very important point. A very important point. Remember, we're talking about attitude. You should assume the best and think only of that which is lovely and of good report. What are you going to get? You're going to give good report, and you're going to get good report. It is not superior insight, but ignorance of this law of assumption if you read into the greatness of men some littleness with which you may be familiar, or into some situation or circumstance an unfavorable conviction. Your particular relationship to another influences your assumption with respect to that other and makes you see in him that which you do see. Your particular relationship to another influences your assumption with respect to that other and makes you see in him that which you do see. Remember, it's your assumption that's the driving force right here. If you assume, remember back to our teacher who assumed the child was doing bad, and the whole school staff assumed the child was doing bad until she went home and did an imagining lovingly for that child. Did she assume something different? That assumption itself drove the pattern home. It drove it home for the girl, and she did better, and she didn't get expelled from school. This chapter should be called Assumption, not Attitude, but it's definitely tied, but we're going to find out here in a minute. If you can change your opinion of another, then what you now believe of him cannot be absolutely true, but it is only relatively true. The following is an actual case history illustrating how the law of assumption works. One day, a costume designer described to me her difficulties in working with a prominent theatrical producer. She was convinced that he unjustly criticized and rejected her best work, and that often he was deliberately rude and unfair to her. Upon hearing her story, I explained that if she found the other rude and unfair, it was a sure sign that she herself was wanting, and that it was not the producer but herself that was in need of a new attitude. I told her that the power of this law of assumption and its practical application could be discovered only through experience, and that only by assuming that the situation was already what she wanted it to be could she prove that she could bring about the change desired. Her employer was merely bearing witness, telling her by his behavior what her concept of him was. I suggested that it was quite probable that she was carrying on conversations with him in her mind which were filled with criticisms and recriminations. There was no doubt but that she was mentally arguing with the producer. For others only echo that which we whisper to them in secret. Do not criticize thy king in thy bedchamber. Do not criticize the king in thy bedchamber. Is where that's from. Repeating the sentence, there was no doubt that she was mentally arguing with the producer, for others only echo that which we whisper to them in secret. I asked her if it was not true that she talked to him mentally, and if so, what were those conversations like? She confessed that every morning on her way to the theater, she told him just what she thought of him in a way here she would never have dared address him in person. The intensity and force of her mental arguments with him automatically established his behavior towards her. Seems natural, right? She began to realize that all of us carry on mental conversations, but unfortunately, on most occasions, these conversations are argumentative. That we have only to observe the passerby on the street to prove this assertion, that so many people are mentally engrossed in conversation and few appear to be happy about it. But the very intensity of their feeling must lead them quickly to the unpleasant incident they, themselves, have mentally created and therefore must now encounter. When she realized what she had been doing, she agreed to change her attitude and to live this law faithfully by assuming that her job was highly satisfactory and that her relationship with the producer was a very happy one. She changed her attitude. To do this, she agreed that before going to sleep at night, on her way to work, and at other intervals during the day, she would imagine, right here, that he had congratulated her on her fine designs and that she in turn had thanked him for his praise and kindness. To her great delight, she soon discovered for herself that her own attitude was the cause of all that befell her. The behavior of her employer miraculously reversed itself, his attitude echoing as it always had done. That which she had assumed now reflected her changed concept of him. In essence, she changed her self-concept, but it reflected in him. What she did was by the power of her imagination. Her persistent assumption influenced his behavior and determined his attitude towards her. With the passport of desire and on the wings of a controlled imagination, she traveled into the future of her own predetermined experience. This was Neville's wife. I don't know if you've heard the lectures or there's, I think at least 2 or 3 times in lectures he describes this story, and it is a story of his wife, and it's very nice that he gave examples and testimonials so close to home, because I know I have, I know my wife has, my wife does, and I have in myself, speaking first person, carried on a conversation with a boss I had at work. And I was never surprised to hear the same verbiage. This is way before Neville. Hear the same verbiage, a similar attitude coming from my boss towards me, because it was the same argument I would have, trying to have a conflict, I guess. I don't know. I don't know where the habit came from. But listening to the story of Neville's wife and then listening to the story of her correcting it and having success after correcting it is nice. It's a very nice testimonial in his first-person experience, his world. Thus, we see it as not facts, but that which we create in our imagination, which shapes our lives. For most of the conflicts of the day are due to the want of a little imagination to cast the beam out of our own eye. It is the exact and literal-minded who live in a fictitious world. As this designer, by her controlled imagination, started the subtle change in her employer's mind, so can we, by the control of our imagination and wisely directed feeling, solve our problems. By the intensity of her imagination and feeling, the designer cast a kind of enchantment on her producer's mind and caused him to think that his generous praise originated with him. It really is fascinating to see somebody say the thing they think came out of them, and in fact it came from somewhere else. Often our most elaborate and original thoughts are determined by another. Often, most profound, the last sentence. Often our most elaborate and original thoughts are determined by another. Often. Oh my gosh, what a wonderful, wonderful example. Here's a last piece by William Butler Yeats. We should never be certain that it was not some woman treading in the winepress who began that subtle change in men's mind, or that the passion did not begin in the mind of some shepherd boy, lighting up his eyes for a moment before it ran upon its way. Wow. Where do these things come from? How is it we're all so connected? And I always remind, as much as possible, that we are all connected. I am all that is God, right here. Here's our self-concepts, yours, mine, mothers, brothers, sisters, friends, relatives, co-workers, doesn't matter. If I have an attitude within myself, then subconsciously I carry that attitude. Into my subconscious network, I carry this attitude. It's plugged directly into all consciousness. All consciousness is plugged directly into all that is, which is plugged into every other stream of consciousness. If my attitude about a person, like in this case her producer, let's say this was her, she had a mental argument with him, well, that's in her subconscious. That subconscious directly goes into all consciousness. That went right into the producer's dream state or subconscious state. And as you know, your waking 3D reality is the echo, it's the shadow of what's happening in the fourth dimension. In her mind, she was carrying on this argument in the fourth dimension. Therefore, it objectified itself in the experience with the producer. But when she changed the attitude, the behavior of her employer miraculously reversed itself. When she started imagining that he congratulated her on her fine designs and that she in turn had thanked him for his praise and kindness, that's when her attitude changed, thereby causing his attitude to change. And then his attitude was reflecting her attitude. Attitude is a big piece of this. And if you don't if you don't think you're getting what you give, and there's my wife said just yesterday, she says, what comes around goes around. And I says, wait. I says, wait a minute. I says, it's actually the order is what goes around comes around. And it's speaking of what we're talking about. Neville's wife, the gal in this example, was carrying on an argumentative state of conversation within herself. So she was sending that signal back into consciousness, into her subconscious, which is plugged into consciousness. All that is, I am God. You're sending that back. He is no respecter of persons. He doesn't judge what your attitude is. Her attitude went straight to her producer. And therefore, the next day, he came with the same admonishments or whatever he was not liking in her work, or no praise, and etc. But when Neville thankfully helped her see this other viewpoint, she then could practice it and carry on the praise and carry on the polite attitude. And before you know it, her work's getting praised by him. I mean, that is a wonderful example. So just be mindful what you're carrying on, even within yourself, about anybody else. Your attitude is going to equal what you're going to experience with that person, because you're carrying that attitude straight back into all that is consciousness. Wow, what a wonderful chapter. I mean, wow. We start off with assumptions heavy, but then we go right into attitude, and attitude is a big piece of this. Attitude is also something that is kind of limited to your self-concept. This self-concept here has a range of attitude, give or take, that fits it. Now, let's say she changed to the one of praise, and she became this one over here, the one of praise and very polite attitude with her employer, with her producer. Then she had a most pleasant experience with him. Now then, he's changed into this person, she's changed into this person. Now we have these two people. The attitude within her now has a spectrum. That spectrum is befitting of that new self-concept. the spectrum of attitude she had here, thankfully to Neville, she was able to tweak it to the more positive. It still had a spectrum of from the negative to the positive. That same attitude spectrum that exists here, like your gauge on the car, right? Or a gauge of some sort. That same spectrum of attitude doesn't exist here. This is a completely different attitude, because if she then became one of praise for her producer to herself, then this is a completely different self-concept. It has a different attitude available to it. It's not this one. And if she chose to go back and look back, she would go back like Lot's wife, looking back, and be salted and preserved in the past, stuck, having dabbled here and had a great success with her new self. She fell back. That would be the unfortunate thing. You don't want to do that. I think that can happen easily, but you don't want to do that. When you're conscious of this, you won't, hopefully. All right. Power of Awareness, Chapter 7, Attitude. We'll see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, Power of Awareness, Chapter 8, Renunciation. There is no coal of character so dead that it will not glow and flame, but slightly turned, if but slightly turned. There is no coal of character so dead that it will not glow and flame, if but slightly turned. What an analogy. Wow. Resist not evil. Whosoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him the other also. There is great difference between resisting evil and renouncing it. When you resist evil, you give it your attention. You continue to make it real. When you renounce evil, you take your attention from it and give your attention to what you want. Now is the time to control your imagination and give beauty for ashes, joy for mourning, praise for the spirit of heaviness, that they might be called trees of righteousness, the planting of the Lord, that He might be glorified. End quote. Now is the time to control your imagination. There it is. You give beauty for ashes when you concentrate your attention on things as you would like them to be rather than the things as they are. Now, if you can remember that, you give beauty for ashes when you concentrate your attention on things as you would like them to be rather than things as they are, rather than on things as they are. This is at the precipice of revision. We're climbing right into revision right here. If you're going to give beauty for ashes in real time, that means what you're experiencing. Like, let's say this in the previous chapter, Neville's wife was getting admonished for some of her work or anything like that. Then the giving beauty for ashes can be done in actual real time. It's where you're doing and you're practicing revision. So it's going to be a subject for another chapter coming up, but we're right at that point right here. You give beauty for ashes when you concentrate your attention on things as you would like them to be rather than on things as they are. You give joy for mourning when you maintain a joyous attitude regardless of unfavorable circumstances. You give praise for the spirit of heaviness when you maintain a confident attitude instead of succumbing to despondency. In this quotation, the Bible uses the word tree as a synonym for man. You become a tree of righteousness when the above mental states are a permanent part of your consciousness. You are a planting of the Lord when all your thoughts are true thoughts. He is I am, as described in chapter 1. I am is glorified when your highest concept of yourself is manifested. I am is glorified when your highest concept of yourself is manifested. What are we trying to do constantly? I am all that is, God right here. Self-concept, this one, that one, the other one, your sister, your brother, your mother, all of them, the ones you were before, the ones you want to be, ones you might have been in another life. These are all self-concepts, all available, they all exist. I am is glorified when your highest concept of yourself is manifested. When you have the desire here to be here, you bring together your conscious and your subconscious, you wed this idea by impressing you make the impression into your subconscious, that union gives birth to a son, which is your new experience. This is the objectification of what you had as a desire. You made the impression to your subconscious, which was a union of the masculine and feminine, which gives birth to the son of your new experience. I am, right there, is glorified when your highest concept of yourself is manifested. That's why, since we're made in His image, we're constantly trying to improve and into our highest concept. We're always on the ascent. We're always trying to improve into our highest concept. When you have discovered your own controlled imagination to be your savior, your attitude will be completely altered without any diminution, without any diminution. That's one word. It's been a long time since I came up to a word I didn't know how to pronounce. Diminution. That's a new one. Never heard that. Wow, that's really cool. When you have discovered your own controlled imagination to be your savior, your attitude will be completely altered without any diminution of religious feeling, and you will say of your controlled imagination, quote, "Behold this vine, I found it a wild tree, whose wanton strength had swollen into irregular twigs. But I pruned the plant, and it grew temperate in its vain expense of useless leaves, and nodded as you see it into these clean, full clusters to repay the hand that wisely wounded it." We are getting into revision. It's coming. It's getting really close. Prune the vine, right? The pruning shears of revision. It's coming close. "Behold this vine, I found it a wild tree, whose wanton strength had swollen into irregular twigs. But I pruned the plant, and it grew temperate in its vain expense of useless leaves, and nodded, as you see, into these clean, full clusters to repay the hand that wisely wounded it." Beauty for ashes. By vine is meant your imagination, which is in its uncontrolled state, expends its energy in useless or destructive thoughts and feelings. But you, just as the vine is pruned by cutting away its useless branches and roots, prune your imagination by withdrawing your attention from all unlovely and destructive ideas and concentrating on the ideal you wish to attain. The happier, more noble life you will experience will be the result of wisely pruning your own imagination. Yes, be pruned of all unlovely thoughts and feelings, that you may say, quote, "Think truly, and thy thoughts shall be the world's famine feed." Think truly, and thy thoughts shall the world's famine feed. Speak truly, and each word of thine shall be a fruitful seed. Live truly, and thy life shall be a great and noble creed. Oh, wow. Think truly, and thy thoughts shall the world's famine feed. Remember, imagine lovingly. Speak truly, and each word of thine shall be a fruitful seed. Live truly, and thy life shall be a great and noble creed. That just is such a huge reminder of what Seth, in one of the ESP classes, one of the students was asking Seth, what makes a difference if the few of us in this class, it was Jane Roberts' ESP class. And Seth was speaking to the class and the students, and one actually asked this question of Seth, that what is the big difference that this small amount of people is going to make in this world of all this stuff happening, of all this unruly events. The Vietnam War was happening and things like this. And Seth said, each one person doesn't have to preach to anybody anything out of that class. They just have to go out and live the example. So what the students were learning, they could apply to themselves in their one life. That example was going to be louder than anything they could say in any newspaper, on any billboard, The loudest when you live the example. When you're learning how to imagine lovingly for others or for yourself, and you change your self-concept, you're living the example. You're living the example in your life. You don't really have to say anything to anybody about what you're learning with the Neville material. It's not your responsibility. Your only responsibility is to him to be you. That's all. I think that's our only responsibility, literally. I'm coming at you with 3 decades and a third and telling you, if I had to simmer it all down and sum it all up, our only responsibility, and I spoke about this in a previous video just recently, a couple videos back, you hear me talking about responsibility and how important it is. But I think our only responsibility, literally, when I put all this together, for him, our responsibility is to ourselves. Because that allows us to be what we were sent to be. We were sent to be an image of him. He made us in his image, forgot who he was in us, so that we'd wake up and remember that we are him. So our only responsibility is to be ourself. Put our self-concepts together, constantly ascending into a new one. We're not married, we're single, we're not in love. We change our self-concept to being in love, being married. We change our self-concepts to having children, change our self-concept to having a house, change our self-concept to getting a bigger house, change our self-concept to raising our kids, change our self-concept to going on vacations, going on cruises, traveling the world, etc., 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 on down the line. We're constantly ascending for ourselves, and ourselves' job is on this level of being a natural element of all it is, natural element of him, the I am, is just to be our own I am. That's our only responsibility. And that's what Seth said as well. Your only responsibility is to yourself. Of course, the golden rule fits in here. There's all kinds of little pieces that you slide together, and they all work wonderfully, just like this last poem says. Think truly, and thy thoughts the world's famines feed. Again, imagine lovingly for a homeless person. Imagine that you hear them telling you about the wonderful new opportunity they just experienced right after you drove by. You hear them saying that to you as you drive by, and you see them smile. You see them, you hear their voice, you hug them because you're standing there in your imagination with them, congratulating them on this new opportunity they just came into their life all of a sudden. Think truly, and thy thoughts shall the world's famine feed. Speak truly, and each word of thine shall be a fruitful seed. Whenever you're speaking, having changed your self-concept into a more positive one, it doesn't matter what you're speaking. You are an example of change. You're an example of improving, of ascending. Live truly, and thy life shall be a great and noble creed. There it is. Live by example. You really have no responsibility to tell anybody about Neville or Seth or anything. You only have you only have one responsibility, and that's to be you. Be yourself. Oh, what a wonderful chapter. Chapter 8. Power of awareness, renunciation. Man. Let me repeat the opening quote. Love this analogy, this coal. There is no coal of character so dead that it will not glow and flame if but slightly turned. Resist not evil. Whoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn on him the other also. That first line, there is no coal of character so dead that it will not glow and flame if but slightly turned. If we are all of him, I want to go back to the movie Cowboys and Aliens. The preacher said, go get our people back. And he says, God doesn't care who you were. He only cares who you are. Right? That fits that first line right there. There's no coal of character so dead that it will not glow and flame if but slightly turned. There's no coal of character that's dead, so dead that it won't glow if slightly turned. That slight turning is going to be your responsibility to you. That turning's not coming from out here. The world's not going to do it. It doesn't mean I can't imagine lovingly for you. You're listening to this. I imagine that you turned. You actually turned I can feel it. I can hear it in the comments already. You did that turn, and the glow and flame is the result. The glow and flame is the result. All right. What a good chapter, man. Wow. Power of Awareness, Chapter 8, Renunciation. We'll see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, Power of Awareness, Chapter 9, Preparing Your Place. Ooh, I like that. All are mine and all are thine, and thine are mine. John 17:10. Thrust in thy sickle and reap, for the time is come for thee to reap. For the harvest of the earth is ripe. Revelations 14:15. All is yours. Do not go seeking for that which you are. Appropriate it. Claim it. Assume it. Everything depends upon your concept of yourself. That which you do not claim as true of yourself cannot be realized by you. The promise is, whosoever hath, to him it shall be given, and he shall have more abundance. But whosoever hath not, from him shall be taken away even that which he seemeth to have. Wow. Oh man, we're already in gear. Hold fast in your imagination to all that is lovely and of good report, for the lovely and the good are essential in your life if it is to be worthwhile. Assume it. You do this by imagining that you already are that you already are what you want to be and already have what you want to have. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Be still and know that you are that which you desire to be, and you will never have to search for it. Wow. Beginning of the page. All is yours. Do not go seeking for that which you are. What is it that you are? I am all that is God, right here. He made you in His image. He became you, forgot who He was by becoming you, so that you would remember who you are, that is Him. Here's your self-concept. Here's my self-concept. Here's her self-concept. Another, never ends. There's no limit here. This is an ever-expanding explosion of self-concepts. I have one, you have one, we all have one. If you have one here and you want it to be here, you can change that, and it says here, all is yours. All is yours. All self-concepts. Are you a thousandaire? You want to be a millionaire, a billionaire, a trillionaire, a gazillionaire, a whatever-ionaire? It doesn't matter. All self-concepts are at your avail. Literally. He says here, all is yours. Do not go seeking for that which you are. You can't go out here and go searching on the outside for that which you are. You can attempt to give your resources to that in the world, but that's not where it comes from. It comes from your consciousness. You change your consciousness on the inside, and it changes your experience. All that's happening on the inside anyway, because everything is you pushed out. If you want the change out here, you have to be the change in here first. In spite of your appearance of freedom of action, you obey, as everything else does, the law of assumption. Whatever you may think of the question of free will, the truth is your experiences throughout your life are determined by your assumptions, whether conscious or unconscious. An assumption builds a bridge of incidents that lead inevitably to the fulfillment of itself. Remember, he's giving life to assumptions. He's talking about them as if they're animate. They're animated beings. The assumption itself has animation. If you listen to the way he's writing that every time he talks about assumption, you go on the assumption that you're married, in love, and you're happily in a relationship. Although physically, in your senses are reminding you that you're single, you're not in love, and you're not in a relationship. But you go on the assumption and you impress your subconscious that you are married. You're going on the assumption. Your assumption has its own life and fulfills itself by becoming reality. An assumption builds a bridge of incidents that lead inevitably to the fulfillment of itself. Man believes the future to be the natural development of the past. Nothing could be more false, I tell you. But the law of assumption clearly shows that this is not the case. Your assumption places you psychologically where you are not physically. You are not physically in a relationship, in love, and married, but you assume that you are. You impress your subconscious with the fact that you are, even though in your three-dimensional physical reality, the facts aren't there. You make the assumption. That assumption is where reality is developed. Your assumption places you psychologically where you are not physically. Then your senses pull you back from where you were psychologically to where you are physically. It is these psychological forward motions that produce your physical forward motion in time. Precognition permeates all the scriptures of the world. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you, and if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you unto myself, that where I am, there ye may be also. And now I have told you before it came to pass, that when it is come to pass, ye might believe. John 14:2, 3, 29. That is probably one of the most amazing pieces of scripture of all. I mean, it is so profound. It's so freeing. It just has a lifting quality to it. Man, in my Father's house are many mansions. Let's not skip over it real fast. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you unto myself. I will go and prepare for you and receive you unto myself, that where I am, there ye may be also. I am is here now. And this is the I am we all are made of. And now I have told you before it came to pass, that when it come to pass, ye might believe. I told you from the future into the past self. The self where you made the assumption is your past self. Your future self is the one that went out and actually is making ready. That energy, that consciousness comes back and reminds you it's ready now. Your room is ready. You can check in now. The I in this quotation is your imagination. Remember, I go to prepare a place for you. I would have told you. I will come again. And if I go, and now I have all the I's in here, okay? The I in this quotation is your imagination, which goes into the future, into one of the many mansions. Mansion is the state desired. Telling of an event before it occurs physically is simply feeling yourself into the state desired until it has the tone of reality. You go and prepare a place for yourself by imagining yourself into the feeling of your wish fulfilled. Then you speed from this state of the wish fulfilled, where you have not been physically, back to where you were physically a moment ago. Then, with an irresistible forward movement, you move forward across a series of events, bridge of incidents, to the physical realization of your wish, that where you have been in imagination, there you will be in flesh also. I don't know if you can get anything more profound than that. If you were to sum up a lot of this into one place, this could be it. This 2 paragraphs right there. Chapter 9. Until the place from whence the rivers come, thither they return again. Ecclesiastes 1:7. Unto the place from whence the rivers come, thither they return again. End of chapter. Man, I love it. I love it. I love it. My favorite is the quote, just plain and simple, in my Father's house are many mansions. All the mansions are available. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. That means you're preparing, you're wedding your conscious with your subconscious, you're wedding them together, you're giving union. They are going and giving the offspring a life, which is giving birth to the Son. And if I go and prepare a place for you, which is this action, I will come again and receive you unto myself. I will come and let you know that your room's ready. That where I am, there ye may be also. And now I have told you before it came to pass, that when it is come to pass, ye might believe. Wow. Wow. Just wow. Are we touching our power yet? Chapter 9, Power of Awareness, Preparing Your Place. We'll see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, Power of Awareness, Chapter 10, Creation. I am God, declaring the end from the beginning, and from ancient times things that are not yet done. Isaiah 46:10. Creation is finished. Creativeness is only a deeper receptiveness for the entire contents of all time and all space, while experienced in a time sequence, actually coexist in an infinite and eternal now. I have been repeating this quite a bit. We're finally arriving. Wonderful. What a great opening sentence. Creativeness is only a deeper receptiveness. Of course, the first sentence, creation is finished. All his works are done, right? Creativeness is only a deeper receptiveness for the entire contents of all time and all space, while experienced in a time sequence, actually coexist in an infinite and eternal now. In other words, all that you ever have been or ever will be, in fact, all that mankind ever was or ever will be, exists now. Can you guess where that now is? Right there. That's now. That's the eternal now. It's the only moment that exists. And I'm not exaggerating. If it's a moment, that's a long time. It's only ever now. You are only ever now. I'd like to see any one person prove that you're not now. You're only now. I don't care how many photo albums you have or pictures or stories. You're only in a now. Everything is manufactured from the instant moment, from the very, very moment. Okay, your self-concept exists here, mine here, hers there, another's there, on and on. We know all these are self-concepts from the eternal now. I am all that is God. That's now. We are of him, so we are now as well. In other words, all that you have ever been or ever will be, in fact, all that mankind ever was or ever will be, exists now. Every single version of yourself, whether it be self-concept or full living life, all exists in one moment now. This is what is meant by creation, and the statement that creation is finished means that nothing is ever to be created. It is only to be manifested. What is called creativeness is only becoming aware of what already is. You simply become aware of increasing portions of that which already exists. The fact that you can never be anything that you are not already, or experience anything not already existing, explains the experience of having an acute feeling of having heard before what is being said, or having met before the person being met for the first time, or having seen before a place or thing being seen for the first time. The whole of creation exists in you, and it is your destiny to become increasingly aware of its infinite wonders and to experience ever greater and grander portions of it. The whole of creation exists in you, and it is your destiny to become increasingly aware of its infinite wonders and to experience ever greater and grander portions of it. Whichever portion you're experiencing now, it's your destiny to consistently upgrade. There is nothing wrong with consistently upgrading. When you become aware of what that newer car has as far as features is concerned, and they seem magnetically pulled to your attention, it's your destiny to be in the experience of those features. You wouldn't become aware of them if you didn't have already experienced them. Excuse my English. If you haven't already experienced them, you wouldn't see them in the first place. You would never become aware of that newer version of that car you have now. And once you become aware of it, that means you already drove it. Once you're aware of being married, that means you already are married. Once you become aware of wanting wealth, you already are wealthy. Once you become aware that health exists, you're already healthy. You exist there already. It's a little bit more specific than when we say all his creations are done, all versions of you exist in one simultaneous moment, which is definitely the truth. Also verified by Seth, the Seth material. It's all one moment. When you're aware of it, when it's in your cognition, then it exists. That's the moment of awareness of it existing. It is there. It's ready for you. Literally ready for you. If creation is finished, and I might be repeating, such a wonderful topic. If creation is finished and all events are taking place now, the question that springs naturally to the mind is, what determines your time track? That is, what determines the events which you encounter? And the answer is your concept of yourself. Your concept of yourself. This determines. Concepts determine the route that attention follows. Here's a good test to prove this fact. Assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled and observe the route that your attention follows. Assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled and observe the route that your attention follows. I woke up yesterday and all of a sudden these different things were not just in my YouTube feed, but that had my full awareness and concentration. And they were a completely different subject than I've ever even dabbled with. But I watched this guy's video and it was so profoundly attracting me that I watched another one of his videos right away and I was like, wow, there's something right there. I knew that I had the meditation that I had excuse me, the meditation I did the night before, I knew had an impact. And I knew by virtue of my attraction to those two particular videos that I was in this new self-concept. I knew because the attraction to what I would watch here is completely different than what I was watching that morning. And incidentally, last night when I went to bed, I saw those in my history and I'm like, in the evening of the day, I didn't want to watch those. I had already had a full day and done all these activities. But in the morning, it was right when I woke up, right after the meditation, on that kind of subject. But they grabbed my attention. So I was there, fourth dimensionally. And in those two videos, they were the topic of what I would be involved with in that fourth dimension. So I have graduated. Assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled and observe the route your attention follows. Same thing with my videos I was watching. You will observe that as long as you remain faithful to your assumption, so long will your attention be confronted with images clearly related to that assumption. For example, if you assume that you have a wonderful business, you will notice how, in your imagination, your attention is focused on incident after incident relating to that assumption. It's a nice assumption. Friends congratulate you, tell you how lucky you are. Others are envious and critical. From there, your attention goes to larger offices, bigger bank balances, and many other similarly related events. Persistence in this assumption will result in actually experiencing, in fact, that which you assumed. Persistence. The same is true regarding any concept. If your concept of yourself is that you are a failure, you would encounter in your imagination a whole series of incidents in conformance to that concept. Thus, it is clearly seen how you, by your concept of yourself, determine your present, that is, the particular portion of creation which you now experience, and your future, that is, the particular portion of creation which you will experience. It can't be end of chapter. It can't be stated enough. Chapter 10, Creation, Power of Awareness. It can't be stated enough. Where you put your attention, your life goes. Your self-concept right here is everything you're experiencing. You want to change your experience? You must change this self-concept. It must be changed into the one that fits your desire. But to do so, you impress upon your subconscious the desire of that which you see yourself fulfilling. You see yourself in the activity of it. You feel what it feels like while you're falling asleep. Back to the ladder concept. You're doing it while you're falling asleep. You're impressing your subconscious. Then this will be abandoned. This self-concept here will be abandoned. You will become the new one. You will see a completely different view of your YouTube feed or whatever you're watching or what have you. Certain people will have a certain voice. Certain voices will fall out of your earshot and new voices will come in. New voices that want to be a bridge of incidents for your newfound wealth will give you new ideas. Put some money here, buy some of this, invest in that. These other voices that were crying, poor me all the time, they'll be disappearing. You'll literally hear the old voice will just almost as if it marches in the complete distance, opposite direction. Then a newer voice will come into your world and it'll just be like a new track. It'll be like one song that doesn't make any sense anymore, just goes away. Because you change the self-concept and you become the new concept. Then a new song comes in and you're like, whoa, I never heard that before. There's a new tune going on here. Well, let me assume that now I have to do this, this, and this. Let me assume as I'm falling asleep that in my awakened state, I am happily married. What is it that I'm going to be doing, assuming I'm happily married? I'm going to get up, going to make breakfast for my spouse. I'm going to get up, we're going to work, we're going to eat lunch together because we're self-employed. We're going to get done with work. We're going to go out to dinner because we make so much money, too much money, because we're self-employed and we both believe in our own business. We live and breathe our assumptions about our constant improving life. This becomes this, this becomes this, this becomes this, this becomes this, becomes this. It never ends. There is nothing limiting your changing of self-concepts. It's just simply knowing that your self-concept is what has the limitations, not you. You are here. Your self-concept is the limiting portion of you. So, but you can change that by putting the impression onto the subconscious of that self-concept. That self-concept is not your enemy. It's a blessing to have that self-concept. You made it this far, jumping through self-concepts, and now you've arrived at one, and now you become aware of this material, and now you know how to change that self-concept consciously. Don't be mad at anybody. There's nobody to be mad at, not even yourself. You got here somehow. That's a good place to be. That's some good credit necessary. I mean, you should really, because you do deserve it. You do deserve the credit. You got yourself here wonderfully. You got yourself here unconsciously. Now that you're conscious of how to change this self-concept, now you can simply apply all the formulas we've discussed and arrive where it is your desire wants to take you. It sounds simple, doesn't it? Sometimes it seems so easy when others are doing it. When you read of others doing it, when you see some people on YouTube or wherever else claiming that all you have to do is this and all you have to do is that, it's easy to point a finger at them because they put in more time than you maybe or whatever it is. Time has nothing to do with nothing. Whether it's somebody who's practiced a little longer than you or shorter than you or whatever, you're a self-concept and I'm a self-concept. Our self-concepts might be different, but they both have limitations. They both have a constant desire to want to ascend to another experience. You can go into the ascension of your next experience anytime with any effort. It doesn't matter if it's a lot of hard effort or a little effort. It's as soon as you self-persuade yourself that it's possible, that's all it takes. How much time does it take me to self-persuade myself that this is possible and doable by me? How much time does it take you to self-persuade yourself that this is possible and you're going to change your self-concept and become the new one you desire? How much persuasion does it take? How much effort does it take for you to self-persuade? Can you persuade yourself that this is possible? That's all we're talking about here. We're not talking about much more than that. We're talking about the simple act of, and I'd like that somebody else on another video I saw on YouTube, another teacher made a comment about that Neville would talk about when you accept it. The acceptance. I like the self-persuasion, but the acceptance is also a very, very valid point. Once you can accept that it's okay for you to change and that you have the power to do it, then you do. But only when you realize that this kind of works together, when you realize I am him and him is me, then I have the same power, and I can do the works of him. That all goes together. So, there it is. Power of Awareness, Chapter 10, Creation. Whew. Maybe a page worth of words. I mean, a page and a tiny bit, and it said a lot. All right, we'll see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, Power of Awareness, Chapter 11, Interference. You are free to choose the concept you will accept of yourself. Excuse me, you are free to choose the concept you will accept of yourself. Therefore, you possess the power of intervention, the power which enables you to alter the course of your future. The process of rising from your present concept to a higher concept of yourself is the means of all true progress. The higher concept is waiting for you to incarnate it in the world of experience. The higher concept is waiting for you. Now unto him that is able to do exceeding abundantly above all that we ask or think, according to the power that worketh in us. Unto him be glory. Ephesians 3:20. I am all that is God right there. All of us. In one moment point. There's a self-concept, another self-concept, another one, many more. There's infinite self-concepts available for us to choose from. Here we are today. Here we potentially can be tomorrow in another now. Very, very important opening paragraph here. Interference. You are free to choose the concept you will accept of yourself. So this self-concept you find yourself awakening in right now because you're becoming aware of this material, this technique, this law, whatever you want to call it. You've already been using it. If someone comes into this video and says, wait a minute, I want to manifest or do something new that I've never done. No, it's not going to happen. You're already doing it. It's not new. You, in fact, are already doing it. You've been doing it unconsciously. You've been really literally hiding this skill set from yourself. So what we're doing is we're becoming consciously aware of this as a tool we can use to better our lives. You are free to choose the concept you will accept of yourself. And you've been doing it. You're very, very good at it. So here you are today, whatever that is. Therefore, you possess the power of intervention, the power which enables you to alter the course of your future. The process of rising from one present concept to a higher concept of yourself is the means of all true progress. The higher concept is waiting for you to incarnate it in the world of experience, your experience, the world of experience. It's waiting for you. As I said in the last video, once you have the inkling of that new car because of the new features or whatever its offerings are that attracts your attention, you are already driving the car. The concept of your higher self, your new self, let's call it, exists. The moment it becomes an inkling in you, it already exists. Otherwise, it wouldn't be attractive and there wouldn't be a desire inside of you. It's as if the spark that sends that out also sends the desire to within you at the same instantaneous moment, remembering all time is now. It's all one moment. The magic's happening ever so slightly in one instantaneous, simultaneous moment. So you're kind of trying to get your head wrapped around several ideas at once. We'll stay with the idea that we don't want to time crunch ourselves into say, whoa. But in reality, I think instantaneously, the concept of you driving that new car with those new features happens at the same time desire streams inside of you. Otherwise, it wouldn't be happening. Him that is able to do more than you can ask or think is your imagination, and the power that worketh in us is your attention. Understanding imagination to be Him that is able to do all that you ask, and attention to be the power by which you create your world, you can now build your ideal world. It doesn't matter what the heck is going on out here. It doesn't matter what the world's telling you to think about what's happening out here. We're talking about in here. In here is where all change takes place. All activity is happening in here anyway, because everything is you pushed out. Don't forget that finger pointing situation. Everything out there is you pushed out. Anything coming from without can never harm or change you within unless you use that to impact your subconscious. Remember, if you're not using your imagination, someone else is. So things out here are just a practice of you not using your imagination. When you start using your imagination, then you won't just be bouncing around like floating down a river on an inner tube and letting the water take you where it may. You take charge. You put a little motor on that thing, and you have, I forget the item called on the back of the boat. You start taking command and steering your direction when you become aware of this. Imagine yourself to be the ideal you dream of and desire. Remain attentive to this imagined state, and as fast as you completely feel that you are already this ideal, it will manifest its reality in your world. Man, what a powerful sentence. Remain attentive. Okay, so let's back up 2 sentences because it really is really deep. It's so shallow, it's deep. Imagine yourself to be the ideal you dream of and desire. Okay? Imagine yourself to be the ideal you dream of and desire. Remain attentive to this imagined state, and as fast as you completely feel that you are already this ideal, it will manifest itself as reality in your world. You're here, you're not married, you're single, you're not in love. Imagine yourself to be the ideal you dream of and desire. Remain attentive to this ideal, to this imagined state, and as fast as you completely feel it here, you are already this ideal, and it will manifest its reality in your world. The faster you can convince yourself, persuade yourself. He was in the world, and the world was made by him, and the world knew him not. The mystery hid from the ages, Christ in you, the hope of glory. The he in the first of these quotations is your imagination. He was in the world, and the world was made by him, and the world knew him not. The he in the first of these quotations is your imagination. As previously explained, there is only one substance. What is that substance? If you've been along this far, you've already said it. Consciousness. I'm not even going to read ahead, but you know that's all there is. This substance is consciousness. There it is. Sorry, Neville, I didn't mean to take your thunder. It is your imagination which forms this substance into concepts. You take your imagination and form it into concepts. These are self-concepts, which concepts are then manifested as conditions, circumstances, and physical objects. I was talking to a friend the other night, and he has a 1950-something truck, a nice old classic metal machine with a straight six engine in it. And I was trying to make a different point, but he likes that truck. I was saying, as I said before, what if consciousness doesn't know whether you're trying to shape it into a 50s truck with this quality and timber of value versus a newer car, like let's say, I said as an example, a 2025 Ferrari, which he has no interest in taking his consciousness and making that car. But I said, well, someone else might. The car itself as consciousness doesn't care. It doesn't have a qualm whether it's becoming the classic metal 50s pickup truck or the 2025 finely tuned, latest state-of-the-art technology machine of space and dynamics and aerodynamics. Consciousness doesn't have a... Consciousness is not judging what you do with it, but you're the one forming either the truck or the Ferrari. You are the one forming it with your imagination. Repeating this. As previously explained, there's only one substance. This substance is consciousness. It is your imagination which forms this substance into concepts, which concepts are then manifested as conditions, circumstances, and physical objects. Thus, imagination made your world. Your self-concept and everything in your world is made by your imagination. This supreme truth, with but few exceptions, man is not conscious of. And if we're not conscious of it, then how do we wield it? How do we form it into from the truck to the Ferrari, if in fact we wanted the Ferrari? If our desire is the Ferrari, we don't have to drive the truck anymore. We can take the same energy and create the consciousness. The same amount of effort. If you are in a relationship and it's going nowhere and you know it's on the rocks and it's actually passed over, there's nothing that says you can't take that same mental energy you're using here to put up with that every day and create a new concept. The same amount of mental force that you're creating your current reality with out of consciousness is the same amount of mental force it takes for you to create the new reality. Whatever that is. Is it health? Are you not healthy and you want to be healthy? It could be anything. There's no limitation. The mystery, Christ in you, boom, referred to in the second quotation is your imagination by which your world is molded. Second quote, the mystery hid from the ages, Christ in you, the hope of glory. The mystery Christ in you, referred to in the second quote, is your imagination by which your world is molded. The hope of glory is your awareness of the ability to rise perpetually to higher levels. This is the hope of glory. Let's be okay with that. This is the hope of glory, understanding this from another perspective. One of the main reasons I'm reading this book is to try and just take what it says and just give it some different view, give it another view so we can all understand it. It takes a little bit sometimes of just a little bit of a nudge, a little bit of a breakdown, a tweak of perspective. But this is the hope of glory, knowing that you have the power to impact your subconscious and thereby creating a new reality for yourself. And it doesn't matter what it is, anything you desire. Once we get this pump primed properly, we will see amazing, amazing results. Again, you're already doing it. You're already doing it. You already put yourself there. You could have come from anywhere. In fact, you did. You're not giving yourself credit. It's a wonderful sentence. The hope of glory is your awareness of the ability to rise perpetually to higher levels. Oh, what a wonderful, wonderful sentence. Christ is not to be found in history nor in external forms. You find Christ only when you become aware of the fact that your imagination is the only redemptive power. When this is discovered, The towers of dogma will have heard the trumpets of truth. Like the walls of Jericho, crumble to dust. What a wonderful close. Man, oh man, I find this last paragraph to be my favorite of this whole chapter, which is only maybe one page, man. Christ is not to be found in history nor external forms. You find Christ only when you become aware of the fact that your imagination is the only redemptive power. Redemption, radical change of attitude. Definition by Neville. Redemption equals radical change of attitude. When you become aware of the fact that your imagination is the only redemptive power, when this is discovered, the towers of dogma will have heard the trumpets of truth, and like the walls of Jericho, crumble to dust. Man. It's powerful. And I really hope you're getting it. I'm reading it for us and for you. It's extremely powerful. The power of awareness. Chapter 11, interference. Once you find it out for yourself and you use it in the simplest manner for that parking space, for that boyfriend, girlfriend, for the health, for the different job and career, once you just try it and you see it work one time, just once, consciously, you're going to be floored. You're going to be flabbergasted. You're going to be in awe. And it's going to be a pill to swallow that you've done this your whole life. You've been doing this every single day, consistently. Whether you're in a loop, the world, no, I haven't changed. Someone else is taking my attention and making my own dogmas for me because I'm not using my attention, so thereby I'm not impressing my subconscious. Dogmas from without are impacting my subconscious because I'm not using my imagination, and you're stuck in this loop over and over and over. Even that's done by you. Even that, you're not using your imagination is being okay with someone else using it. So you're giving them consent by you not using your imagination. If you're not using it, someone else is. You're giving your consent by you not using it. So it's time, not just realizing this law, but it's time to use your imagination. Shut that noise off from without. There's a lot of things out here that are full of just noise that are ready to find a ripe ground where someone's not using their imagination. There's a lot of information and keys rattling and shiny objects out here that are looking for a spot to fill. We're not even talking about advertising for products. We're talking about for beliefs. We're talking, a lot of things are out there that are happy to take the space you're giving them for free. The most valuable thing there is your attention. And if you're not giving it to your subconscious on the objective of objectification of your desire, that's the objective you're after, and making the impression on your subconscious. If you're not doing it, someone else is happy to step in and give that space fulfillment of their objective. What a great chapter. Power of Awareness, Chapter 11, Interference. We'll see you in the next one. Neville Goddard, Power of Awareness, Chapter 12, Subjective Control. I like where I think this is going. Your imagination is able to do all that you ask in proportion to the degree of your attention. All progress, all fulfillment of desire depend upon the control and concentration of your attention. Attention may be either attracted from without or directed from within. Attention is attracted from without when you are consciously occupied with the external impressions of the immediate present. The very lines of this page are attracting your attention from without. Your attention is directed from within when you deliberately choose what you will be preoccupied with mentally. It is obvious that in the objective world, your attention is not only attracted by but is constantly directed to external impressions. But your control in the subjective state is almost non-existent, for in this state, attention is usually the servant and not the master, the passenger and not the navigator of your world. There is an enormous difference between attention directed objectively and attention directed subjectively. And the capacity to change your future depends on the latter. We were just talking about this in the end of my last video. From without or from within, right? When you are able to control the movements of your attention in the subjective world, you can modify or alter your life as you please. All right, let's check a look at that. I am all that is God right here. You and your self-conscious concept, self-concept right there. Same self-conscious, same thing. Your self-concept. Here's the world and all the things in it. Very, very powerful information here, and I want to help clarify from Neville's perspective. I know I was going off a little bit in the last video on this point, but he's also combing it so a few tangles out. Your imagination is able to do all that you ask in proportion to the degree of your attention. Your attention is what we're talking about here. All progress, all fulfillment of desire depend on the control and concentration of your attention. All progress depends on the control and concentration of your attention. Attention may be either attracted from without, someone else, putting this out there in advertising or putting that out in the subconscious network. That there's no difference. There's no difference if it's a billboard or it's subconscious. No difference. Attention may be either attracted from without or directed from within. That's you. Your subconscious is the platform that's sought by the advertiser who wants that attention, or you're giving it focal point. You're giving it the reason it exists is by your direction. Attention is attracted from without when you are consciously occupied with the external impressions of the immediate present. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that car go by. Oh my, there's a lot of things to put in that position, but we won't get boring with it. The very lines of this page are attracting your attention from without. Your attention is directed from within when you deliberately choose what you will be preoccupied with mentally. Who with objective, purposeful intent is looking at this platform where you're watching this video and choosing what they will watch versus all those things that come up, and they suggest there's some kind of magical math machine at work, supposedly, that says, oh, since you watched this, your attention was there. We've got this, and this that we think you're going to like because all these other people who are watching this watch this one, and a bunch watch that one, so on and so forth. Attention is what we're talking about here. Are you going to the machine and putting in the objective of your desire, what it is you're trying to become, and learning about that? Or are you letting the machine tell you what you should watch? If it's from without, the machine, if it's from without, it's got you. What do they say in The Matrix? In the movie The Matrix, when he's in the car and he's about to get out and say, hey, I don't want to hang out with you guys. And they're like, the Matrix has you, Neo, right? The Matrix has you. So if you're letting it dictate what you are going to look at next versus you going there for an answer, because that answer is going to help you make the impression into your subconscious and help you become objectified reality of what you want to. You're single, you're not married, you're not in love, but you want to be, and you're constantly trying to make that impression. Well, if you go look up a video that says what to say when a guy asks you out, and that doesn't offend them, or some video along these lines, then you've typed into the search and you got the video you want to see because you're trying to be part of this coming together. You're not trying to oppose it. You're not trying to find out why guys are idiots, why they say the wrong thing, or look at all the videos that are recommended after your good video that you want to see to help you along this path. Then there's all these videos that say, oh, why guys are stupid, or why they don't know how to talk to ladies, or whatever it might be, in opposition to what you were after. These oppositional, without in the world ideas are not the ones you need to focus on. You need to focus on the one that gets you to your objective. So if you're watching your source of education to help you get to your objective, you're on the correct path in your within, on your objective. If you're getting distracted by the dangling keys, those shiny objects, then you're paying attention to other people's ideas that are not your own. So you ignore this. You want to go and type in the next video you want to see, or if you like that channel, you watch more of that channel because they're on the right path that are going to help you get to your objective and become and experience that which you desire. You're making a conscious choice which direction to put your attention. You're doing that. No one's doing that to you. No one's ever done it to you. This is the magic, I think, in the world that it's easy to overlook, that it's never been someone doing it to you. That's why you can never say you're a victim. You're creating your own reality. Your imagination creates reality. The world can't make a victim out of you. It can only offer objects in place of what you are not doing, using your attention wisely and focusing on what you want to have as a subconscious impression, upgrading your life. If you are not doing that, there's plenty on offer. It's not making a victim of you. It can't overwhelm your attention. The outside world cannot. It's never had the power to take your attention. Never. It only offers it. If you pay very careful attention to what you're doing, just close your eyes and go into your I am. Put your blanket over your head. Going back into the birth canal within yourself here and realize it's always been your creation. Nothing outside can come into you unless you give it your focus and attention. Then you impress your subconscious. Then you make that reality. But the objective came from without. The objective came from without, and it made a subjective impression into your consciousness. You're the one who looked that direction. You did. A lot of responsibility here. I'm not throwing this out there to try and make this easy on you. I'm trying to make it, it's not hard or easy. It's more like, I know it's heavily responsive. There's a lot of responsibility in this you create your own reality concept. But it's something that is not commonly shared in a family, for instance. Your parents didn't know it. They did the best they knew how. Your clergy didn't know it. They're doing the best they know how. Your friends don't know it. They're doing their best too. So we're just offering another idea at this idea of how to create a better life. It's a very, very fascinating one. It's very, very doable. Neville gave us some great instruction. And he took the greatest books, 66 books called the Bible, and really gave us a way to how to interpret that instruction manual. It is an instruction manual. Your attention is directed from within when you deliberately choose what you will be preoccupied with mentally. It's directed from within. It's directed from within. Here's within. From there. It is obvious that in the objective world, your attention is not only attracted by what It is obvious that in the objective world, your attention is not only attracted by, but is constantly directed to external impressions. But your control in the subjective state is almost non-existent. For in this state, attention is usually the servant and not the master, the passenger and not the navigator of your world. There is an enormous difference between attention directed objectively and attention directed subjectively. And the capacity to change your future depends on the latter. Directed subjectively. When you are able to control the movements of your attention in the subjective world, you can modify or alter your life as you please. Remember, no one else is doing it for you. No one else is going to do it for you. They're not coming. The perfect knight on a white horse is not galloping up to pick you up. You're doing that. You're creating that. But this control cannot be achieved if you allow your attention to be attracted constantly from without. Out there. Each day, set yourself the task of deliberately withdrawing your attention from the objective world and of focusing it subjectively. How do you do that? How do you do that? Deep breath. I am. Breathe in, I am. Let go of the senses. Breathe in, I am. Let go of the senses. Okay. You have literally withdrew your attention in doing that exercise 3 times. 3 times. You withdrew your attention from the objective world and you began to focus it subjectively. In other words, concentrate on those thoughts or moods which you deliberately determined after you go in your closet and shut the door. You've closed off. You've now shut off the senses. Now you're in I am. I am. I am. Now, concentrate on those thoughts or moods which you deliberately determine. Then those things that now restrict you will fade and drop away. Those limitations they'll just leave. It's like something that dilutes into the big pool or the pond or the lake, whatever, just goes away. It floats away. The day you achieve control of the movements of your attention in the subjective world, you are master of your fate. There couldn't be a more powerful sentence. The day you achieve control of the movements of your attention in the subjective world, right here, you are master of your fate. Could it be more powerful? You will no longer accept the dominance of outside conditions or circumstances. You will not accept life on the basis of the world without. You will not accept life on the basis of the world without. Out here is not the answer. In here is the only place where all of it comes from. Having achieved control of the movements of your attention and having discovered the mystery hid from the ages, that Christ in you is your imagination, you will assert the supremacy of imagination and put all things in subjection to it. You will take charge. You will become that I become. I am that I am. You will become that I become. That's my phrase. You will become any I am. Any I am. I am happily married. I am happily in love. I am healthy. I am wealthy. Any of them. Any I am is your new becoming when you will no longer accept the dominance of the outside conditions or circumstances. You will not accept life on the basis of the world without. You've achieved control of your attention. Attention, keep it simple. Just ask yourself 3, 5, 10, 20, 100 times a day, what am I paying attention to right now? Put an alarm on your Casio watch from 1983. Beep, 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 beep. And ask yourself when it goes off every 15 minutes, what am I paying attention to right now? Very highly productive people do this kind of thing. Very highly successful people do this kind of thing because they know that the currency is attention. The people that dabble with this kind of activity, what am I paying attention to right now? Where's my attention right this minute? Every 15 minutes. That's extreme. If you could do it 3 times a day, that'd be nice. 8, 12, and 4 o'clock. Then bump it up. 8, 12, 4, and 8. 8, 10, 12, 2, 4, 6, 8. What am I paying attention? Where's my attention? The most valuable thing I have. Where am I putting it right now? Am I putting it on the impression of my subconscious? And if I'm not, because my watch just went off again, I need to put it on. All men are loving, caring, nurturing. All my organs are wonderfully healthy. All my debts are at 0, and I only invest my time, thoughts, and money on things. Every 15 minutes, what are you putting your attention on? I like 15 minutes. I mean, I I cannot say I've done it every 15 minutes, but it is a heck of a question when you can at least pop it into your mind and say, what am I paying attention to? Because what I'm paying attention to is what put me right where I am. What you're paying attention to is has your the matrix has you. Okay? All right. Wow. Subjective control. Chapter 12, the power of awareness. Take a deep breath after that one. That was a good one. Not even one full page, man. That was a good one. All right, we'll see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, Power of Awareness, Chapter 13, Acceptance. Man's perceptions are not bounded by organs of perception. He perceives more than sense, though ever so acute, can discover. Man's perceptions are not bounded by organs of perception. He perceives more than sense can discover. However much you seem to be living in a material world, you are actually living in a world of imagination. Boom! Right out of the gate. How easy is it to understand that? Let me see. If I've been focused on the outside world all the time in my entire life, and someone says I've been living in a world of imagination this whole time, whoa, what are you saying? What does that mean I'm looking at right here? It's a very difficult pill to swallow, but I think he's going to make his point. However much you seem to be living in a material world, you are actually living in a world of imagination. The outer physical events of your life are the fruit of forgotten blossom times, results of previous and usually forgotten states of consciousness. They are the ends running true to oft-times forgotten imaginative origins. Whenever you become completely absorbed in an emotional state, you are at that moment assuming the feeling of the state fulfilled. If persisted in whatsoever you are intensely emotional about, you will experience in your world. Remember these key things right here. Intensely emotional about. Absorbed in an emotional state. These periods of absorption of concentrated attention are the beginnings of the things you harvest. It is in such moments that you are exercising your creative power, the only creative power there is. At the end of these periods or moments of absorption, you spend from these imaginative states where you have not been physically, okay, to where you were physically an instant ago. In these periods, the imagined state is so real that when you return to the objective world and find that it is not the same as the imagined state, it is an actual shock. You have seen something in imagination with such vividness that you now wonder whether the evidence of your senses can now be believed, and like Keats, you ask, was it a vision or a waking dream? Fled is that music, do I wake or sleep? Very, very amazing sentence. I must repeat. In these periods, the imagined state is so real that when you return to the objective world and find that it is not the same as the imagined state, it's an actual shock. Now that is literally when you go in and shut the door and you're going into your breathing and your I am, and you're calm, and you're now in the imagining of what you desire. You're at the end, preferably, walking back into your house after the honeymoon. And it starts to feel real after this meditation or after this point. When you come back, it's a shock. It should be a shock. It should be shocking that you're here. Okay? When you return to the objective world and find that it is not the same as the imagined state, it's an actual shock. You have something in imagination you have seen something in imagination with such vividness that you now wonder whether the evidence of your senses can now be believed, and like Keats, you ask, was it a vision or a waking dream? Fled is that music, do I wake or sleep? Now it's a wonderful place to be, to realize, wait, hold on, was that just imagining? Did I just imagine that? Did Didn't I get a call from you the other day and you said, oh, no? Oh, well, your imagination is becoming very vivid. You want that. You want to go down that road. This shock reverses your time sense. By this is meant that instead of your experiencing, by this is meant that instead of your experience resulting from your past, it now becomes the result of being in imagination where you have not yet been physically. In effect, this moves you across a bridge of incident to the physical realization of your imagined state. The man who at will can assume whatever state he pleases has found the keys to the kingdom of heaven. The man who at will can assume whatever state he pleases has found the keys to the kingdom of heaven. This is why I think in Neville's having been a dancer. And by the way, if you haven't seen it, look on YouTube. There's footage that has surfaced of Neville in the 3D. It's not a lecture, but it's of him dancing in a movie called The Gay Divorcee, 1934, Fred Astaire. There's a scene later in the movie, and it's Neville in a dancing group, and in those movies they're all dancing as like teams of dancers, and in the movie it looks as if at first glance there's a pair of people and a pair of people. When you go find this video, there's several on the YouTube now. The first one looks like him at first glance. Then another source said that the second gal and guy are Neville, but in actuality, I believe it's the third. Incidentally, there's blonde hair on him, which is what I said in a previous video. But it goes so fast. It is so blistering fast. But one of the testimonials was a gal and a guy that put the testimonial, I think it might have been on Facebook. Or no, it's in YouTube comments. I believe it was. And his mom remembers watching those movies, and his mom knew who Neville was. So she would point him out when that came across the screen when the movie was on. So we have some testimonial of Neville, and there's actual image of him on celluloid in the movie. So wow, it blew my mind. But back to this. Oh, my point. Him being a dancer, and I learned this one also about Mary Tyler Moore before she got onto the couple shows that she was on. If you don't remember her, you might look her up. But she was also previously a dancer to her acting career. Mary Tyler Moore Show and etc. And it seemed that the people that were very fluid with their taking on as a dancer, and my wife did a lot of that, which is wonderful. I love her use of imagination. It blows me away how vivid her imagination is. She can drop into a movie in a second and be, hey, no, but how a dancer moves through a routine. I used to play music. I used to play in a band, and I used to play the song. And the moving through the song is different than if you're dancing your way through a number, through a song. When you're dancing your way, you're putting yourself in the 3D world, in the physical. You're having to take movements, the actual movements, and that the most creative thing that resulted was the people that became actors and actresses from being a dancer were very good at it, like Mary Tyler Moore. If you look at her in her show, or ever watched that as a kid, she was very, very good. She was very entertaining, very comedic, very funny. Neville had the same skill to go in his early, I'm guessing it was from his teens to his 20s, to be in that profession before the Depression, when it was in higher demand before the Depression, and in that movie would be after the Depression. But he was able to go into these movements and to move with this concept of dancing. So that flexibility to take on a state, if you will. Dancing is definitely different states of movement, for sure. These people who did that early and young were able to fluidly take themselves mentally later, like actors and actresses do that easily. It's the same for someone like Neville, was able to travel through states easily. And those of us who didn't have that growing up as a dancer or putting on plays for the family, I remember looking at a video of Mick Jagger, and he was making a comment how when he was a kid, in their house, they used to have them put on entertainment for the relatives. So when you were a kid in his house, you'd have to put on some kind of skit, some kind of play. You'd have to act. You'd have to perform. And it's that early performance that ingrained it into him. And you can see what he is on stage today, even he's still doing it. But when you do it early, you get that better use and flexibility of your imagination. It usually yields very positive results later. But for those of us who didn't grow up like that, back to that, we have to make a concerted effort to get into that. We have the same capacity as anybody else. So we have to get a little bit more effort to use our imagination to flow into states. So we have to put the effort in. We have to put a little bit more work in. The man who at will can assume whatever state he pleases has found the keys to the kingdom of heaven. And I'm here to tell you, all of us can. All of us. The keys are desire, imagination, and a steadily focused attention on the feeling of the wish fulfilled. A steadily focused attention on the feeling of the wish fulfilled. That's it. Desire, imagination, and a steadily focused attention on the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Doesn't sound too difficult. If you want the keys to the kingdom of heaven, you can turn off this video and you could turn off everything there is in the world and get very focused on desire, imagination, and the ability to focus your attention. That's the three things. He just gave you the answer right there. If, like me, you didn't grow up as a performer and you don't have that fluidity of imagining things, using your imagination, not crazy. Maybe we are crazy to other people, of course. But if you don't have that skill set, then we need to take some effort and put it in. We need to put it in. How do you learn to play guitar, right? How do you get to Carnegie Hall, right? Practice, practice, practice. The three things. To such a man, any undesirable objective fact is no longer a reality, and the ardent wish no longer a dream. Prove me now herewith, saith the Lord of hosts, if I will not open you the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing, that there shall not be room enough to receive it. On the previous point about being flexible with your imagination and getting these skill sets, desire, imagination, focused attention, I go from reading these chapters, and it's very much what I absolutely love. It's all my desire, all my imagination, and it's my focused attention on the material and finding a way to convey that to you, like right into you. That's my goal. That's what I'm on about, doing this. It's my goal to pierce right in there. When I get in there and I dig some dirt and I put the seed right in there and I just put the dirt back over it, I know it's fertile ground. So I get in as fast as I can, as with enthusiasm, with appreciation and gratitude. I get in there as fast as I can with the way I talk, with the way I do this, with the way I understand it. Everything I'm doing on this end is just to get into your imagination state and plant that seed that, yes, you can. But then I finish this work, then I go back into my day, and I meet people that aren't thinking this way. They aren't talking this way. They aren't acting this way. And they say some things, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, whoa, what happened? What happened? Everything was going just grand when I was reading this chapter and interpreting and breaking down. And what's out here? It can be shocking sometimes. So you have to keep your attention. Now, if you do run across some things that are going to be blinding you from your objective, turn them off. Go a different direction. Nope, not going that way, not going that way. I'm going this way. This quote, I think, is when it was Malachi 3:10, when you really realize that you have that capacity to do anything, even as Neville did, with his ability to imagine lovingly for others, persuade himself about them, and they go off and succeed in that which they wanted. and you do it for yourself, and you start to see this blossom within you. You see these tiny successes. You start to build them. It will be this quote that you should think about. Prove me now herewith, saith the Lord of hosts, if I will not open you the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing that there shall not be room enough to receive it. Malachi 3:10. I really believe that when you do it and you see those blessings of heaven, your self-concept is here and you want to be here, and you make the impression onto your subconscious. You marry the masculine with the feminine, your conscious with your subconscious, you give birth to a son, and you all of a sudden start to experience that this new objective reality, this one here. You look at YouTube, you look at your friends, and they're not the same people. The videos don't look the same anymore. You've made the detachment. You woke up in that new objective reality. This one moment, you're going to realize that you've been poured out a blessing, and there shall not be room enough to receive it, because you're going to get on top of this. You're going to be in control of this conscious creative self. This new objectified self now has the opportunity to go, wait a minute, I like this, I like that, I want to eat this, I want to travel there, I want to drive this, I want to marry her, I want to marry him. All of these opportunities that there shall not be room enough to receive it. That's the blessing. You're just waking up to your own blessing. The windows of heaven may not be opened and the treasures seized by a strong will, but they open of themselves and present their treasures as a free gift. A gift that comes when absorption reaches such a degree that it results in a feeling of complete acceptance. What I was just talking about. The passage from your present state to the feeling of your wish fulfilled is not across a gap. There is continuity between the so-called real and unreal. To cross from one state to the other, you simply extend your feelers. Trust your touch and enter fully into the spirit of what you are doing. Not by might nor by power, but by my spirit, saith the Lord of hosts. Assume the spirit, the feeling of the wish fulfilled, and you will have opened the windows to receive the blessing. To assume a state is to get into the spirit of it. To assume a state, you're here and you want to be here, is to assume the spirit of it. Your triumphs will be a surprise only to those who did not know your hidden passage from the state of longing to the assumption of the wish fulfilled. Oh my gosh. To assume a state is to get into the spirit of it. Your triumphs will be a surprise only to those who did not know your hidden passage from the state of longing to the assumption of the wish fulfilled. They're going to wonder, where the hell did that abundance come from? Why does he seem untouched? Why does she seem like she's unaffected by being dumped or breaking up or getting fired? Why does she seem not affected? Because she's making those changes. She's making the changes from the career that's a dead end to the career that's going to be her ultimate fulfillment. What she loves to do. She's going through the changes. And you're looking at her from without, from out here. You're looking you're looking in from without, and you don't understand anything. But it looks like a miracle's happening because she's unaffected, doing whatever she wants, and all these things are improving in her life. What gives? Be the example. You don't need to be concerned about telling anybody anything except for you being the example. Assume the spirit, the feeling of the wish fulfilled, and you will have opened the windows to receive the blessing. To assume a state is to get into the spirit of it. Your triumphs will be a surprise only to those who did not know your hidden passage from the state of longing to the assumption of the wish fulfilled. So simple. Sounds so simple, and it is. The Lord of hosts will not respond to your wish until you have assumed the feeling of already being what you want to be. For acceptance is the channel of his action. Acceptance is the channel of his action. Acceptance is the Lord of hosts in action. The Lord of hosts will not respond to your wish until you have assumed the feeling of already being what you want to be, for acceptance is the channel of his action. Acceptance is the Lord of hosts in action. Man, what a great chapter. Man, okay, so Power of Awareness, chapter 13, acceptance, opening quote. Man's perceptions are not bounded by organs of perception. He perceives more than sense can discover. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. There are some wonderful pieces in there. Let me know if you got anything out of that. If you've made a change, if you've accepted, if you've imagined. How's your imagination working right now? You know it's working because you're here. You know it's working. Let me know how it's working. Okay, we'll talk to you in the next video. Neville Goddard, Power of Awareness, chapter 14, The Effortless Way. The principle of least action governs everything in physics, from the path of the planet to the path of a pulse of light. Least action is the minimum of energy multiplied by the minimum of time. Therefore, in moving from your present state to the state desired, you must use the minimum of energy and take the shortest possible time. Your journey from one state of consciousness to another is a psychological one. So, to make the journey, you must employ the psychological equivalent of least action. And the psychological equivalent is mere assumption. One psychological state to another. I am, all that is, God, right there. Our self-concepts that we occupy. We've occupied many, we're occupying one now. This one, let's say for fun. And we want to occupy that one. How do we get from this one? How much time does it take? How much effort does it take? Least action is the minimum of energy multiplied by the minimum of time. Minimum of energy multiplied by the minimum of time is how we go from one self-concept to another. It's a psychological journey. How long does the psychological journey take? It can be instant, right? To make the journey, you must employ the psychological equivalent of least action, and the psychological equivalent is mere assumption. The day you fully realize the power of assumption, you discover that it works in complete conformity with this principle. It works by means of attention minus effort. Thus, with least action through an assumption, you hurry without haste and reach your goal without effort. Because creation is finished, what you desire already exists. All his creations are done. What you desire already exists. If it was not within desire that its existence wasn't already, you couldn't have the desire. Not possible. Full stop. End of story. The desire couldn't exist if it didn't exist. And all we are doing together here is trying to understand how to consciously bridge that gap. That's all we're trying to do. Because creation is finished, what you desire already exists. It is excluded from view because you can see only the contents of your own consciousness. It is the function of an assumption to call back the excluded view and restore full vision. It is not the world, but your assumptions that change. Listen to that. When you occupy this new concept, the world didn't change, your assumption changed from here to become here. Because creation is finished, I must repeat this, it's very profound. Because creation is finished, what you desire already exists, okay? It is excluded from view because you can see only the contents of your own consciousness. It is the function of an assumption to call back the excluded view, the one you had in your imagination and in your assumption. It's the function of an assumption to call back the excluded view and restore full vision. It is not the world, but your assumptions that change. An assumption brings the invisible into sight. It is nothing more nor less than seen with the eye of God, i.e., imagination. For the Lord seeth not as a man seeth, for man looketh on the outward appearance, but the Lord looketh on the heart. For the Lord seeth not as a man seeth, for man looketh on the outward appearance, but the Lord looketh on the heart. Man looketh on the outward appearance. Here's the outward appearance out here. The Lord seeth not as man seeth. Man sees out here. The Lord seeth upon the heart of the matter. To him that hath it is given. To him that hath not is not only not given, but taken away, and given to him that hath, therefore, the objectification of the subjective oppression, the subjective impression. To him that hath it is given. For the Lord seeth not as man seeth, for man looketh on the outward appearance, but the Lord looketh on the heart. The heart is the primary organ of sense. Oh. The last chapter we were talking about sense, right? The heart is the primary organ of sense, hence the first cause of experience. What does it feel like when you fall in love? Your heart's not, you want to say it's your heart, but it's more like your stomach. It's more like this very light, crazy, I don't need any food feeling. I don't think I have to eat for another 40 years. The heart is the primary organ of sense, hence the first cause of experience. When you look on the heart, you are looking at your assumptions. Assumptions determine your experience. Watch your assumption with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. Assumptions have the power of objective realization. Every event in the visible world is the result of an assumption or idea in the unseen world. Every event in the visible world is the result of an assumption or idea in the unseen world. Wow. Man, put that in your shaker with some ice and shake it up a bit. That's very, very potent. Watch your assumptions with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. They have the power of objective realization. Assumptions have the power of objective realizations. This is objective realization of this past subjective status. You objectively realize that which you assume. The present moment is all important, for it is only in the present moment that our assumptions can be controlled. The future must become the present in your mind if you would wisely operate the law of assumption. The future must become the present in your mind if you would wisely operate the law of assumption. In your imagining lovingly for yourself while falling asleep or in meditation, the future must become the present. Again, there is no time. We're playing with states here. You're in a state here and you want to be in that state. So we're using the future and the present. Let's go with it. The future must become the present in your mind if you would wisely operate the law of assumption. You must, in the present moment, occupy this state in your mind. That makes it a subjective impression. Your conscious and your subconscious wed together. They give birth to the sun, which is the objectification of your new reality. The future becomes the present when you imagine that you are already what you will be when your assumption is fulfilled. That's the future becoming the present. Be still, least action, and know that you are that which you desire to be. Be still. I am. And know that you are what you desire to be. Just be still. If you're on the bus, be still. Know that you are that which you desire to be. Are you on the subway? Are you in the Uber? Are you in the taxi? Are you on the plane? Be still and know that you are that which you desire to be. The end of longing should be being. The wonderful story of Neville with the gal. I think she was a student, and she was on a streetcar, and it was Christmas vacation. Her father had just passed away, and she was blending the tears coming out of her face with the raindrops coming out of the sky, and imagining that it wasn't on the streetcar she was, but she was actually pulling into, oh my goodness, where did I forget what country that was? I think it was a place that you had to get to into a port with a boat on a ship. She was imagining her being in that other place. Something transpired, and I don't know what the Bridge of Incident was. I'm just paraphrasing this here. I'll try and fulfill it later. But something transpired where I think it might have been an inheritance. I really forget the detail, but she became abundantly able to go and actually, it might have been Samoa. I don't know why that sticks out. She was able to go and actually take a steamer or a ship or what have you at the time and arrive where she imagined herself to be while on that streetcar. She put herself in that. Future becomes the present when you imagine that you already what you will be when your assumption is fulfilled. She was in a state she didn't want to be. She blended the raindrops that existed in this state with her tears and intensely made the impression onto her subconscious of being in the harbor, pulling into the port, and eventually she did. I don't know how long, it was a very short time, I believe it was. The end of longing should be being. Translate your dream into being. Perpetual construction of future states without the consciousness of already being them, that is, picturing your desire without actually assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled, is the fallacy and mirage of mankind. Very, very potent sentence. I will repeat it. Perpetual construction of perpetual construction of future states without the consciousness of already being them, that is, picturing your desire without actually assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled, is the fallacy and mirage of mankind. Wow. It is simply futile daydreaming. Perpetual construction of future states without the consciousness of already being them. There it is. If you're not going to do it with your consciousness, you're not going to arrive. Your ship is not going to come in, as they used to say. It is simply futile daydreaming. What an amazing chapter. The effortless way. I really appreciate your journey from one state of consciousness to another is a psychological one. So to make the journey, you must employ the psychological equivalent of least action. And the psychological equivalent is mere assumption. We're not talking about a lot of work. Least action. Doesn't take time, doesn't take actual physical effort. We're talking mental effort here. It's a psychological action. So you're taking the least amount of action. I mean, how many times has Neville said, you really don't have to do any work? I mean, if you're going to take the assumption that you are wealthy, what is it you're supposed to work for? Are you supposed to go out there and pound stakes for the railroad? Well, I mean, where does the physical labor come into the picture here? In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have came and told you. I go and prepare a place for you. I mean, it's all literally in your grasp. There is no actual effort. We're talking about the effortless way here. It's a psychological shift here that makes the impression into your subconscious that delivers the objectification of your new reality. If you're in poverty here, if you're experiencing poverty or anything to do with financials at all, you're making the psychological impression into your subconscious that delivers your new wealthy state. It doesn't matter what we're talking about. The effortless way is a psychological shift in you that you make, and you're not going to get it out here. I'm guiding here. I can be considered out here, but what we're talking about is how you're using in there. I'm using it also in here. how are we using this tool known as the law in the least effort amount of energy? It's just a psychological shift. I make the psychological shift when I impress my subconscious and then objectify the new reality in my life. If I am sick, I am healthy. I am strong. That impression goes in and it becomes healthy. You feel a cold coming on, you feel a flu coming on, I am healthy. You do not say, I am not sick. You do not say, I will be better. No, you say, I am. That impression goes into your subconscious, objectifies into your new reality of being healthy and well. I am happily married. I am happily in love. I am happy in my relationship. I am happy and loving. Impression, 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 objectification. You must focus on those impressions. No one out here is going to do that for you. Don't get me wrong, there's great meditations to use for this effort. I say there's no effort, but you can use meditations to help get you on track, but ultimately you're the one doing it. The meditation might be in your ear, but you're the one taking the leap. You're the one taking the leap of imagination to arrive. No one outside of you is doing it. If you get a meditation, for instance, it's from without, seemingly, but it's you making the decision in this illusion called time, and the slowness or expediency of that impression is up to you. What kind of baggage do you think you have? Baggage is bullshit. Baggage is nonsense. It doesn't exist. You're only in a now. That moment's the only one you have. Remember, there's no past, there's no future, there's only now. And in your now, you can put blockades in front of yourself, or you can get them out of the way and say, screw all that crap. I'm doing this right now because I'm sick of this. I'm doing this now. I'm making that impression now. And nothing else, not the news, not the TV, not the whatever, not the rumors, not the things they say at work or the things they say whatever. Nothing without's going to affect you. You've now made the determination and you've made the decision that you're going to make that impression. Boom. Well, I'm happy for you. All right. Power of Awareness, Chapter 14, The Effortless Way. Oh man, what a great chapter. We'll see you in the next one. Neville Goddard, The Power of Awareness, Chapter 15, The Crown of the Mysteries. The assumption of the wish fulfilled is the ship that carries you over the unknown seas to the fulfillment of your dream. The assumption is everything. Realization is subconscious and effortless. Assume a virtue if you have it not. Act on the assumption that you already possess that which you sought. Act on the assumption that you already possess that which you sought. Blessed is she that believed, for there shall be a performance of those things which were told her from the Lord. As the Immaculate Conception is the foundation of the Christian mysteries, so the Assumption is their crown. Psychologically, the Immaculate Conception means the birth of an idea in your own consciousness, unaided by another. Remember where we got that birth of an idea is your conscious and your subconscious. Birth of an idea. You have an idea that you want to be something different than what you are. Here you are in your objective reality, and in your subjective, your subconscious, you make an impression. That means you bring together your conscious and subconscious with an idea. You bring together an idea. The idea then is wedded by you impressing your subconscious. There's a wedding that happens here. And this is just you. This wedding, this consummation, this coming together, this gives birth to what is called a son of the idea. This is the new objective reality of this subjective impression you made here. Psychologically, the Immaculate Conception means the birth of an idea. The birth of an idea. Okay? In your own consciousness, unaided by another. We just showed that. For instance, when you have a specific wish or hunger or longing, it is an immaculate conception in the sense that no physical person or thing plants it in your mind. It is self-conceived. Pretend you were not watching the movie Inception. Every man is the Mary of the Immaculate Conception, and birth to his idea must give. Right here, there's Mary. Every man is the Mary of every man is the Mary of Immaculate Conception, and birth to his idea must give. The Assumption is the crown of the mysteries, because it is the highest use of consciousness. This is the highest use of consciousness. Your ability to make an impression on your subconscious, giving birth to an idea, is the highest use of consciousness, aka the Immaculate Conception. The crown of which is Assumption. Assumption. Where's that coming from? The desire comes from there. The urge comes from there. Assumption. The crown of which is Assumption. The Assumption is the crown of the mysteries because it is the highest use of consciousness. When in imagination you assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, you are mentally lifted up to a higher level. Mentally lifted up to a higher level. When through your persistence this assumption becomes actual fact, you automatically find yourself on a higher level. That is, you've achieved your desire in your objective world. Your assumption guides all your conscious and subconscious movements toward its suggested end, so inevitably that it actually dictates the events. Repeating. When, through your persistence, this assumption becomes actual fact, you automatically find yourself on a higher level in your objective world. Your assumption guides all your conscious and subconscious movements towards its suggested end, so inevitably that it actually dictates the events. Remember, your assumption has its life. Once you have this conception, this Immaculate Conception, it's an assumption that then has its life. Its only mission is to fulfill that objectification of what you assume to be reality. It is on a mission and it will arrive. Make no mistake about it. The assumption is its own, for lack of a better word, it's its own entity. It's on a mission that you propelled. You put motion to it. The drama of life is a psychological one, and the whole of it is written and produced by your assumptions. Learn the art of assumption, for only in this way can you create your own happiness. Wow, the crown of the mysteries, chapter 15. Wow. I would say the last sentence is my favorite part of this whole chapter. Learn the art of assumption, for only in this way can you create your own happiness. I think at the end of the day, we all want to be happy, whether that is in love, whether that is in health, because we're already in love, whether that's in wealth. You know, it's typically wealth goes, my teacher told me this, and it didn't dawn on me when she first told me, but it definitely dawned on me later in time. When you're wealthy, you tend to be healthy. When you're healthy, you tend to be wealthy. It's when you're sick, you're going against everything he just said right there. When you're actually literally in sick, and you're not in health, you're going against a lot of other little functions of how this even works. You're actually fighting. You're fighting giving an impression and accepting from without other ideas that help put you in this state, like a little bit of a loop. But when she said, those who are wealthy tend to be healthy, I think that's the way she said it. I'm trying to remember. Health equals wealth. It really, if you think about it, it really is. It's the currency of your body. If it's healthy, it's wealthy. Because if you're healthy, and you can be healthy anytime you say, I am healthy, by the way. So, Learning the art of assumption, for only in this way can you create your own happiness. Happiness, what I was trying to get to is that if you're wanting to be wealthy and you can assume it, you can be. You will be. You are. The same set of health. Same set of love. I am is the starting point. What a great, profound chapter. All right, we'll see you in the next one. Neville Goddard, Power of Awareness, Chapter 16, Personal Impotence. Self-surrender is essential, and by that is meant the confession of personal impotence. I can of mine own self do nothing. Since creation is finished, it is impossible to force anything into being. The example of magnetism previously given is a good illustration. You cannot make magnetism, it can only be displayed. You cannot make the law of magnetism. If you want to build a magnet, you can do so only by conforming to the law of magnetism. In other words, you surrender yourself or yield to the law. In like manner, when you use the faculty of assumption, you are conforming to a law just as real as the law of governing magnetism, You can neither create nor change the law of assumption. You can neither create nor change the law of assumption. You can neither create nor change the law of assumption. You can neither create nor change the law of assumption. You can neither create nor change the law of assumption. We can see, I'm trying to make a point, the law of assumption is the most important thing you could, if you get one thing in all these videos, get that. I need to learn the law of assumption and master it. Or, scratch that, rewind, let's replace that. I am a master at the law of assumption. I master the law of assumption in all things I do. When I use the law of assumption as excellently as I do, I always fulfill my dreams. Using the law of assumption, I am very happy. Using the law of assumption, I am fulfilled. I am the one, the only one. I am the master of the law of assumption. Yeah, right? It is in this respect that you are impotent. You can neither create nor change the law of assumption. It is in this respect that you are impotent. You can only yield or conform. And since all of your experiences are the result of your assumption, with an S, consciously or unconsciously, the value of consciously using the power of assumption surely must be obvious. Willingly identify yourself with that which you most desire, knowing that it will find expression through you. Yield to the feeling of the wish fulfilled and be consumed as its victim. Then rise as the prophet of the law of assumption. Be the moth in the flame. Do this. Rise as the prophet of the law of assumption. If you're going to use it, you're going to be amazed. You're already using it, but consciously using it. What a wonderful half a page chapter. Personal impotence, chapter 16. Power of awareness, opening. Self-surrender is essential, and by that is meant the confession of personal impotence. I'm impotent to create, nor change the law of assumption. I'm impotent to either create nor change the law of assumption. It is. You can only yield or conform. And since all your experiences are the result of your assumptions, consciously or unconsciously, and for the most part, we've been doing it unconsciously all this time. I am all that is, God right here, right in the middle. Your self-concept, another's, this one in the past, the one in the future. Here's where you are now. You've been doing it unconsciously. You've been using the law of assumption all this time in your life unconsciously. You've gotten so good at it, you've tried to ignore that you're doing it. You've ignored that you are the one using assumptions, and that got you to the exact place you are. The exact salary you have, the exact spouse you have, the exact career, the exact health, all of it has been your use of the law of assumption. We are studying together how to unveil that it exists, number one, and that we can wield it to anything we desire. We can do anything with it. We can ascend to any object. Anything that can fit in here already exists. If it shows up, it's in existence. If it shows up as a desire or an idea even, it's already in. It's already a mansion. A stately mansion. It's ready for you. Your room is ready, sir. Or ma'am. What a great chapter. All right, chapter 16, Power of Awareness, Personal Impotence. We'll see you in the next one. Neville Goddard, Power of Awareness, chapter 17, All Things Are Possible. It is of great significance that the truth of the principles outlined in this book have been proven time and again by the personal experiences of the author. Throughout the past 25 years, he has applied these principles and proved them successful in innumerable instances. He attributes an unwavering assumption of his wish already being fulfilled every success that he has achieved. He attributes to an unwavering assumption of his wish already being fulfilled every success that he has achieved. He was confident that by these fixed assumptions, his desires were predestined to be fulfilled. Time and again, he assumed the feeling of his wish fulfilled and continued in his assumption until that which he desired was completely realized. Cannot be stressed too much. He was confident that by these fixed assumptions, his desires were predestined to be fulfilled. And here comes the sentence of most importance. Time and again, over and over, time and again, over and over, time and again. What is it you must do? Time and again, time and again. He assumed the feeling of his wish fulfilled and continued in his assumption. Continued in his assumption until that which he desired was completely realized. Why do so many people, including myself, go so far and quit? Oh, I don't see any results. I don't see anything yet. Quitting is not where it's at. It's okay to quit, but you're just looking back like Lot's wife. You're going to be stuck in that loop. And when you have awareness of this, and you look back, and you go back to being stuck, that's double torture. When you're aware of this, and you're aware of the assumptions creating your reality, and you can have anything you want, and all happiness is at the other end of this rainbow, and you choose to stop applying and turn around and go back, what are you going to feel? How's that going to feel? You must continue. Live your life in a sublime spirit of confidence and determination. Disregard appearances, conditions, in fact, all evidence of your senses that deny the fulfillment of your desire. Boom! Big time. Live your life in a sublime spirit of confidence and determination. Be determined that I am going to arrive at my destination. Right there. I am. All that is God. Self-concept. My new self-concept. My current self-concept. I am that I am. Be determined. No one's going to do it for you. No one's going to step in. Your wife, your husband, your father, your mother, your daughter, your son, your brother, your sister, your friend, your enemy. No one is coming in to step in for you. You can ask people to imagine lovingly for you, but you still have to do it. You can be in a group of others who all know how to imagine lovingly for others and get great results. You still have to do it. Live your life in a sublime spirit of confidence and determination. Disregard appearances. There's a lot of opportunity to curse my ass off on this channel because I want to make a point. But I don't want to go there. I don't think it's necessary. You know, I do like using bar language. It is fun. It makes a good point, but it's really not necessary totally. But how to make it more emphatic, this: disregard appearances. Stop looking at the world thinking that it's real. Conditions, in fact, all evidence of your senses that deny the fulfillment of your desire. Disregard this stuff. Stop looking at it. I'm just saying this as calm as Paul. I'm trying to be a pickle here. Disregard that crap. All right? Rest in the assumption that you are already what you want to be. For in that determined assumption, you and your infinite being are merged in creative unity. And with your infinite being, God, he has in parentheses, all things are possible. God never fails. God never fails. This might be the most important paragraph of the entire book. Of every paragraph, of all the books we've read so far, of every paragraph we've gone in this book, all right, it's a wonderful book. Wonderful book. That might be the most important paragraph in all of it. I will repeat, but let me do the quote first. For who can stay his hand or say unto him, what doest thou? Go back to the paragraph. Let's comb it one more time. It deserves it. You deserve it. Live your life in a sublime spirit of confidence and determination. Disregard appearances, conditions, in fact, all evidence of your senses that deny the fulfillment of your desire. Rest in the assumption that you are already what you want to be. For in that determined assumption, you and your infinite being are merged in creative unity. And with your infinite being, God, all things are possible. God never fails. He is never so far away. Here's you. He's right there. When you stop and say, I am, you're in communion with him. He is never so far as to be so near. Look at this. I and my Father are one. My Father is greater than I. I am. Close the door of your closet. You're in communion with him. God never fails. So you, since you are made by him, will never fail. That's a promise. Think about it. If he never fails and he made you in his image and forgot himself in you so that you'd wake up and remember that you are him, and he never fails, you're never going to fail. There is no failing. It's not an option. You can try and hide. Was that part of the, excuse me for this, but I don't remember what the point of the movie, The Last Temptation of Christ was. I think it went extreme on the physical world stuff of crucifixion, etc. But there was that idea of him hiding and going back. He was on his way to fulfill his destiny. I'm just paraphrasing. But he took a side detour and went and enjoyed the taste of life for a while. Then he finally realized he had to go out of that dream back to the original dream. Anyway, sometimes the thoughts fly in. For he who can stay his hand or say unto him, what doest thou? Through the mastery of your assumptions, you are in very much enabled to master life. Through the mastery of your assumptions, you are in very truth, enabled to master life. It is thus that the ladder of life is ascended. I will not climb a ladder. Oh, heck yes, you will. You're going to climb that ladder over and over and over. In fact, you've already been doing this all the time. It is thus that the ladder of life is ascended. Thus, the ideal is realized. The clue to the real purpose of life is to surrender yourself to your ideal. with such awareness of its reality that you begin to live the life of the ideal and no longer your own life as it was prior to this surrender. Surrender your life, this life, to the ideal. Oh, what wonderful words. The clue to the real purpose of life is to surrender yourself to your ideal with such awareness of its reality that you begin to live the life of the ideal and no longer your own life as it was prior to this surrender. Okay. You're single, you're not married, you're not in love, and you want to be married in a relationship in love. What is it that you must surrender to realize this life? What do people in love do? Do they go to the seaside and walk on the beach? Do they go to the shops down by the shore? Do they go to the mall? What do people in love and what do couples go and do? What is stopping you from doing that? What is stopping you from embodying within yourself physically the same thing these people are doing? If you're in and around those activities, you would be in and around the same energy. Embody that reality. Make it all around you. He called the things that are not seen as though they were, and the unseen becomes seen. Each assumption has its corresponding world. Oh, I just had a flash in my mind. If you're in this state of single, not married, not in love, and you want to be in this state and married and in love, and you know that all the couples in your area are going to this specific place and enjoying themselves, it doesn't matter what the place is. Let's say it's at the Village by the Sea, and couples are sitting in these certain restaurants or these certain bars or these certain activities or eating ice cream cones, and you go down there, and now all of a sudden you're in and among that crowd, and what are you hearing? You're hearing conversations. You're hearing conversations that you would be having if you were here. But now since you're hearing them, you're making the impression that you're also having these conversations. There's nothing wrong with imagining. It's free. You're imagining when he says this to her, standing right next to you enjoying an ice cream cone, and you have your ice cream cone, and you hear him say to her, and she responds to whatever he said, and then you're going to say in your imagination, I'm saying the same thing, or I'm saying this differently. And he's happy that I said that. I'm being playful here, but the idea is what stops kids from playing? What stops kids from imagining? You give them a piece of chalk and they do these wonderful things on the sidewalk with it. What stops them? Is there anything trying to stop them? They don't even try and stop themselves. They go with reckless abandon straight down into the sidewalk and start drawing things and playing hopscotch and doing all kinds of, give them colors and they'll draw paintings, etc. Nothing is in their way. I don't know what it is, but they just don't have any clue that imagination is a good or bad thing. They just do it. They don't have any qualm with imagining. If you, down at the seaside, are standing next to a couple and you're not married and you want to be, and you see them and you want to objectify that in your reality, what is stopping you from imagining that you are there too, as a couple? That you're standing there, even though couples are around you, and there's no one next to you, but you're standing there eating your ice cream cone, imagining you with your partner. You're starting to feel the reality as real. What do you think kids are doing with teacups? If they're playing with the dollhouse and they got teacups, and they're having tea and there's nothing in the cup, and they ask you to join them, and you're picking up this cup and you know it's empty, why don't you stop and tell them, hey, this is phony? You don't do that. You wouldn't step on their dreams. You wouldn't crash down all the reality with their fantasy or their imagining. You wouldn't do that. So it's not as difficult, if you think about it, to go ahead and use your imagination in the same way. Healthy, wealthy, married, in love, freedom. It doesn't matter. You have the same power as that child playing tea. Each assumption has its corresponding world. If you are truly observant, you will notice the power of your assumptions to change circumstances which appear wholly immutable. You, by your conscious assumptions, determine the nature of the world in which you live. Ignore the present state and assume the wish fulfilled. Claim it, it will respond. I am that I am. I am that. I am that I am. It will respond. The law of assumption is the means by which the fulfillment of your desires may be realized. Every moment of your life, consciously or unconsciously, you are assuming a feeling. Every moment of your life, consciously or unconsciously, you are assuming a feeling. Every moment. You can no more avoid assuming a feeling than you can avoid eating and drinking. All you can do is control the nature of your assumptions. Thus, it is clearly seen that the control of your assumption is the key you now hold to an ever-expanding, happier, more noble life. Oh my gosh, man. What a chapter. Power of Awareness, chapter 17, All Things Are Possible. This is really profound. Oh, such good pieces in here. What was your favorite? Did you have one? Oh my gosh. Okay. It's just, I am constantly moved by when Neville talks about assumptions, because you see that they have their own actual life. When you have a dream and you rest in the assumption that you already are what you want to be, then that determined assumption, you and your infinite being are brought together in creative unity. And all things are possible here. And the assumption itself is what fulfills. The assumption is it's like a wind-up, I don't know if we don't have them so much nowadays, but those little wind-up toys. You wind and you sit on the ground and it just goes. That's your assumption. You just put the idea forth and it goes. You put the idea forth into your subconscious and it goes, it becomes. It's going to become. And it's going to bring you with it. All right. Wow. Man, that was a good one. We'll see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, Power of Awareness, chapter 18, Be Ye Doers. Be ye doers of the word and not hearers only, deceiving your own selves. For if any be a hearer of the word and not a doer, he is like unto a man beholding his natural face in a glass, and goeth his way, and straightway forgetteth what manner of man he was. But whoso looketh into the perfect law of liberty and continue therein, he being not a forgetful hearer, but a doer of the work, this man shall be blessed in his deed. James 1:22-25. I like this part, beholding his face in a glass and goeth his way. That's a mirror, basically. Be ye doers. The word in this quotation means idea, concept, or desire. You deceive yourself by hearing only when you expect your desire to be fulfilled through mere wishful thinking. Your desire is what you want to be, and looking at yourself in a glass is seeing yourself in imagination as that person. Forgetting what manner of man you are is failing to persist in your assumption. The perfect law of liberty is the law which makes possible liberation from limitation, that is, the law of assumption. To continue in the perfect law of liberty is to persist in the assumption that your desire is already fulfilled. You are not a forgetful hearer when you keep the feeling of your wish fulfilled constantly alive in your consciousness. Constantly alive in your consciousness. Where is that? I am all that is God right here, right at the center of everything, right at the center of you. You stop and you say, I am. This is where you are. Here's your self-concept. Here's another self-concept, another one, and another. There's so many. They're all states of being. But you exist in a self-concept, and you're always full of desire. It comes from within. The desire comes with the solution to its own limitations. The desire itself does, which gives you the opportunity to use the desire as an urge to then make an impression onto your subconscious. This is your conscious and this is your subconscious of your self-concept that you believe has limitations at this point. You feel it with the desire and you want to become something different. You want to be something new, something different, something more. So you want to impress that subconscious because you have the desire to be this something more. You are not a forgetful hearer when you keep the feeling of your wish fulfilled constantly alive in your consciousness. If the more you keep your feeling alive in your consciousness, making this impression, the faster. There is no such thing as time. It's all now. But in the illusion that you're not where you want to be, you are also there because the desire couldn't exist inside of you if you weren't there. As previously discussed, in my Father's house are many mansions. All mansions are available. Once you become aware of the mansion that you could actually literally be in possession of or occupation of, the instant you become aware that it exists is the same instant you have the desire born within you. You make the impression into your subconscious, you give birth to the new son by wedding your conscious and subconscious, by making that impression. You give birth to the new son, which is the experience of that new reality. Immaculate conception. Remembering, not a forgetful hearer, when you keep the feeling of your wish fulfilled constantly alive in your consciousness. What are you watching on your TV? What are you watching on your computer screen? What are you watching on your mobile phone? What are you constantly putting your attention into that is not the consciousness of your desire? If you're putting it into all these other distractions out here, actually literally out here, then you're not paying attention to your consciousness or the desire of your consciousness or how you're using your consciousness to fulfill that desire. You are not a forgetful hearer when you keep the feeling of your wish fulfilled constantly alive in your consciousness. This makes you a doer of the work, and you are blessed in your deed by the inevitable realization of your desire. That's giving birth to that new reality. You must be doers of the law of assumption, for without application, the most profound understanding will not produce any desired result. No matter how much you mentally understand this, no matter how much you get it, no matter how much you study it, no matter how many of these books you read or how many of these lectures you listen to, those are hearers only. When you're just taking on the content, don't get me wrong, I love learning myself. I am like a nonstop learning machine. I really do feel happiest when I'm learning new things. But to learn them is to hear them. To apply them is to be a doer of them. When you go and apply the actual, and however long that's going to take you is definitely unique to you. It could be quick, it could be long, it could be whatever. But that definitely is up to you. Your desire itself and how much you have of that desire, whatever that desire is, will give you the fuel and the urgency needed to make that impression and to find in the world every single thing, item, what you watch, what you read, what you hear at the water cooler, what you hear in your text messages, everything either fits you getting to that desire or it doesn't. And if it doesn't, you need to shut it off. You need to be the three wise monkeys. You need to see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. You need to just block out what doesn't fit your objective to attain that desire. This makes you a doer of the work. You must be doers of the law of assumption. You must be doers of the law of assumption, for without application, the most profound understanding will not produce any desired result. Frequent reiteration and repetition of important basic truths runs through these pages. Where the law of assumption is concerned, the law that sets man free, this is a good thing. It should be made clear again and again, even at the risk of repetition. The real truth seeker will welcome this aid in concentrating his attention upon the law which sets him free. What are we studying here? The law. This whole idea is the law which I just explained. We are all from him. I am all that is God. We have an urge and desire to be something else that we are not seeing in our current experience. Do we have the power to do that, no matter what it is? Health, wealth, love, freedom, doesn't matter. Once you have the desire, the thing sought, it already exists because all of his works are done. You have built inside of you the ability to take that urge, that desire that comes from within, and make an impression onto your subconscious that you already are that. If you are seeking to remodel your house and you have a plan for that remodel, then when you fall asleep, you walk around the rooms and hallways of that new design. You put yourself there fourth dimensionally. You put feeling into the subconscious of that new experience. Each time you do that, each time you dip your toe right in there, mentally, psychologically, you're building that. That remodel's happening inside of you. Once that remodel feels more and more real, that impression is made. The impression is made here, but the objectification happens here. Before you know it, you have contractors in your home remodeling what you want. Because you put yourself there psychologically first. Whether you use the illusion of a savings account or a mortgage loan, whatever it is will be the bridge of incident that gets you to the actual signing of the contract to do the remodel. But you remodel mentally first. All remodeling happens up here first. That applies to relationships, applies to health. The parable of the master's condemnation of the servant who neglected to use the talent given him is clear and unmistakable. Having discovered within yourself the key to the treasure house, you should be like the good servant who, by wise use, multiplied by many times the talents entrusted him. The talent entrusted to you is the power to consciously determine your assumption. The talent not used, like the limb not exercised, withers and finally atrophies. The talent. Having discovered within yourself the key to the treasure house. Having discovered within yourself the key to the treasure house. It's right there. What you must strive after is being. In order to do so, it is necessary to be. The end of yearning is to be. If you're single, not married, you want to be in love, you yearn for that. When you make that impression psychologically, ultimately you will end up being that which you impressed on your subconscious. The end of yearning is to be. When you yearn, desire, urge, the end of this is when you are it, to be it. Your concept of yourself can only be driven out of consciousness by another concept of yourself. If you're single, not married, not happy, not in love, and you want to be married, happy, in a relationship, in love, the only thing that's going to get rid of this one is the occupation of this one. By creating an ideal in your mind, you can identify yourself with it until you become one and the same with the ideal, thereby transforming yourself into it. What are you concentrating upon? Are you concentrating on everything that gets you to your desire? Is all the information you see in the world and all the people you entertain with and activate with and hang out with and whatever else, are they all helping get you there? Or are they distracting, taking you a whole nother direction? You have to make some decisions. Is this what you really want? If this is what you want, what trash do you have to throw out to get the commitment within you made to know that since I know it exists, I have a desire. That means it exists. It cannot exist within you as a desire if it didn't exist as a concept in actual objectification, actual reality, as a multidimensional existence, as a his works are all done. It doesn't matter what you want to call it. That exists. That you, married, happy, in a relationship, in a home, with babies, all of it. All of it exists once you have a desire for it, because the desire of it is alive at the same moment. The desire goes to you and it goes to the actual it at the same moment. That desire is coming from him. I and my Father are one. My Father is greater than I. Once you learn this law, you can't ignore it anymore. You can't go back. If you've gone this far from the beginning of these videos and you want to entertain unlearning everything you did, number one, why? Number two, good luck with that. You can try and throw a lot of dirt on top of this to bury it out of your consciousness. But if you've gone from the video one on all these books on the bookshelf, you're too aware now. You're too aware of the truth that will set you free. Being too aware is a good thing. That means the only thing you have left is to take responsibility and do this. Take responsibility, shut off the noise, and start implementing what you believe will get you to your desire. Only take on board information that you can impress into your subconscious with and have you arriving at your desire. The dynamic prevails over the static, the active over the passive. One who is a doer is magnetic, and therefore infinitely more creative than any who merely hear. Be among the doers. What a wonderful chapter. Maybe one full page. Oh my gosh, that's some good stuff right there. I really like the talent entrusted to you is the power to consciously determine your assumption. The power entrusted to you is the power to consciously determine your assumption. To consciously determine your assumption, wed that assumption with the conscious and subconscious, make the impression into the subconscious, and give birth to the Son. Oh my gosh, how powerful is that? Be ye doers, opening quote from James 1:22-25. Be ye doers of the word and not hearers only, deceiving your own selves. For if any be a hearer of the word and not a doer, he is like unto a man beholding his natural face in a glass, and goeth his way, and straightway forgetteth what manner of man he was. But whoso looketh into the perfect law of liberty, this, and continue therein, doing, he being not a forgetful hearer, but a doer of the work, this man shall be blessed in his deed. He that hath, it is given. To him that hath, it is given. If you have the faith and you continuously persist, it's not a fun word. Persist, persist, persist. Not fun. Sounds like work is necessary. Persist, persist, persist. You must persist. Neville did say this. And he meant it. He didn't drone on about it, but it is true. If you're not going to persist after your desire, who's going to do it for you? You think anybody out here is going to step in and do it for you? When out here, they're vying for your attention because they want to sell you their wares. Whatever they can put into your subconscious from their offerings, you're going to be led like a lemming. You're going to be led right to their offering. You're going to go, oh yeah, I guess I'll get that next, without doing the thinking on what it is you want as your desire fulfilled. If you're out here, I would say you're lost. If you're in here, in your mind, asking yourself before you fall asleep, what is it I want? Going into your I am meditation. Shut off the world, shut these. Go in your closet and shut the door. I am, I am, I am. Slow it all down. Ask yourself, what is it that I want? What would I thoroughly enjoy doing with my life? Is that marriage? Is that family? Is that career? Is that profession? Is that becoming a billionaire? Is that being a doctor? Is that being healthy? Is that freedom? Is that hiking? Is that going across these trails along the mountains from the Mexican border to the Canadian border? There's all kinds of things you can do. What do you want to do? And what is your objective? Your objective comes from your desire on the inside. You slow down and go in that meditation. Ask yourself, what would you enjoy? Because it's unique to you. Then you come out of your meditation because you've heard the word from yourself. Now you then do the work and you shut the noise off. Shut this noise off. Fun stuff. My gosh. Power of Awareness, chapter 18, Be Ye Doers. See you in the next one. Neville Goddard, Power of Awareness, chapter 19, Essentials. The essential points in the successful use of the law of assumption are these. First, yearning, longing, intense burning desire. With all your heart, you must want to be different from what you are. He just said from all your heart. Intense burning desire is the mainspring of action, the beginning of all successful ventures. In every great passion, desire is concentrated. As the heart panteth after the watered brooks, so panteth my soul after thee, O God. Blessed are they that hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled. Here the soul is interpreted as the sum total of all you believe, think, feel, and accept as true. In other words, your present level of awareness. God means I am, the source of fulfillment of all desire. This quotation describes how your present level of awareness longs to transcend itself. Righteousness is the consciousness of already being what you want to be. Righteousness is the consciousness of already being what you want to be. Second, cultivate physical immobility. A physical incapacity not unlike the state described by Keats in his Ode to a Nightingale. Quote, a drowsy numbness pains my senses as though of hemlock I had drunk. End quote. Go into the closet and shut the door. It is a state akin to sleep, but one in which you are still in control of the direction of attention. You must learn to induce this state at will, but experience has taught that it is more easily induced after a substantial meal or when you wake in the morning feeling very loath to arise. Then you are naturally disposed to enter this state. This is a very, very, very important chapter. So be a hearer and a doer. Neville's father, Joseph Goddard, did this after breakfast in the morning. He sat in his, I forgot the name of the chair, but it's a very fascinating chair. The arms on this chair was a wooden frame chair, and the arms had an equal length that swiveled out so you could kick your leg up like as if you're on a desk. But you can kick up one leg, or you wouldn't kick up both, obviously, but you could kick up a leg and you could just you could sit back in this chair. I'll try and get a video and attach it to this description. But he would go after breakfast, the heavy meal, and he would sit there with his eyes half open, and he would go through what his day was going to be involved with as far as business concerns, interactions, engagements, buying and selling, whatever he was doing with his business. He was a grocer, and their family became ship's chandlers. In fact, they still are today. It's called Goddard Industries, I think, or Goddard Enterprises, and they supply cruise ships with all the groceries. I believe, I don't know how far their business extends, but I know they do it in the Caribbean, obviously, and I'm sure it's way beyond that because they're a very big organization. But he would sit back, he would look at all of his transactions he would have in the coming day, and he would see them at his result as having gone his way. In the affirmative. Neville's dad did this without Neville's instruction. As you know, his brother Victor imagined seeing the name on the building that they eventually had purchased for them by someone else who liked them, gave him the building at a very recent price, decent rate of loan interest, and they paid it off over, I think, 10 or 20 years. And then they eventually sold that building for quite a handsome profit with no tax, no capital gains. But this is what he's talking about here in this paragraph, is to do that same thing his dad did, the same thing we all have the capacity to do. It's right when you're waking up, it's sats, before you're falling asleep, or in the chair. You're shutting off the senses. Incidentally, Neville's dad, Joseph Goddard, did this daily, and all those items he meditated on were always successful in his favor. The value of physical immobility shows itself in the accumulation of mental force, which absolute stillness brings with it. It increases your power of concentration. Be still and know that I am God. In fact, the greater energies of the mind seldom break forth, save when the body is stilled and the door of the senses closed to the objective world. The third and last thing to do is to experience in your imagination what you would experience in reality had you achieved your goal. Imagine that you possess a quality or something you desire which hitherto has not been yours. Surrender yourself completely to this feeling until your whole being is possessed by it. This state differs from reverie in this respect. It is the result of a controlled imagination and a steadied, concentrated attention. Whereas reverie is the result of an uncontrolled imagination, usually just a daydream. In the controlled state, a minimum of effort suffices to keep your consciousness filled with the feeling of the wish fulfilled. The physical and mental immobility of this state is a powerful aid to voluntary attention and a major factor of minimum effort. The third and last thing to do is experience in your imagination what you would experience in reality had you achieved your goal. I am all that is God, right here, right in the center of all of us. All of us come from this. Here's one self-concept, your self-concept, my self-concept, his, hers, everyone's, mother, brother, father, sister. Everybody has a self-concept in which they're occupying temporarily, hopefully temporarily, because once you become aware of how this law works, you don't have to stay where you are anymore. You can actually impact your subconscious, bring together the idea of your conscious and subconscious to give birth to the new physical reality, the idea being the force at work here. Experience in your imagination what you would experience in reality had you achieved your goal. Your goal is here, and then basically you're going to experience in your imagining, and you're going to feel, what is it like to ride a skateboard? If anybody hasn't had that experience, it's pretty incredible. It is very, very fun, like the first time you rode a bike, but you're doing it standing up. And believe me, it's a lot more riskier. But what does it feel like to ride a skateboard? I know, I've done it so many times. I can tell you, there's a definite balance on this way. There's a balance on this way. You have to be careful that your wheels don't hit rocks, all these other little details. The sidewalk's not going to stop you, or jut your board slightly and then you go face planting onto the sidewalk. All these little factors are at work when you imagine what it feels like to ride a skateboard. But you don't think about those. You just think of the riding, the gliding, the movement. This is all you need to be feeling when you're feeling, I am riding a skateboard. If that was your desire, you would just feel what you see in everybody else gliding along, having fun. You would be that in your imagination. You would be creating a feeling of what they look like while they're gliding along. Nothing to do with what stops the skateboard potentially, rocks, cracks in the sidewalk, all that crap. I just mentioned that because I've done it since I was a little kid so many times, hundreds, thousands, who knows. The idea here is that when you put the feeling into the imagined picture, I'm using skateboard for the fun of it, the feeling, what does that feel like? You do it once, okay, you did it for a second or two, great. But you need to do this You need to persist in this. You need to do it when you wake up, when you're falling asleep, when you're taking your snooze after your lunch, when you're taking your siesta. All these opportunities are times for you to get that feeling coursing through you. The more times you feel this energy of what it is you wish, the more life you're giving to this objective reality. This objective reality is waiting. It's not saying, oh, someone else come and get me. It's waiting for you because the desire is within you. The objective reality is within you. This is within you. All this is within you. In my Father's house are many mansions. Out here, where you think it exists, is not where it exists. It only exists inside of you. So the only place you're going to have the experience is on the inside if you want to have the supposed experience on the outside. Remember, what's the fingers? There's the outside and there's where it actually is literally happening. When you're pointing out there, something's reminding you it's not there. It's over here, this way. In here, not out here. This is where loss is. This is where failure is. This is the illusion. All of it's happening in here. So your objective reality is existing in you as much as the desire for that reality is existing in you. All you're trying to do is bring these couple little things together by having the impression of into your subconscious of that reality. Feeling it here brings this here to the center of you. Then this concept will go away and you'll occupy this one. On this board, they might look like they're in a different spot, but it's always ever only right here. There's only one spot all of this exists. The physical and mental immobility of this state is a powerful aid to voluntary attention and a major factor of minimum effort. The application of these 3 points, desire, physical immobility, the assumption of the wish already fulfilled, is the way to at-one-ment, or union with your objective. At-one-ment, union with your objective, is exactly what I just described. The fact that there's no time, and I mean it's a fact. You cannot prove that there's time. Okay, break out your picture albums, break out your stories, break out your scars on your body, saying that there's a past. You're actually literally only in a now. There's no way you can prove that there's a past or a future. It's only right now. It's ever blossoming new nows, but they're only nows. At-one-ment is the moment point. At-one-ment. You get the desire, the objectification of that desire is happening in the same instant. It's happening in the same moment. This is an instruction on how to close the gap between your physically sensing and seeing the reality of that experience or not. Since it is an option, I'm here to tell you that it is what you're experiencing. You're the shadow of the past, if you want to go there, of the past. The fourth dimensional reality gives you the desire and the objectification of the experience at the same moment. This is in existence. All we're trying to do is convince your past to catch up with your now. The three-dimensional self is a shadow. This is a shadow of the fourth dimensional thought. You have a psychological thought. That's fourth dimension. It makes the impression under your subconscious, which creates the three-dimensional shadow of the experience. That's this. So when you have a desire and you have an object in your mind, in your sights that you want to be or experience, that is already in existence. You're trying to convince the shadow of the experience, so then you embody the new experience that you had in your focus the whole time. It wouldn't be in your focus, it wouldn't be in your awareness, it wouldn't be an idea at all if you didn't have it already when you got the desire for it. All time is now. So considering that it's now, You're only ever trying to convince your past self, the self that is the laggard. You're bringing up the rear. So you're trying, now get a hold of this. You're trying to bring up the past to where it is already. You're trying to bring you to catch up with where you already are. You're already there in the ultimate now, in the eternal now, right there. I am all that is, God. Everything comes from that. That's right now. That's the only now. It's the eternal now. You're here. You physically see and sense here. But since you're there, your only job is to convince this self it's there by the desire, physical immobility, and the assumption of the wish already fulfilled with feeling, thought, and feelings, which you're bringing together here. One of the most prevalent misunderstandings is that this law works only for those having a devout or religious objective. This is a fallacy. It works just as impersonally as the law of electricity works. It can be used for greedy, selfish purposes, as well as noble ones. This law doesn't have, it's no respecter of persons. It's no respecter of persons, this law. Anything. But it should always be borne in mind that ignoble thoughts and actions inevitably result in unhappy consequences. That's like a footnote among all this gold he continues to pour out in this wonderful, wonderful understanding of the law. And then he gives you this little tiny note. One of the most prevalent misunderstandings is that this law works only for those having a devout or religious objective. This is a fallacy. It works just as impersonally as the law of electricity works. It can be used for the greedy, selfish purposes as well as the noble ones. But it should always be borne in mind that ignoble thoughts and actions inevitably result in unhappy consequences. You get what you give. You send it and you get it. Because if it's not received, and all those negative, ignoble ways, whatever they are, they're going to come back to you if they're not received by the sentee, because you're the sender. The sentee doesn't want it. It's going right back to you. That's just the way it bounces. All right, Power of Awareness, Chapter 19, Essentials. Whoa, my eyes are getting crossed on this chapter. What a great one. All right, we'll see you in the next one. Neville Goddard, Power of Awareness, Righteousness, Chapter 20. In the preceding chapter, righteousness was defined as the consciousness of already being what you want to be. This is the true psychological meaning and obviously does not refer to adherence to moral codes, civil law, or religious precepts. You cannot attach too much importance to being righteous. In fact, the entire Bible is permeated with admonition and exhortations on this subject. Break off thy sins by righteousness. Daniel 4:27. My righteousness I hold fast and will not let it go. My heart shall not reproach me so long as I live. Job 27:6. My righteousness shall answer for me in time to come. Genesis 30:33. Very often the words sin and righteousness are used in the same quotation. This is a logical contrast of opposites and becomes enormously significant in the light of the psychological meaning of righteousness and the psychological meaning of sin. Remember, we're talking about psychological meaning. There is no literal. Sin means to miss the mark, not to attain your desire, not to be the person you want to be, is sinning. Righteousness is the consciousness of already being what you want to be. It is a changeless, educative law that effects must follow causes. Only by righteousness can you be saved from sinning. Where are we in all of this mess? Lovely hot mess. All right, I am all that is God, right here. Just showed up instantly. This is your self-concept. This is a self-concept, another future self-concept, one over here, one over there, your sister, your brother, your mother, your father, cousin, your future, your past, etc., etc., etc. All of these are self-concepts. Here you are today, and here you want to be in your new today, your new now, your tomorrow. I know we can't define that there's no time without changing our vocabulary, which is what we're on the subject of right here, vocabulary. In Neville's terms, what does it mean sin is and what does it mean righteousness is? If you have the desire in you to become happily married and in love in a wonderful relationship, and you are not there, but inside of you is the desire for that, and you in a forward momentum make an impression into your subconscious and then manifest that into your reality, however much time that takes, however much work that takes, however much feeling that takes, whatever it takes. If you want that, it will become. But that's if you push forth. Now, let's say you ignore that desire that's boiling within you. That's called sin. That's called missing the mark. You're not following your inner desire. The inner desire comes from Him, comes from within you, is fueled with an urge, and that urge is to be fulfilled through you. But you are the one that unlocks the path being an impression into your subconscious. While you fall asleep, you feel what it's like to be married. That's impressed in your subconscious. That impression pushes forth the objectivity of the subjective impression, objective expression, impression, expression. This is righteousness. That's simple. If you don't follow your desire and push an impression here, and you let the world put its impression on you with all of its sales gimmicks and tactics and things, if you let those things take your space and you back off of this, pretending like you don't know that this exists, if you've gone this far, you know it exists. Now that you know it exists, you can't ignore it. And if you do, that's called sinning. That's called missing the mark. That's called missing what you've come here to do, to follow your desires. Your whole life is based on one desire after another. That fountain is not going to shut off. The fountain that desire is coming from is not stopping. It's never. If it stops, you stop, because there's no purpose. If that was to stop giving desire out, there'd be no purpose for you or I. But since it's not going to stop, since we came from it, we have to feed into the desires that come up within us. It doesn't matter what your self-concept is. Are you a teacher? Are you someone longing for a loving relationship? Are you a banker, a thousandaire, and you want to be a millionaire, and you become a millionaire banker, then you become a trillionaire banker, then you become a billionaire banker? It doesn't matter. Are you not healthy and you want to be healthy? Each of these desires come from within, and your physical aspects are your self-concept. Your self-concept is what gives you the physical things you're looking at. And the physical things you're looking at when you see yourself. Desire from within is what gives you the urge to go and fulfill and objectify new. That is righteousness. That's the opposite of ignoring. Sinning is ignoring. That's all it is. Missing the mark. Sin means to miss the mark, not to attain your desire. Not to be the person you want to be is sinning. Righteousness is the consciousness of already being what you want to be. It is changeless, educative law that effects must follow causes. Only by righteousness can you be saved from sinning. There is a widespread misunderstanding as to what it means to be saved from sin. The following example will suffice to demonstrate this misunderstanding and to establish the truth. A person living in abject poverty may believe that by means of some religious or philosophical activity, he can be saved from sin, and his life improved as a result. If, however, he continues to live in the same state of poverty, it is obvious that what he believed was not the truth, and in fact, he was not saved. On the other hand, he can be saved by righteousness. The successful use of the law of assumption, the successful use of the law of assumption would have the inevitable result of an actual change in his life. He would no longer live in poverty. He would no longer miss the mark. He would be saved from sin. Except your righteousness shall exceed the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, ye shall in no wise enter into the kingdom of heaven. Matthew 5:20. Scribes and Pharisees mean those who are influenced and governed by the outer appearances, the rules and customs of the society in which they live, the vain desire to be thought well by other men. Unless this state of mind is exceeded, your life will be one of limitation, of failure to attain your desires, of missing the mark, of sin. This righteousness is exceeded by true righteousness, which is always the consciousness of already being that which you want to be. Already being that which you want to be. If you get the desire, that means it exists. They can only exist at one and the same instantaneous moment, which is all there is. That's how you record. That's how time is. It's a one instantaneous, simultaneous, and spontaneous moment. In that one spontaneous, simultaneous, instantaneous moment, desire and objective reality of that desire both exist. They are seeking fulfillment. The law of assumption is how this one fulfills into this one. The law of assumption is the path. It would behoove you, me, everybody, to learn the law of assumption, because in that way you can become any self-concept. All his works are done. Any self-concept's yours. One of the greatest pitfalls in attempting to use the law of assumption is focusing your attention on things. Is having your SP back a theme? A thing? Has having a new car back a thing, or new car a thing? One of the greatest pitfalls in attempting to use the law of assumption is focusing your attention on things, on a new home, a better job, a bigger bank balance. This is not the righteousness without which you die in your sins. Righteousness is not the thing itself. It is the consciousness, the feeling of already being the person you want to be, of already having the thing you desire. Remember the path. Here you have desire within you. You want to be married, not single. You want to have a family, etc. And you're not that way here. You want to be that way, so desire is within you. You make the impression into your subconscious by feeling it real as you fall asleep, by feeling yourself with the wedding ring on your mental finger, a mental ring on your mental finger, not go get a ring and put it on there. It's feeling it real in your imagining. In your imagining, you put it on. That slowly, that fourth dimensional image you finally become by feeling becomes that's using the law of assumption. That is the law of assumption. You're assuming it to be real. It's the law of assumption. It's not a partial assumption. It's not called law of assumption. I mean, it's not called partial assumption. It's not called kinda sorta assumption. It's not called I did it last night but nothing's showing up assumption. It's not called I've done this for 6 months and nothing's happening assumption. It's called the law of assumption. It works. It's a law. It's a law that when you assume it to be real with feeling, it objectifies. It's an actual law that happens. Righteousness is the path we're talking about. It isn't that the relationship is righteousness. It isn't the new car. It isn't the new house. It isn't the new spouse. It's the path you took to get there. That's righteousness. The home, the car, the spouse, bank account, things are all okay. They're not what matters. It's how you got there. That's righteousness. we're breaking down the path and understanding in oh so many ways about the law of assumption for a very, very important reason. It is up to us to get this. Once you get this, it's all available, whatever you want. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Matthew 6:33. The kingdom, that's the entirety of creation, all right? That's in parentheses. The kingdom of God, God is your I am. God is your I am. All right, without parentheses. The kingdom of God is within you. Righteousness is the awareness that you already possess it all. Righteousness is the awareness of how this law of assumption works. Righteousness is the awareness that you already possess it all, because once you know how to do this, what is it you don't possess? You possess the keys, literally the keys to the entire kingdom. It would matter not what kind of health you wanted. It would matter not what kind of love and relationship you wanted. It would matter not what kind of bank balance you wanted. If you knew righteousness, the path to getting it done, doesn't matter what you put in the blank. Freedom? Not have to pound steaks on the railroad all day? Doesn't matter. Righteousness is the skill set we're breaking down, we're putting to use, and we're making sure that sooner or later we get that feeling on anything. It doesn't matter if it's the pizza or if it's the parking space. I always say start what you can manage and doesn't have any emotional impact at first. The climbing the ladder, these are nice, simple, banal things that just show you, hey, whoa, that really just happened. I'm not joking right here. I just got a text, and my wife got a very happy text message, and she communicated to me. So I communicated back to her, congratulations, and then it showed up on her phone with the confetti and a popping fireworks sound. And what I did earlier this morning was she was hoping for this communication to come through. So after she texted that to me, I was doing some work on editing, and then I just stopped what I was doing and I went into an imagining. I took the path of righteousness over the objective she had. I imagined her walking in the front door with the communication that she got the information, got the call she was expecting, and she was very happy about it. And I said high five. I actually high-fived her. I said congratulations. I high-fived her. I hugged her. And I said, congratulations. I'm glad to hear that. I'm so happy for you. All that was in one instantaneous prayer moment. Okay, 2.5, 3 hours, maybe 2 hours. I got the text shortly ago that she got that communication. I sent back the text. Congratulations, which had the confetti and the popping fireworks sound. But the main thing is how long do these things take? Do you work on the small ones? Do they matter? Are they proof that the righteousness works? If that isn't proof, I don't know what is. That's a small example. It's get these under your belt. Get them going. Get the pump primed properly. What's that old saying? Proper planning prevents poor performance. That's kind of a time-based thing, but anyway. Get the pump primed. It's an old saying, but the idea was you pump, like you're going to pump a water well with a pump. You just keep pumping it, and sooner or later the air gets evacuated out of the line and it brings up the water. Well, that's what you're doing with this skill set. You're doing with this skill set by working on a parking space, by working on that pizza, by working on someone else sharing the good news with you, God's spell, you're priming the pump. See this work in action. Just do the little thing. I will not climb a ladder and go to sleep climbing that ladder. Whichever way you can. See the goodness. Your friends telling you that they've never felt better and never been stronger, never had more, never felt better. In every single simple way, try it, prove it works or doesn't work. The better thing is if you can prove it doesn't work. That's the better thing, because that's when you're going to be really in a pickle once you find out it does, especially for those things you start to really care about. Try and do it on the things that have no emotional impact first. That's the best thing to do, is what I could say, is Have the things that don't have any emotional impact first, and that way you get the feel of it. You're priming the pump and you get it going. It's a skill set like anything else. It's just new habit. You'll you'll get it and you won't even believe it. All right, that was chapter 20, Righteousness, Power of Awareness. See you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, Power of Awareness, chapter 21, Free Will. Ooh, this is going to be good. The question is often asked, what should be done between the assumption of the wish fulfilled and its realization? You already know what he's going to say. Nothing. It is a delusion that other than assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled, you can do anything to aid the realization of your desire. You think that you can do something, you want to do something, but actually you can do nothing. I mean, how great is that to know righteousness, to know the law of assumption, and manifest that which you have a desire for? That's enough. I mean, that really is enough if you think about it. You're not pounding stakes on the railroad. I mean, that is a psychological adjustment over here. You don't have to take any action out here at all whatsoever. That's like a blessing. That's twice blessed. You're blessed for knowing the law of righteousness. Then you apply it. You apply the law of assumption. Righteousness is your pathway. And there's no effort besides psychological adjustment. It's an adjustment. You think that you can do something, you want to do something, but actually you can do nothing. The illusion of the free will to do is but ignorance of the law of assumption, upon which all action is based. Everything happens automatically. All that befalls you, all that is done by you, happens. Your assumptions, conscious or unconscious, direct all thought and action to their fulfillment. Now listen to that. Your assumptions, conscious or unconscious, direct all thought and action to their fulfillment. That's the world becoming automatons for you. Your assumptions, conscious or unconscious, direct all thought and all action toward their fulfillment. To understand the law of assumption, to be convinced of its truth, means getting rid of all the illusions about free will to act. Free will actually means freedom to select any idea you desire. By assuming the idea already to be a fact, it is converted into reality. Beyond that, free will ends, and everything happens in harmony with the concept assumed. I can of mine own self do nothing because I seek not mine own will, but the will of the Father which hath sent me. In this quotation, the Father obviously refers to God. In an earlier chapter, God is defined as I am. Since creation is finished, the Father is never in a position of saying, I will be. In other words, everything exists, and the infinite I am consciousness can speak only in the present tense. Super important point, and Neville talks about this, and I can't remember the lecture, but I think it's maybe one time that I've heard, but he says, or I think I read it, where he's talking about the main problem we have is with our tense. It's the tense. It's not. It can't be I will be. It can never be I will be. I will be is just stating I am not, literally. But the I am is the present I am now. Not my will, but thine be done. I will be is a confession that I am not. The Father's will is always I am. Until you realize that you are the Father, there is no one, until you realize that you are the Father, there's only one I am, and your infinite self is that I am. Your will is always I will be. Until you realize that you are the Father, your will is always I will be. Now we might have to back up the wheels a tiny bit, because hear what he just threw down there about will. Free will actually means, let me go back even further. To understand the law of assumption, to be convinced of its truth, means getting rid of all the illusions about free will to act. Free will actually means freedom to select any idea you desire, any idea that you put together and objectify, any idea you desire. Free will means you can choose any idea you desire. Freedom to select any idea you desire by assuming the idea already to be a fact, whatever idea it is, if you assume it to be a fact, it is converted into reality. Beyond that, free will ends and everything happens in harmony with the concept assumed. Whatever concept you assumed becomes. So, I must repeat all. In this quotation, the Father, I can mine own self do nothing. I'm repeating very, very, very important pieces here. So let's just grab a hold of the chair, dig our toes into the carpet, do whatever you must, but just hang in there because this needs and is worth repeating. Free will, remember, is the ability to choose any idea you desire. It's not about action, it's just about choice. I can mine own self do nothing because I seek not mine own will, but the will of the Father which hath sent me. In this quotation, the Father obviously refers to God. In an earlier chapter, God is defined as I am. Since creation is finished, all creation is finished, the Father is never in a position of saying, I will be. In other words, everything exists, all of it, and the infinite I am consciousness can speak only in the present tense. Not my will, but thine will be done. Remember, done. I will be is a confession that I am not. The Father's will is always I am, quotes. Until you realize that you are the Father, your will is always I will be. Until you realize that you are the Father, in parentheses, there is only one I am, and your infinite self is that I am. Your will is always I will be. In the law of assumption, okay, now, why I spun the wheels backwards? Any idea of will, and whenever you hear yourself use the word at all, I will do that. I will do this. I will do that. I'll get to that. Blah, 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 blah. Anytime you use the phrase I will, understand what you're saying right there. You're literally saying, you're not saying not my will, but thine be done. You're not saying that. You're confessing I am not. I will do that is I am not that. So you're not using righteousness and you're not using the law of assumption. Righteousness being the path, law of assumption being the whole thing in general, impressing the subconscious is the law of assumption, which becomes the path of righteousness is this whole thing. Sinning is not following your desire. Righteousness is following your desire and manifesting it. When you say I will, you're negating, you're not saying I am anymore when you say I will. You're negating your power to say I am that. I am. I will just diffuses. I will is like going out here. It's a complete diffusion. In the law of assumption, your consciousness of being is the Father's will. The mere wish without this consciousness is my will. This great quotation, so little understood, is a perfect statement of the law of assumption. The quotation being, not my will, but thine be done. It is impossible to do anything. You must be in order to do. If you had a different concept of yourself, everything would be different. You are what you are, so everything is as it is. The events which you observe are determined by the concept you have of yourself. If you change your concept of yourself, the events ahead of you in time are altered, but thus altered, they form again a deterministic sequence starting from the moment of this changed concept. You are a being with powers of intervention, which enable you, by a change of consciousness, to alter the course of observed events. In fact, to change your future. Deny the evidence of the senses and assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. I got to say this. I went to go run an errand here today at lunchtime, and I was turning a corner onto a street, and I saw a guy with a guitar on the bus stop. And he had the guitar not showing, but the strings towards his body. So I saw the back of the guitar. Having been in a band for a while and playing an instrument, I knew that was the guy with the guitar right there. So I go, oh, well, that's kind of interesting. He's got a guitar. That's great. So I keep driving. I go to the grocery store. I take a path another way to another errand stop. I get done with that errand, and I'm coming down a different street. Well, he had taken the bus, apparently, only a couple miles, maybe a mile or two, from the one stop to another stop, and was now walking down a neighborhood. If you imagine where I saw him first, there was a big square. I saw him here, and I made it two major intersections over, and was coming down a long street, which he must have taken the bus, and now he was walking on this, like a service road. We have these outer roads and then inner roads where the houses are. When I got done with my second errand, I'm now coming back to come home. He's walking down the service road on the grass by the trees, and he's playing licks. I could tell he's just working out his guitar, and I go, oh man, what a sight. This guy right here is ignoring everything his senses are telling him. He has to walk anyway. He has a desire and an object of desire. Obviously, it's playing and learning his instrument. So he's taking his valuable time. It's just like the gal on the streetcar when she blended the tears coming out of her face with the tears with the rain coming out of the sky. She then began and envisioning that it wasn't the streetcar she was on in San Francisco. She was actually coming into the Bay of Samoa, which is what I forgot before, but it is the Bay of Samoa. This guy I saw walking is basically like maybe 22 years old or 20. He was taking the object of his desire and putting the law of assumption to work for himself by ignoring the senses. Assuming to be real was that he knew how to play that instrument, because he was taking the time while walking. You gotta walk anyway. Why not use that time to attain the object of your desire and become proficient at your instrument? He was doing this in public, walking down the path, and I was dumbfounded because you don't see that often enough. I think it's a wonderful sight. Somebody ignoring what the senses are showing them and focusing on their desire. Wonderful sight. Deny the evidence of the senses and assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Inasmuch as your assumption is creative and forms an atmosphere, your assumption, if it be a noble one, increase your assurance and helps you to reach a higher level of being. I'm going to repeat the sentence. Inasmuch as your assumption is creative and forms an atmosphere, your assumption, if it be a noble one, increases your assurance and helps you to reach a higher level of being. If, on the other hand, your assumption be an unlovely one, it hinders you and makes your downward way swifter. I don't even want to give voice to the negative ones, but any negative one's going to make this path faster. You're going to objectify a subjective impression quicker because it's unlovely. And that energy and feeling and emotion is probably stronger because you spent some time and invested a lot of your efforts in this realm already. So you know how to get there quicker. He's saying it's faster, it's swifter. The reason a lot of people think manifesting takes a lot of effort or a lot more time is because you've been doing the opposite. So you've been doing the opposite so long. And I don't mean opposite, you haven't been manifesting. You've been manifesting perfectly. But you've been doing the opposite, as he says here. If, on the other hand, your assumption be an unlovely one, it hinders you and makes your downward way swifter. If they've been unlovely, it's time to change them. If you want to see the positive portrayal of what your desires are, and they can be. Just as the lovely assumptions create a harmonious atmosphere, so the hard and bitter feelings create a hard and bitter atmosphere. Whatsoever things are pure, just, lovely, of good rapport, think on these things. This means to make your assumptions the highest, noblest, happiest concepts. This means to make your assumptions the highest, noblest, happiest concepts. There's no better time to start than, I always say, what's the best? Well, I learned this from somebody else, and infinite banking concept, IBC, infinite banking concept. I highly recommend that whole thing. But the guy was an arborist who wrote that and figured that whole thing out. And he says in his book, I believe he said it, when's the best time to plant a tree? It's either 20 years ago or right now. And that's exactly is what he's saying here. There is no better time to start than now. This means to make your assumptions the highest, noblest, happiest concepts. There's no better time to start than right now. Who cares what negative ones you've already done? You're not there anymore. You're here now. You're now, here now. The present moment is always the most opportune in which to eliminate all unlovely assumptions and to concentrate only on the good. Cowboys and aliens. God doesn't care who you were. He only cares who you are. The past is, without cussing, it's a bunch of hooey. It's a bunch of nonsense. The concept of the past is even phony in itself. Because as I pointed out before, and I'll happily do it again now, here's the present, here's the now moment, which we are all in. Here's the supposed future, and here's the supposed past. Okay? Anytime you think of anything in this moment, you're projecting it out over here, and you're projecting it out over here. So if right here, you're taking a class, you're learning a subject, and you're happy you graduated, and you're looking to the future, you see the same kind of concept. You feel good about your future because you accomplished a great goal, and now you're looking towards the future, and it seems wide open. And you look at your past from that moment of celebration, and you see all the lovely times you were conquering goals. But let's say you do something in the negative, and I have a hard time even giving voice to these things, but it doesn't matter. Let's just say you were working on acquiring wealth in your self-concept, and all of a sudden, in your now, you got fired. And this Neville, and the reason I bring that one up is because Neville said it happened many times. People will be working on wealth, and all of a sudden they get fired, or always an abrupt change with their profession or their career. And that was because they needed to open the doors to get to the right thing that was going to give them the wealth. So let's say you're in the moment before the wealth arrives, and it's arriving. Otherwise, you wouldn't be fired. You were fired, and you're looking out at your future, and you're thinking, oh my gosh, I'm a failure. They fired me. And actually, you wanted to be fired, or you wouldn't have been fired. All right? So you got fired. You're looking to your future from that emotional state, and you see a negative viewpoint. I'm just going to get fired again. I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy. You look at your past, and you think all the times you didn't come up, and you failed at a test, or you failed at something, because you're feeling like a failure in your now, when in actual reality, wealth's on its way. It hasn't arrived yet. Point is, in your now, you had both a successful emotion, which you projected both directions, and then you had a very negative emotion, which you projected both directions. Those events don't exist out there. They exist only here. So in the present moment, the moment of power, you're projecting those things through a thing called a memory, or a thing called desire of how it's going to be. If you're projecting a negative in your future, then you're putting desire, and you're making a negative, you're making a subjective impression with a negative circumstance in it. Then you're objectifying, making into your reality the negative future you thought was always there. It's there because you're doing this with the ignoble. With the unlovely things. It's hard to do this example without giving voice to these negatives, and I don't like giving them voice. We should only stay optimistic, like he just said. Whatever's lovely, good rapport, think on those things. So, to the idea, these don't exist. Again, if you're thinking on things of good rapport and you think on those things, your now is constantly filled with those. So then when you get an inspiration, when you get a desire, when you get an urge, they're always lovely because that's where you keep your focus. Lovely desire, subconscious impression, objectification. The present moment is always the most opportune in which to eliminate all unlovely assumptions and to concentrate only on the good. As well as yourself, claim for others their divine inheritance. Man. See only their good and the good in them. Stir the highest in others to confidence and self-assertion by your sincere assumption of their good, and you will be their prophet and their healer. For an inevitable fulfillment awaits all sustained assumptions. Man, oh man, that's powerful stuff right there. As well as yourself. Claim for others their divine inheritance. Are you supposed to do this for yourself and then just look back at everybody else and go, I don't know what your guys' problem is? No. You want to have friends, don't you? You want to have associates to grow old with, don't you? You want to go on the same vacations, don't you? You want to have the same wealthy vacations, the same exotic foreign lands. So you want to have people there. So why wouldn't you claim for others their divine inheritance? You want to be with somebody. You're not doing this just for you. See only their good and the good in them. I challenge you. Do you know the people you've slighted? Doesn't matter who they are or what situation, if you have or if you haven't, doesn't matter. See a picture of them in a group setting that you're in and they're in and start giving them the benefit of that divine inheritance. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. Stir the highest in others to confidence and self-assertion by your sincere assumption of their good, and you will be their prophet and their healer. For an inevitable fulfillment awaits all sustained assumptions. You win by assumption what you can never win by force. Assumptions happen here. Law of assumption. Sinning means missing that, but we're winning that. So now we got righteousness on our side, so we're taking the path. You win by assumption what you will never win by force. Force, you can't push will upon others. You just can't. Haven't we all tried this already? Haven't we got this one down yet? You can't win by pushing your will on anybody. This motion, like all motion, exercises an influence on the surrounding substance, causing it to take the shape of, echo, and reflect the assumption. A change of fortune is a new direction and outlook, merely a change in arrangement of the same mind substance, consciousness. If you would change your life, you must begin at the very source with your own basic concept of self. Outer change, becoming part of organizations, political bodies, religious bodies, is not enough. That's right here. That's out there. The cause goes deeper. The essential change must take place in yourself, in your own concept of self. Your own concept of self, right there. You must assume that you are what you want to be and continue therein. For the reality of your assumption has its being in complete independence of objective fact and will clothe itself in flesh if you persist in the feeling of the wish fulfilled. I will repeat and clean that sentence. You must, remember he's using the word must. Your ears must get bigger. Dumbo yourself. That Dumbo the elephant? I think it was. You must assume that you are what you want to be and continue therein. For the reality of your assumption has its being in complete independence of objective fact. Complete independence of objective fact. And will clothe itself in flesh if you persist in the feeling of the wish fulfilled. When you know that assumptions, if persisted in, harden into facts, then events which seem to the uninitiated mere accidents will be understood by you to be the logical and inevitable effects of your assumption. The important thing to bear in mind is that you have infinite free will in choosing your assumptions, but no power to determine conditions and events. You create nothing, but your assumption determines what portion of creation you will experience. Oh man, What a powerful last paragraph. The important thing to bear in mind is that you have infinite free will in choosing your assumptions. Infinite free will in choosing your assumptions. Remember, any idea or desire, infinite free will in choosing your assumptions. An assumption is bringing this conscious and subconscious together, giving birth to the sun, the objectivity of your reality, of your 3D experience. You have infinite choice, infinite free will in choosing your assumptions, but no power to determine conditions and events. You can create nothing, but your assumption determines what portion of creation you will experience. The assumption has the reign over all of this. Is it important to learn this? Yes, absolutely. What am I going to invest with my time, thoughts, money? Where am I going to invest my time, thoughts, and money that I get this down, because this really rules everything? Because whatever I'm doing out here has boundaries, has limitations. This is where willpower is exerted. But what I'm doing in here, the path of righteousness, infinite. Infinite. No limitation. Free Will, chapter 21, Power of Awareness. Oh my goodness. Each chapter blows away the previous. I thought the previous chapter, righteousness, was most amazing. But free will. I'll repeat one more quote. I can of mine own self do nothing, because I seek not mine own will, but the will of the Father which hath sent me. The Father sent me. There's the Father. He sent me. I can of mine own self do nothing. If I just me, I can do nothing, because I seek not mine own will, but the will of the Father which has sent me. Where will the desire come from? But Him. Where's the urge come from? But Him. Where's all these different ideas of righteousness come from? But Him. Remember, doesn't matter your self-concept. Whatever it is, good, bad, or indifferent, He is no respecter of persons. Each self-concept gets its own desire and urges, whatever the color of those self-concepts are. Something has to jolt them into this path of righteousness. Even if the bank robber wants to rob a bank, he gets the desire to scheme, whatever it is, because in his world, that's the limit. But the righteousness is how he got there. That's the lesson at work. That's why it's good not to, it's an idea, it's a good idea not to be in such judgment. We don't want robbers. Okay, excuse me. We have laws that take care of this stuff, judges and courts and all this business, but we want to be understanding that our brother, the bank robber, has walls around his self-concept. He's still learning the law of righteousness, the same as we are learning the law of righteousness. He's learning it in his way, we're learning it in our way. Neither is better or worse. And if you remember from previous chapter, we can lift him up. We can imagine lovingly for our brother bank robber and seeing him as not robbing banks anymore. Who's going to step up and do that? Oh, okay, let's say his name's whatever. His name's ABC. Oh, I can see ABC. He's already, he just came out of jail and he's doing so much better. He found an opportunity in his life to do something good and he loves it. He's not only doing the thing that only he knows how to do so good, but he's got a car to drive. He's got someone cooking his own food. He's got a place to stay. He is so happy. He's doing so much better. Matter of fact, he's telling me this right now, and I was just talking to him and I hugged him. Oh, and I'm listening to his voice right now. I see his smile. Am I my brother's keeper? He is going to get the same desire in his framework as you're going to get for your framework. But in imagining lovingly for my brother, I lift the tide all throughout. All of us get lifted by me lifting just one person with that one prayer. Who else needs a prayer? Just somebody who needs to pass a test? Okay, what does that prayer look like? Oh yeah, I see. I just heard from my niece. She's actually taking this very, very difficult sommelier level 4 test. Very, very trying time for her. So I see her celebrating with some very rare wine. I'm I'm having fun with it here. But the idea is you get the drift. You just literally see them celebrating by calling you and telling you they passed the test. They've got the better opportunity. They're doing something only they love and know how to do. And it's the greatest news you've ever heard. And you're celebrating with them. You're hugging them next time you see them. And you see that hug. You feel that hug inside of you. It's that simple. That's your prayer. Each prayer you send out makes not just them fulfill the objective, they become the objective because you sent it out. You became convinced in yourself, so then the new reality you assume, the law of assumption that you assume is the reality where they are that new self. Once you persuaded yourself of that prayer that they told you, your brother bank robber went on, he got scared straight and went on the straight and narrow, thankfully. Hope it was wonderful news. You gave up this self that you were to share the law of assumption. You convinced yourself that he went on the straight and narrow. He gave up the bank robbing and now he's living a fulfilled life doing something he loves to do. You became that new person, sacrificing yourself here. You sacrificed yourself. You, by saying the prayer, sacrificed the one you were that believed he was there. And you became this one that supports the change of him into here, where he's got the new job opportunity, he's got the new car, someone's cooking his food, place to stay. He's loving life. He's working half as hard, getting twice as much money. You become this person. You do it again when you get the phone call from your niece saying she passed level 4 sommelier's exam. You're over here. You sacrifice this person. To want to hear someone say that they passed the exam, you have to sacrifice this person because this person has to persuade itself that it is the new person who is sharing reality with the new person they are. Are you willing to sacrifice yourself? Are you willing to put yourself at that level of giving? You're sacrificing yourself. You're not going to be able to escape the fact that that's a fact. You're sacrificing the self you were that believed they were something before. When they become something new, you are new. That's self-persuasion. Oh, what a great chapter. Power of Awareness, chapter 21, Free Will. We'll see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, Power of Awareness, chapter 22, Persistence. And he said unto them, which of you shall have a friend, and shall go unto him at midnight, and say unto him, Friend, lend me 3 loaves, for a friend of mine in his journey is come to me, and I have nothing to set before him. And he from within shall answer and say, Trouble me not, the door is now shut, and my children are with me in bed. I cannot rise and give thee. I say unto you, though he will not rise and give him, because he is his friend, yet because of his importunity he will rise, and give him as many as he needeth. And I say unto you, Ask, and it shall be given you. Seek, and you shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. Luke 11, 5-9. Whoa, it's a very, very interesting opening quote. There are 3 principal characters in this quotation. You and the 2 friends mentioned. The first friend is a desired state of consciousness. The second friend is a desire seeking fulfillment. 3 is the symbol of wholeness, completion. Loaves symbolize substance. The shut door symbolizes the senses which separate the seen from the unseen. Children in bed means ideas that are dormant. Inability to rise means a desired state of consciousness cannot rise to you. You must rise to it. Importunity means demanding persistency, a kind of brazen impudence. Ask, seek, and knock mean assuming the consciousness of already having what you desire. Thus, the scriptures tell you that you must persist in rising to the consciousness of your wish already being fulfilled. The promise is definite that if you are shameless in your impudence In assuming that you already have that which your senses deny, it shall be given unto you. Your desire shall be attained. The Bible teaches the necessity of persistence by the use of many stories. When Jacob sought a blessing from the angel with whom he wrestled, he said, I will not let thee go except thou bless me. When the Shunammite sought the help of Elisha, she said, as the Lord liveth, and as thy soul liveth, I will not leave thee. And he arose and followed her. The same idea is expressed in another passage. And he spake a parable unto them that men ought always to pray and not to faint, saying, there was in a city a judge, which feared not God, neither regarded man, and there was a widow in that city, and she came unto him, saying, avenge me of mine adversary. And he would not for a while, but afterward he said within himself, though I fear not God nor regard man, yet because this widow troubleth me, I will avenge her, lest she weary me by her continual coming. Luke 18, 1 through 5. Back to the beginning, we cruised past this piece. I wanted to make sure I pointed out the idea, I am all that is, God, right here. Self-concept, future self-concept, existing self-concept, another person. Everybody has self-concepts all over. So, there are three principal characters in the opening quote. The first one is the desired state of consciousness. That's this one here. Let's just put a number 1 right there. The second one is the desire seeking fulfillment, remembering that the desire came from within. And that desire seeks fulfillment. That's the second one. So that one comes from within you, inside of your current self-concept, whatever that self-concept is. That self-concept being inside of you, it's seeking fulfillment. The first one, the first friend is the desired state of consciousness up here. The second one is the desire itself seeking fulfillment. The third is the symbol of wholeness and completion. I would say that's right here. The act of righteousness, performing this whole action here, the desire, it making the subconscious impression, and then that being objectified, this whole act of righteousness is the completion. Okay. The basic truth underlying each of these stories is that desire springs from the awareness of ultimate attainment, and that persistence in maintaining the consciousness of the desire already being fulfilled results in its fulfillment. Now you got to listen to the words. Remember, that which you seek seeks you, because the desire couldn't exist if it didn't already have a result in reality. His works are done. The desire comes from within you. In the same instantaneous moment, the 3D reality, the objectification of that desire is in existence. It is a mansion. In my Father's house are many mansions. One of the mansions is waiting for you to occupy it. Not anybody else, just you. Now, listening to this paragraph, which is very, very good, very short, I think it's just a sentence. The basic truth underlying each of these stories is that desire springs from the awareness of ultimate attainment, and that persistence in maintaining the consciousness of the desire already being fulfilled results in its fulfillment. Persistence in maintaining the consciousness of the desire already being fulfilled results in its fulfillment. How long will you persist? Is it not enough to fill yourself into the state of the answered prayer? You must persist in that state. That is the reason for the injunction, man ought always to pray and not to faint. Faint obviously means backing off. That is the reason for the injunction, man ought to always to pray and not to faint. Here, to pray means to give thanks for already having what you desire, which is what we're using the law of assumption. When you pray, you're giving thanks for what you already desire, which is what you already have. Only persistency in the assumption of the wish fulfilled can cause those subtle changes in your mind, which result in the desired change in your life. It matters not whether they be angels, Elisha, or reluctant judges. All must respond in harmony with your persistent assumption. When it appears that people other than yourself in your world do not act toward you as you would like, it is not due to the reluctance on their part, but a lack of persistence in your assumption of your life already being as you want it to be. Your assumption, to be effective, cannot be a single isolated act. It must be a maintained attitude of the wish fulfilled. How long will you persist? What a wonderful, wonderful short chapter. I mean, there are some really good pieces in here. This is my favorite. It is not enough to feel yourself into the state of the answered prayer. You must persist in that state. That is the reason for the injunction. Man ought always to pray and not to faint. Here, to pray means give thanks for already having what you desire. Giving thanks for already having what you desire. Giving thanks for already having what you desire. In your desire, you make the impression into your subconscious that you're thankful. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father, for this gift of me being married, me being in my new career, me being healthy. Thank you, Father. That's the desire within you, transacting into the law of assumption in thanks for what is already. All you're doing is bringing up the rear. You're bringing up the laggard. You're bringing up your slow self. The fourth dimension is always ahead of the third dimension anyway. So the fourth dimension is the movement of it. When you psychologically impress that subconscious, that's the fourth dimension. So that action is in advance. Even though desire happens at the same instantaneous moment of the objective reality, you are seemingly going slower. So you're making that psychological shift, which then results in the objective reality. You're bringing up your, like I said before, your laggard self. You're the slowpoke in all of this. It being a desire is first, and its reality exists instantaneously at the same moment, but you're only having to convince yourself that it's okay to be that. The desire comes with permission. It comes with the promise. What a wonderful chapter. Power of Awareness, chapter 22. Persistence, man. What a good one. Okay, we'll see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, Power of Awareness, chapter 23, Case Histories. This is about that time when you really want to hear some case histories. It will be extremely helpful at this point to cite a number of specific examples of the successful application of this law. Actual case histories are given. In each of these, the problem is clearly defined and the way imagination was used to attain the required state of consciousness is fully described. In each of these instances, the author of this book was either personally concerned or was told the facts by the person involved. Number one, this is a story with every detail of which I am personally familiar. In the spring of 1943, a recently drafted soldier was stationed in a large army camp in Louisiana. This is a story about Neville, about his experience. So keep that in mind as we read through. He was intensely eager to get out of the army, but only in an entirely honorable way. The only way he could do this was to apply for a discharge. The application then required the approval of his commanding officer to become effective. Based on Army regulations, the decision of the commanding officer was final and could not be appealed. The soldier, following all the necessary procedure, applied for a discharge. Within 4 hours, his application was returned marked disapproved. Convinced he could not appeal the decision to any higher authority, military or civilian, he turned within to his own consciousness, determined to rely on the law of assumption. He turned within to his own consciousness to rely on the law of assumption. Okay? The soldier realized that his consciousness was the only reality The soldier already realized this, that his particular state of consciousness determined the events he would encounter. I still can't even believe Neville made it to the boot camp and to this this fort he was stationed at in Louisiana. I mean, obviously for the story, because this is one of the early stories that in my first year of studying Neville, it had me, within my first couple months is when I came across this story in one of his audio lectures. And it just blew my mind, because World War II, I thought, was this massive hold on everybody that nobody could escape its grasp if you were drafted, per se. But after this, it really showed me personally how flexible our reality is. It's all consciousness. Okay, here we go. The soldier realized that his consciousness was the only reality, that his particular state of consciousness determined the events he would encounter. That night, in the interval between getting into bed and falling asleep, he concentrated on consciously using the law of assumption. In imagination, he concentrated on consciously using the law, In imagination, he felt himself to be in his own apartment in New York City, between getting into bed and falling asleep. So he's in this sets. He visualized his apartment, that is, in his mind's eye, he actually saw his own apartment. Okay? Mentally picturing each one of the familiar rooms with all the furnishings vividly real. I mean, it's not hard to imagine if you had to call a friend to go into your house to get something for you, you could guide them to the exact spot in the exact drawer in the exact room after they walk in the house. And you could tell them what not to bump into on the way to getting what you want them to get out of a drawer in the back bedroom of your house. You could easily guide them there, so there's no reason why you can't travel there mentally, psychologically, if you are not there. So what Neville's doing here is he's only picturing himself remotely in another spot than he actually physically is. He's using the law of assumption. He happens to look at his senses and they tell him he's in the army camp in Louisiana, but mentally, psychologically, he's making the impression in his subconscious that he's actually at home in his apartment in New York City. With this picture clearly visualized and lying flat on his back, he completely relaxed physically. In this way, he induced a state bordering on sleep at the same time retaining control of the direction of his attention. When his body was completely immobilized, he assumed that he was in his own room. Now remember now what's going on here. He has a desire. Now he's completely immobilized. But he's stating here in the story, after being completely immobilized. This isn't on your way to bed when you're imagining something. You could be standing in the shower. Don't get me wrong. I've done plenty of imaginings and they've worked out wonderfully. When you're standing in the water, there's some kind of state there that is similar to this, but he's showing us that he was completely immobilized, lying down. Very important point. Desire, physically immobilized. With this picture clearly visualized, I'm gonna repeat this part. With this picture clearly visualized of his home and lying flat on his back, he completely relaxed physically into his dream image. In this way, he induced a state bordering on sleep at the same time, retaining control of the direction of his attention. When his body was completely immobilized, he assumed that he was in his own room and felt himself to be lying in his own bed, a very different feeling from that of lying on an army cot. In imagination, he rose from the bed, walked from room to room, touching various pieces of furniture. He then went to the window and with his hands resting on the windowsill, looked out onto the street on which his apartment faced. So vivid was all this in his imagination that he saw in detail the pavement, the railings, the trees, and the familiar red brick of the building on the opposite side of the street. He then returned to his bed and felt himself drifting off to sleep. in his New York apartment. He knew that it was most important in the successful use of this law that at the actual point of falling asleep, his consciousness be filled with the assumption that he was already what he wanted to be. As he drifted to sleep, he wanted to make sure that his consciousness be filled. Let me repeat it. I like to give him the respect for his words because they're very profound. He knew that it was most important in the successful use of this law that at the actual point of falling asleep, his consciousness be filled with the assumption that he was already what he wanted to be. Falling asleep, making the impression. Making the impression. All that he did in imagination was based on the assumption that he was no longer in the army. All that he did in his imagination was based on the assumption that he was no longer in the army. Night after night, the soldier enacted this drama. Night after night, in imagination, he felt himself honorably discharged, back in his home, seeing all the familiar surroundings, and falling asleep in his own bed. This continued for 8 nights. For 8 days, his objective experience continued to be directly opposite to his subjective experience in consciousness each night before going to sleep. His objective experience is the self-concept in 3D reality. That's your objective experience. But each night, he's giving himself a subjective impression into his subconscious. He used the law of assumption to change his consciousness to be that of his objective. His objectification was what he impressed into his subconscious, that he was out of the army, honorably discharged, and he was at home in bed. The wife was in the next bed, daughter in her crib, I believe. He doesn't mention that here in this story, but that's what he does in the audio lecture if you look it up. 8 days. That's it. I'm going to repeat. This continued for 8 nights. For 8 days, his objective experience continued to be directly opposite to his subjective experience. The objective experience was marching around and doing things you do in the army. But his subjective experience was being at home, honorably discharged, in the apartment, looking out the window, walking through the rooms, touching the windowsill, touching the furniture. On the 9th day, 8 days. I mean, what are you willing to do for 8 days to get your to get the desire fulfilled, to be objectified reality of what you want? What would you do? Would you do it for 8 days? Would you continuously do this for 8 times in a row? Just do it. On the 9th day, orders came through from the battalion headquarters for the soldier to fill out a new application for his discharge. Shortly after this was done, he was ordered to report to the colonel's office. During the discussion, the colonel asked him if he was still desirous of getting out of the army. Upon receiving an affirmative reply, the colonel said that he personally disagreed, and while he had strong objections to approving of the discharge, he had decided to overlook these objections and to approve it. Within a few hours, the application was approved, and the soldier, now a civilian, was on a train bound for home. If you listen to the audio lecture, and there's like at least 3 or 4 versions of this story he's unwrapped on audio, and they're all great. But there's one where the colonel's asking him, "Are you sure you want to get out of the army? Because you're not going to be as a stand-up guy like all these others." Yes, sir. "Are you sure you want to get out of the army? Because you're not going to have the respect of your neighbors and friends." "Yes, sir." "Are you sure? Are you sure?" He just kept rifling him with reasons, kind of reverse psychology reasons why he should stay. But Neville just kept saying, "Yes, yes, yes, I want out, yes." And there was a special loophole also to add to this, where it was an age qualification where I think Neville was 38. And if you were 38 before or after, I think it was an April date, you could ask for your discharge because you were on the border of being of that age where we don't need you because we have enough people, enough soldiers, as it were. But what a wonderful story. 8 days. That's all it took to get out of the army. In 1943, We all know history, at least a bit of it, and we know that you were definitely captive if you were in the military. You were definitely there to serve, and going home was not an option. But he pulled it off with a legal loophole, and was that right age where they were letting go. So it was an honorable discharge. Well, wonderful, wonderful story. Okay, number 2, case history number 2. This is a striking story of an extremely successful businessman, demonstrating the power of imagination and the law of assumption. I know this family intimately, and all the details were told to me by the son described herein. The story begins when he was 20 years old. He was next to the oldest in a large family of 9 brothers and 1 sister. This is somebody in Neville's family. The father was one of the partners in a small merchandising, I believe this is Victor's story. Sorry for spoiling, but you know. The father was one of the partners in a small merchandising business. In his 18th year, the brother referred to in this story left the country in which they lived and traveled 2,000 miles to enter college and complete his education. Shortly after his first year in college, he was called home because of a tragic event in connection with his father's business. Through the machinations of his associates, the father was not only forced out of his business, but was the object of false accusations, impugning his character and integrity. At the same time, he was deprived of his rightful share in the equity of the business. The result was he found himself largely discredited and almost penniless. It was under these circumstances that the son was called home from college. He returned, his heart filled with one great resolution. He was determined. 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 What does that look like? Determined. He was determined that he would become outstandingly successful in business. The first thing he and his father did was to use the little money they had to start their own business. They rented a small store on a side street not far from the large business of which the father had been one of the principal owners. There they started a business bent upon real service to the community. It was shortly after that the son was with instinctive awareness that it was bound to work, deliberately used imagination to attain an almost fantastic objective. Every day on the way to and from work, he passed the building of his father's former business, the big business of its kind in the country. The biggest business of its kind in the country. It was one of the largest buildings with the most prominent location in the heart of the city. On the outside of the building was a huge sign on which the name of the firm was painted in large bold letters. Day after day, as he passed by, a great dream took shape in the son's mind. He thought of how wonderful it would be if it was his family that had this great building, his family that owned and operated this great business. One day, as he stood gazing at the building, in his imagination, he saw a completely different name on the huge sign across the entrance. Now, the large letters spelled out his family's name. In these case histories, actual names are not used. For the sake of clarity in this story, we will not use hypothetical names and assume the son's family's name was Lordard. That's funny. Let's go back. I'll skip the parentheses. That's just too funny. Now, the large letters spelled out his family's name. I'm going to say Goddard Enterprises, where the sign read F.N. Moth and Company. In imagination, he actually saw the name letter by letter J. Goddard and Sons, I believe is what it because Joseph Goddard. It says J.N. Lordard and Sons, which would be J.N. Goddard and Sons. He remained looking at the sign with his eyes wide open, imagining, his eyes wide open, imagining it said Goddard and Sons. Twice a day, week after week, month after month for 2 years. He saw his family name over the front of that building. He was convinced that if he felt strongly enough that a thing was true, it was bound to be the case. And by seeing in imagination his family name on the sign, which implied that they own the business. Remember now he went to the end, but the name on the sign means that the whole business is theirs. You don't have to worry about the how. You just go to the sign, which is the end. He became convinced that one day they would own it. During this period, he told only one person what he was doing. He confided in his mother, who with loving concern tried to discourage him in order to protect him from what might be a great disappointment. Isn't that just like a mom, right? Despite this, he persisted day after day. 2 years later, the large company failed and the coveted building was up for sale. Have you seen anybody asking about their SP or their X or a relationship or a business or wealth or health persist? Have you seen anybody that has complained about that include that they persisted for 2 years on one subject and continued in their imagining on that one subject for 2 years? Neville took 8 days, which I believe we all can do it in 8 days. It depends on your desire. But 2 years, who do you know persists for 2 years every day? Do you know anybody? Do you? Is it worth it? It doesn't cost anything. This is the beauty. It didn't cost him one thing except a thought that he persisted in day after day, twice a day for 2 years. Then at the end of that 2 years, I will repeat the sentence. 2 years later, the large company failed and the coveted building was up for sale. On the day of the sale, he seemed no nearer ownership than he had been 2 years before when he began to apply the law of assumption. During this period, they had worked hard and their customers had implicit confidence in them. However, they had not earned anything like the amount of money required for the purchase of the property. Nor did they have any resource from which they could borrow the necessary capital. Making even more remote their chance of getting it was the fact that it was regarded as the most desirable property in the city, and a number of wealthy business people were prepared to buy it. On the actual day of the sale, to their complete surprise, a man, almost a total stranger, came into their shop and offered to buy the property for them. Due to some unusual conditions, in parentheses, involved in this transaction, the son's family could not even make a bid for the property. They thought the man was joking. However, this was not the case. The man explained that he had watched them for some time, admired their ability, believed in their integrity, and that supplying the capital for them to go into business on a large scale was an extremely sound investment for him. That very day, the property was theirs. What the son had persisted in seeing in his imagination was now a reality. The hunch of the stranger was more than justified. Today, this family owns not only the particular business referred to, but owns many of the largest industries in the country in which they live. The son, seeing his family name over the entrance of this great building long before it was actually there, was using exactly the technique that produces results. The law of assumption, that is. By assuming the feeling that he had already had what he desired, by making this a vivid reality in his imagination, by determined persistence, regardless of appearance or circumstance, he inevitably caused his dream to become a reality. It is one of the greatest stories of this. And there's a lot of other details you'll catch in the lecture. The amount of money that they purchased the property for on loan, then it multiplied. When they sold that building, I think over 20, maybe 40 years later, unbelievable amount of increase in value. And when the agent who came in to buy the property and be part of this partnership of investment to buy the property for them, and he took a payment process back. Of course, he had a contract with them, but he made his lawyers go make the bid, because if they knew he wanted it, the competitors would jump in. So his lawyers made the bid, and nobody was the wiser that it was him, because he was a guy that owned a lot of property. But in addition, the one guy that was out of town that would have bought the building in a second happened to be out of town. I think he was in Jamaica or England, but he was off site. So he didn't even know about the purchase ability that day. So a lot of things came together in this law of assumption usage. You listen to the lecture, a lot of other things. I'll try and find it and put it in the description. In addition, today I responded to a comment with, in 2023, I saw an article that Goddard Enterprises, the small, very small company talked about in this story, had just passed the $1 billion gross sales number in 2023. You know, you're talking about a 100-year-old company right there. And you're talking about a very poor family. If you listen to all the lectures of Neville, you'll know sooner or later these were very poor people that lived on Barbados. And they, you know, the big bounty was fish coming out of the ocean. 10 kids. They've still managed to lift themselves up by use of imagination. Again, I mentioned before the father sitting in his easy chair, using the law of assumption, thinking about his business transactions that day. All of them obviously coming true and fruitful for him. The son Victor getting him the building, the biggest building in town. I mean, just wonderful example of a story. Somebody said to me one time, yeah, but these, I was describing the law of assumption, and I was preaching, and I was told, yeah, but these guys, you know, these guys who do this law, they already had money. And I'm like, no, you haven't read far enough, because they started out very behind the eight ball. And that's true for a lot of stories, but it's best when you can point to how they actually use the law of assumption. It's the main thing being communicated here, is the law of assumption. It's the main thing. Stick to it. Persist. This is the story of a very unexpected result of an interview with a lady who came to consult me. Number 3. One afternoon, a young grandmother, a businesswoman in New York, came to see me. She brought along her 9-year-old grandson, who was visiting her from his home in Pennsylvania. In response to her questions, I explained the law of assumption, describing in detail the procedure to be followed in attaining an objective. The boy sat quietly. I love the story. I just love the story. I already caught on to what it's going to be. In response to her questions, I explained the law of assumption, describing in detail the procedure to be followed in attaining an objective. The boy sat quietly, apparently absorbed in a small toy truck, while I explained to the grandmother the method of assuming the state of consciousness that would be hers were her desire already fulfilled. I told her the story of the soldier in camp who each night fell asleep, imagining himself to be in his own bed in his own home. When the boy and his grandmother were leaving, he looked up at me with great excitement and said, "I know what I want, and now I know how to get it." Surprised, I asked him what it was he wanted. He told me he had his heart set on a puppy. To this, the grandmother vigorously protested, telling the boy that it had been made clear repeatedly that he could not have a dog under any circumstances, that his father and mother would not allow it, that the boy was too young to care for it properly, and furthermore, the father had a deep dislike for dogs. He actually hated to have one around. All these were arguments the boy passionately, desirously of having a dog refused to understand. You just don't hear what is not taking you to your objective. If your objective is here, and you know making an impression on your subconscious is doing this one thing, anything coming from without doesn't matter. All this noise coming in is just noise. The little boy was like, I don't care what you guys say. I now know how I'm going to get this puppy. All these were arguments the boy, passionately desirous of having a dog, refused to understand. Now I know what to do, he said. Every night, just as I'm going off to sleep, I am going to pretend that I have a dog and we are going for a walk. No, said the grandmother, that is not what Mr. Neville means. This was not meant for you. You cannot have a dog. Approximately 6 weeks later, the grandmother told me what was to her an astonishing story. The boy's desire to own a dog was so intense that he had absorbed all that I had told his grandmother of how to attain one's desire. And he believed implicitly that at least he knew how to get a dog. Putting this belief into practice For many nights, the boy imagined a dog was lying in his bed beside him. In imagination, he petted the dog, actually feeling its fur. All right? Things like playing with the dog and taking it for a walk filled his mind. Imagination. Within a few weeks, it happened. A newspaper in the city in which the boy lived organized a special program in connection with Kindness to Animals Week. All school children were requested to write an essay on why I would like to own a dog. After entries from all the schools were submitted and judged, the winner of the contest was announced. The very same boy who weeks before in my apartment in New York had told me, "Now I know how to get a dog," was the winner. In an elaborate ceremony which was publicized with stories and pictures in the newspaper, the boy was awarded a beautiful collie puppy. In relating this story, the grandmother told me that if the boy had been given the money with which to buy a dog, the parents would have refused to do so and would have used it to buy a bond for the boy or put it in the savings bank for him. Furthermore, if someone had made the boy a gift of a dog, they would have refused it or given it away. But the dramatic manner in which the boy got the dog, the way he won the citywide contest, the stories and pictures in the newspaper, the pride of achievement and joy of the boy himself, all combined to bring about a change of heart in the parents. And they found themselves doing that which they never conceived possible. They allowed him to keep the dog. All this, the grandmother explained to me, and she concluded by saying that there was one particular kind of dog on which the boy had set his heart. It was a collie. How many times did you ask your parents for something and they said no, and you said, "Can I have?" "No." Can I have?" "No." "Can I have?" "No." "Can I have?" "No." "Can I have?" "No." "Can I have?" "Okay." Shut up. Go ahead. You're driving me crazy. But this, I mean, really, it's such a fascinating story. It really shows you the power of imagination, especially in a youngster, a very youngster who doesn't know the difference of what is supposed to be and not supposed to be, because imagination is. Wonderful story. And there's a piece here. Oh, going to the end. So the child, in his imagination, went to the end, seeing the puppy, petting him in bed with him, walking it, feeding it, whatever, in his imagination. That piece that says, if, in relating the story to the grandmother, if the boy had been given the money with which to buy the dog, the parents would have refused it and used it for savings. If someone had made the boy a gift of the dog, they would have refused it and given it away. But the dramatic manner, so the child went to the end. Didn't go to, I see myself at an animal shelter, or I see myself at somebody giving away puppies. None of that. The boy went to the experience at the end. What is it you're trying to experience? And you go to the end, because doing so at the end, my Father's ways are past finding out. So if you go to the end, you're never concerned with the how. He was never concerned with the how. It didn't, in case you're trying to manifest money because you want it as a thing to get you to another thing, and that's not the way. The way is the end. When you're making that impression on your subjective consciousness, you're aimed at the end. If you want this to manifest, if you're going to aim on the how, you're going out here in the world, then you're missing the mark. You're not intentionally sinning, but you're sinning because you're missing the mark. You're missing how righteousness works. You make the impression on the subconscious, which objectifies the reality. But the boy went to the end by seeing the dog in bed with him. He didn't do anything else. He didn't bog it down with hows. Hows are going to destroy or are going to get in the way and cause massive delays, disconcerting massive delays that make you want to give up. What a great story. Oh my gosh. That was very moving. Okay, case history number 4. This was told by the aunt in the story to the entire audience at the conclusion of one of my lectures. During the question period following my lecture on the law of assumption, a lady who had attended many lectures and had had personal consultation with me on a number of occasions, rose and asked permission to tell a story illustrating how she had successfully used the law. She said that upon returning home from the lecture the week before, she had found her niece distressed and terribly upset. The husband of the niece, who was an officer in the Army Air Force stationed in Atlantic City, had just been ordered, along with the rest of his unit, to active duty in Europe. She tearfully told her aunt that the reason she was upset was that she had been hoping her husband would be assigned to Florida as an instructor. They both loved Florida and were anxious to be stationed there and not to be separated. Upon hearing this story, the aunt stated that there was only one thing to do, and that was to apply immediately the law of assumption. Let's actualize it, she said. If you were actually in Florida, what would you do? You would feel the warm breeze. You would smell the salt air. You would feel your toes sinking down into the sand. Well, let's do all that right now. They took off their shoes and, turning out the lights in imagination, they felt themselves actually in Florida, feeling the warm breeze, smelling the sea air, and pushing their toes into the sand. 48 hours later, the husband received a change of orders. His new instructions were to report immediately to Florida as an Air Force instructor. Remember, she didn't go and say, I want him to be in her imagination, see him as an instructor. She didn't do that. She went to another end result that pre-assumes everything else. 5 days later, his wife was on a train to join him, while the aunt, in order to help her niece to attain her desire, joined in with the niece in assuming the state of consciousness required. She did not go to Florida. That was not her desire. On the other hand, that was the intense longing of the niece. When two or more are gathered in my name. The aunt imagined lovingly for her niece. She joined her in the imagining, but she didn't have to go. The niece had the desire. The aunt joined the niece in the desire. When you know what someone else wants, it doesn't take and cost you anything to imagine lovingly for them, seeing them attaining it. And then when you hear back verbatim exactly what you imagined, it's going to knock your socks off. It's going to blow your mind. That was number 4. That was amazing. Case study 5. This case is especially interesting because of the short interval of time between the application of this law of assumption and its visible manifestation. All right, we want a short one. We want a short one. That one was pretty short, actually. A very prominent woman came to me in deep concern. She maintained a lovely city apartment and a large country home. But because the many demands made upon her were greater than her modest income, it was absolutely essential that she rent her apartment if she and her family were to spend the summer at their country home. In previous years, the apartment had been rented without difficulty early in the spring. But the day she came to me, the rental season for summer sublets was over. The apartment had been in the hands of the best real estate agents for months, but no one had been interested even in coming to see it. When she had described her predicament, I explained how the law of assumption could be brought to bear on solving her problem. I suggested that by imagining the apartment had been rented by a person desiring immediate occupancy, and by assuming that this was the case, her apartment actually would be rented. In order to create the necessary feeling of naturalness, the feeling that it was already a fact that her apartment was rented, I suggested that she drifted off into sleep that very night, imagining herself not in her apartment, but in whatever place she would sleep were the apartment suddenly rented. She quickly grasped the idea and said that in such a situation she would sleep in her country home even though it were not yet opened for the summer. She would psychologically, in sets, sleep in her country home. This interview took place on Thursday. At 9 o'clock the following Saturday morning, she phoned me from her home in the country. 2 days? Maybe even a day and a half, because it was evening of Thursday, I don't doubt. At 9 o'clock the following Saturday morning, she phoned me from her home in the country, excited and happy. She told me that on Thursday night she had fallen asleep, actually imagining and feeling that she was sleeping in her other bed in her country home many miles away from the city apartment she was occupying. On Friday, the very next day, a highly desirable tenant, one who met all her requirements as a responsible person, not only rented the apartment, but rented it on the condition that he could move in that very day. A day and a half, 2 days. All she did was imagine herself in the other home. What are you imagining as you're falling to sleep? What are you watching on that little box that is so successful? It's so very successful. If you don't know what this is, ask your parents or grandparents. Let me put a little knob on there. If you're going to sleep focused on this and drifting off into sleep, in fact, if you even have this in your bedroom, shame on you. One thing we celebrated our wedding anniversary, 25 years this year, and one thing we always maintain to never ever have in our bedroom from moment one, never have a TV in the bedroom where you're sleeping, whatever that is. And the reason is you're going in there to sleep. You're going in there to retire, to withdraw. And even before I created napping as a full-time daily activity, which what I would say was maybe after the third or fourth year of marriage, it still kept that sanctuary of the bedroom being a place you could withdraw. And working with dreams and the Seth material, as I mentioned before, and working with out of bodies and working with all that stuff, lucid dreaming, all that requires a space to do this in, a space to retire to, a space of contemplation. Your bedroom is that. But if you pollute it with one of these, and don't get me wrong, you might even just be in a one room. We eventually, just as an example, we have a TV in the living room, but we bought this big box, furniture. It has doors on it that we can close that thing off. We have friends over, we're chit-chatting and talking, and we're not looking at the TV. We close that thing off. We don't have it fully displayed all the time because that's not the subject of using this. And just as an idea, if you're considering changing what you focus on before you fall asleep to make a law of assumption work for yourself, put a blanket over this, throw a towel over it if you're in a one-room situation, or if you're in a bedroom and it has one in there and you can't take it out because your partner, spouse loves it, whatever. It doesn't matter as much as don't put it on as you're drifting to sleep. If you're drifting to sleep and you've got Dexter on or whatever, or you got the 8th season of Lost running, you're definitely not drifting into the sat state with your desired objective in mind. You're letting out here fill that gap. What are you imagining as you fall off to sleep? And whatever it is, it's worked perfect. It's worked wonderful. It's gotten you right where you are. So give yourself credit. It's gotten you in that perfect space you are. Now, if you have a desire that you want to be somewhere else, then you have to look at what we're talking about here and change something. Case history number 6. Only the most complete and intense use of the law of assumption could have produced such results in this extreme situation. 4 years ago, a friend of our family asked that I talk with his 28-year-old son who was not expected to live. He was suffering from a rare heart disease. This disease resulted in a disintegration of the organ. Long and costly medical care had been of no avail. Doctors held out no hope for recovery. For a long time, the son had been confined to his bed. His body had shrunk to almost a skeleton, and he could talk and breathe only with great difficulty. His wife and 2 small children were home when I called, and his wife was present throughout our discussion. I started by telling him that there was only one solution to any problem, and that solution was a change of attitude. You ever heard Earl Nightingale say attitude? He's got a very deep voice. If you haven't seen or heard Earl Nightingale, The Strangest Secret. Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, wonderful man, wonderful audio recordings, wonderful teacher, motivational speaker. By the way, he used to frequent Acres of Books here in Long Beach, and Neville Goddard actually talks about going into Acres of Books, the same bookstore. I'm very admirous of that. Since talking, I started by telling him that there was only one solution to any problem, and that solution was a change of attitude. Since talking exhausted him, I asked him to nod in agreement if he understood clearly what I said. This he agreed to do. I described the facts underlying the law of consciousness. In fact, that consciousness was the only reality. I told him that the way to change any condition was to change his state of consciousness concerning it. As a specific aid in helping him to assume the feeling of already being well, I suggested that in imagination, he see the doctor's face expressing incredulous amazing in finding him recovered, contrary to all reason, from the last stages of an incurable disease, that he see him double checking in his examination and hear him saying over and over, "It's a miracle, it's a miracle." He not only understood all this clearly, but he believed it implicitly. He promised that he would faithfully follow this procedure. His wife, who had been listening intently, assured me that she too would diligently use the law of assumption and her imagination in the same way as her husband. The following day, I sailed for New York. All this taking place during our winter vacation in the tropics. Several months later, I received a letter saying the son had been made a miraculous recovery. The son had made a miraculous recovery. On my next visit, I met him in person. He was in perfect health, actively engaged in business, and thoroughly enjoying the many social activities of his friends and family. He told me that from the day I left, he never had any doubt that it would work. It. Imagination. He never had any doubt. He was convinced. That's all he had to do. He knew it. He described how he had faithfully followed the suggestion I had made to him, and day after day had lived completely in the assumption of already being well and strong. Now, 4 years after his recovery, he is convinced that the only reason he is here today is due to his successful use of the law of assumption. Powerful. What a wonderful, wonderful case. That is great. Number 7. Hold on. Let me. How many of us, who does? I don't know. Do you? Do I? How many people believe what the man in the white coat says? If you really, really believe, I believe if you have a acute pain, break a bone, etc., they're there for a good reason to help you out. But they are also out here. Neville reminded him that in here is where this law of assumption works. But relying on the data and information coming from without, out here, he was going to ignore that and work with the law of assumption. And how many of us look out here and think it's real? We think that that's the facts. That they must be the sentence I've been given. Consciousness is all there is. I and my Father are one. My Father is greater than I. If that's the facts, that is. If you go into I am meditation for just a few minutes, you're at home. You're not out here when you go into meditation. You don't go here. Don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about traveling out of body or remote viewing or remote traveling or any of that, because that's great stuff. That's still in here, but I'm not talking about that. You're only ever in meditation, you're only ever at home with him. So all he did was practice the law of assumption within himself, made the subjective impression, objectified health. Totally doable. Great story. 7. This story illustrates the successful use of the law by a New York business executive. In the fall of 1950, an executive of one of New York's prominent banks discussed with me a serious problem with which he was confronted. He told me that the outlook for his personal progress and advancement was very dim. Having reached middle age and feeling that a marked improvement in position and income was justified, he had talked it out with his superiors. They frankly told him that any major improvement was impossible and intimated that if he was dissatisfied, he could seek another job. This, of course, only increased his uneasiness. In our talk, he explained that he had no great desire for really big money, but that he had to have a substantial income in order to maintain his home comfortably and to provide for the education of his children in good preparatory schools and colleges. Sounds reasonable, right? This he found impossible on his present income. The refusal of the bank to assure him of any advancement in the near future resulted in a feeling of discontent and an intense desire to secure a better position with considerably more money. He confided in me that the kind of job he would like better than anything in the world was one in which he managed the investment funds of a large institution, such as a foundation or great university. In explaining the law of assumption, I stated that his present situation was only a manifestation of his concept of himself. In explaining the law of assumption, I stated that his present situation was only a manifestation of his concept of himself. He has a self-concept. I have a self-concept. You have a self-concept. And declared that if he wanted to change the circumstances in which he found himself, he could do so by changing his concept of himself. In order to bring about this change of consciousness, and thereby a change in his situation, I asked him to follow this procedure every night just before he fell asleep. In imagination, he was to feel that he was retiring at the end of one of the most important and successful days of his life. He was to imagine that he had actually closed a deal that very day to join the kind of organization he yearned to be with and in exactly the capacity he wanted. I suggested to him that if he succeeded in completely filling his mind with this feeling, he would experience a definite sense of relief. Remember now, Neville talks about it in one of his lectures. The word relief is the biggest, most important word we're working with when we're talking about feeling it real. When you're feeling it real, you're feeling the relief of having now had the experience. What does it feel like to be in love, happily married, and being in a new house with a new family? Your family you've created feels like a nice relief because you're not there now, but you're going to be there when you imagine it real. It feels like a relief. After the pizza arrives and you choke all the pieces down, put the dishes in the sink, you're like in a feeling of relief. Neville describes that to be the very, very most important thing you could talk about as far as one word is concerned regarding the law of assumption. I suggested to him that if he succeeded in completely filling his mind with this feeling, he would experience a definite sense of relief. In this mood, his uneasiness and discontent would be a thing of the past. He would feel the contentment that comes with the fulfillment of desire. I wound up by assuring him that if he did this faithfully, he would inevitably get the kind of position he wanted. This was the first week of December. Night after night, without exception, he followed this procedure. Early in February, a director of one of the wealthiest foundations in the world asked this executive if he would be interested in joining the foundation in an executive capacity handling investments. After some brief discussion, he accepted. First week of December, early February. 2 months. What would you persist in if you really wanted and had a desire for? What would you persist in? I've taken a heck of a long time, a lot longer, learning how to play the guitar at age 14, for instance, or the saxophone and not the clarinet in third grade. many more hours. A lot of hours on that guitar, and then bass guitar. A lot of time invested. A lot of time out here. Hindsight's 2020. A lot of time out here. We're talking 2 months. He changed his entire reality just by taking some effort each night. Early in February, director of one of the wealthiest foundations. Okay, today at a substantially higher income, and with the assurance of steady progress, this man is in a position far exceeding all that he had hoped for. What would you, that's end of that case, what would you persist in night after night, 8 days, 2 months, 2 years? What would you persist in? Understand, remind yourself, whatever you've been persisting in up to now has gotten you right where you are. You must reward yourself with that as an idea or a fact. You've done a dang good job getting yourself to where you are. You're in a great place. You got yourself there by the law of assumption. You've been using it all along. How many wonderful movies are made when the main character wakes up and realizes it was them? I mean, I can think of a few, when they realize they're the object of that memory floods in of a Fight Club. Hollywood has a way of turning wonderful truths into awkward, violent movies. But anyway, Fight Club. When you first saw Fight Club in 1999-ish, that was a mind-blowing realization for the character. He woke up and realized he was a split. And then there's another movie, Mickey Rourke, with Lisa Bonet, 1987, Angel Heart. Angel Heart? Angel Heart. I believe it is Angel Heart, where the main character also is going through his trials and tribulations and wakes up realizing that it's him. This is what we need to realize about ourselves, is that where you are is where you put yourself. You put yourself there. Through the law of assumption and through everything you focus on each night, you did a wonderful job putting yourself exactly where you are. And if you have any complaints, what do they say? What do they used to say? If you have any complaints, fill it out in triplicate and put it on my desk. Fill it out in triplicate and put it on his desk. Because you can see how far that's going to get you. But that's the answer, though, too. I am is the answer. I am is your meditation. You don't like where you are. Don't worry. Just because you put yourself there doesn't mean it's not changeable. I mean, you wouldn't do the worst thing to yourself on purpose. You would do it by a matter of habit, by what you learned, by what you were taught, etc., etc. It doesn't matter. All that's water under the bridge. We're here now. Now you know the law of assumption. You take it upon yourself to make an impression upon what your desire tells you want to be, have, or do. Make that impression, objectify that reality. See, now you know. You can't escape it now. But you did put yourself where you are wonderfully well. You did a really good job at that. You're really good at it. Give yourself credit. Okay, 8. The man and wife in this story attended my lectures for a number of years. It is an interesting illustration of the conscious use of this law by two people concentrating on the same objective at one time. When two or more are gathered in my name, right? Here we go. The man and wife were an exceptionally devoted couple. Their life was completely happy and entirely free from any problems or frustrations. For some time, they had planned to move into a larger apartment. The more they thought about it, the more they realized that what they had their hearts set on was a beautiful penthouse. In discussing it together, the husband explained that he wanted one with a huge window looking out on a magnificent view. The wife said she would like to have one side of the walls mirrored from top to bottom. They both wanted to have a wood-burning fireplace. It was a must that the apartment be in New York City. For months, they had searched for such an apartment in vain. They'd gone out here, right? In fact, the situation in the city was such that the securing of any kind of apartment was almost an impossibility. They were so scarce that not only were there waiting lists for them, but all sorts of special deals, including premiums, the buying of furniture, were involved. New apartments were being leased long before they were completed, many being rented from the blueprints of the building. Early in the spring, after months of fruitless seeking, they finally located one which they seriously considered. It was a penthouse apartment in a building just being completed on Upper Fifth Avenue facing Central Park. It had one serious drawback. Being a new building, it was not subject to rent control, and the couple felt the yearly rental was exorbitant. In fact, it was several $1,000s a year more than they had considered paying. Remember, we're talking about approximately 1950. During the spring months of March and April, they continued looking at various penthouses throughout the city, but they always came back to this one. Finally, they decided to increase the amount they would pay substantially and made a proposition which the agent for the building agreed to forward to the owner for consideration. It was at this point, without discussing it with each other, they didn't talk to each other about this. It was at this point, without discussing it with each other, each determined to apply the law of assumption. It was not until later that each learned what the other had done. Night after night, they both fell asleep in imagination in the apartment they were considering. The husband, lying with his eyes closed, would imagine that his bedroom windows were overlooking the park. He would imagine going to the window the first thing in the morning and enjoying the view. He felt himself sitting on the terrace overlooking the park, having cocktails with his wife and friends, all thoroughly enjoying it. He filled his mind with actually feeling himself in the penthouse and on the terrace. He filled his mind. During all this time, unknown to him, his wife was doing the same thing. Several weeks went by without any decision on the part of the owners, but they continued to imagine as they fell asleep each night that they were actually sleeping in the penthouse. One day, to their complete surprise, one of the employees in the apartment building in which they lived told them that the penthouse there was vacant. They were astonished because theirs was one of the most desirable buildings in the city with the perfect location right on Central Park. The building they were in, not the one that they were imagining. But they imagined the window, they imagined the mirrored wall, the fireplace. They knew there was a long waiting list of people trying to get an apartment in their building. The fact that a penthouse had unexpectedly become available was kept quiet by the management because they were not in a position to consider any applicants for it. Upon learning that it was vacant, this couple immediately made a request that it be rented to them, only to be told that it was impossible. The fact was that not only were there several people on a waiting list for a penthouse in the building, but it was actually promised to one family. Despite this, the couple had a series of meetings with the management, at the conclusion of which the apartment was theirs. The building being subject to rent control, their rental was just about what they had planned to pay when they first started looking for a penthouse. The building being subject to rent control, which is what they wanted in the first place, their rental was just about what they had planned to pay. Excuse me, let me repeat the whole sentence. But the idea that rent control was going to help them because that's what they imagined they would pay in the first place. The building being subject to rent control, their rental was just about what they had planned to pay when they first started looking for a penthouse. The location, the apartment itself, and the large terrace surrounding it on the south, west, and north was beyond all their expectations. And in the living room on one side is a giant window 15 feet by 8 feet with a magnificent view of Central Park. One wall is mirrored from floor to ceiling, and there is a wood-burning fireplace. The law of assumption. 8 wonderful examples, 8 case histories written by Neville. What does it take just for one person? Just one imagining is plenty, but if you get 2 focused on the same goal, the same desirous end result will typically open wide. Oh my goodness. And, I'm almost speechless. But you can imagine, though, that their apartment, which is, let's say this is their apartment, which is their objective. This is her, okay, and this is him. He's the male, she's the female, and they're both making that impression on their subconscious night after night. And together, they're both here. This is the son. This is the son of the wedding of them together, the male and the female and the male. So they both do it each night, make that subjective impression. Objective reality, it cannot. Objective reality is there's no option. This becomes a fact because it is a fact. When they were making this impression onto their subconscious, that's 4D reality. That's a fact. That is the motion. Once they moved, motion happened. Once motion happens, the reality exists. Once the reality exists, all they did by continuing was bolster it. They bolstered it and they made it objective reality in their experience. Same building, use some elevators, don't move all the way out, go to the top, get the penthouse, get 3 terraces. What did they have? The south, the west, and the north. I mean, come on. You cannot beat that. That's a beautiful sunset. And sunrise, if you walk around the north and the south side, you're going to see it coming around the building anyway. I mean, what is possible? What is possible if you focus night after night? 8 nights, 2 months, 2 years? I forget what their amount of time was, but it didn't seem to be that. Several weeks. Okay. Let's say it's 8, 10, 12, whatever. What are you going to do? Because what you're focusing on now, what you're imagining, falling asleep now, is what's got you where you are. So what are you going to imagine on now that you know all these case histories got to where they got, even the little kid, the little child with the puppy? What are you going to focus on? That's the question for you. I suggest, I'm not going to pause the video for a minute, but I suggest you go write that down. Go get a piece of paper and write it down. What is your desire? What is your objective? What's the object of your desire? What's the object you're going to put here? The desire becomes objective. What is it you're going to ignore this outside world for to get your objective? Because ignoring this is pretty fancy stuff. This can be entertaining. Once you start ignoring that and you put your desire into your focus, and you're nothing but focusing on it by simply falling asleep, imagining yourself experiencing it. I don't mean going out and doing research and loads of in the world chasing of the tail. I don't mean stuff here. I mean whatever you're going to impress into your subconscious. This is your focus. What you're going to put into your focus as you fall asleep is the main point. That's the law of assumption. That's what's going to equal you there. Wonderful chapter. Chapter 23. Power of Awareness. Wow, what a great chapter. All right, we'll see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, Power of Awareness, Chapter 24. Failure. Who doesn't want to fail fast? This book would not be complete without some discussion of failure in the attempted use of the law of assumption. Who hasn't felt like that? I know I have. It is entirely possible that you either have had or will have a number of failures in this respect, many of them in really important matters. If, having read this book, having a thorough knowledge of the application and working of the law of assumption, you faithfully apply it in an effort to attain some intense desire and fail, what is the reason? If to the question, did you persist enough? Did you persist enough? You can answer yes, and still the attainment of your desire was not realized. What is the reason for failure? Oh my gosh, I'm so glad he's covering this. Very necessary subject. The answer to this is the most important factor in the successful use of the law of assumption. The time it takes your assumption to become fact, your desire to be fulfilled, is directly proportionate to the naturalness of your feeling of already being what you want to be, of already having what you desire. Repeating the most important sentence, the time it takes your assumption to become fact, your desire to be fulfilled, is directly proportionate to the naturalness of your feeling of already being what you want to be, of already having what you desire. At some point, you're going to get that feeling where you step into it. You're here in your old self-concept, and then you detach and become your new self-concept. That is going to happen. I promise you. You must persist. That's just my little add-on. The fact that it does not feel natural to you to be what you imagine yourself to be is the secret of your failure. Regardless of your desire, regardless of how faithfully and intelligently you follow the law, if you do not feel natural about what you want to be, you will not be it. It must feel natural. It doesn't have to fit into your reality. It just must feel natural. It doesn't have to fit onto your property or in your house. It just must feel natural. You don't have to have a U-shaped driveway for all the cars you're going to own. It just must feel natural. If it does not feel natural to you to get a better job, you will not get a better job. The whole principle is vividly expressed by the Bible phrase, "You die in your sins." You do not transcend from your present level to the state desired. How can this feeling of naturalness be achieved? Question mark. The secret lies in one word. Guess what that word is? Imagination. For example, this is a very simple illustration. Assume that you are securely chained to a very large iron bench. You could not possibly run. In fact, you could not even walk. In these circumstances, it would be natural for you to run. You could not even feel that it was natural for you to run, but you could easily imagine yourself running. In that instant, while your consciousness is filled with your imagined running, you have forgotten that you are bound. In imagination, your running was completely natural. You're chained to the bench, and you can imagine yourself running away, for example. Even though you're chained to the bench, which is what your senses are telling you, your senses are obviously telling you all that is, I am God, right here in the middle. Your self-concept, my self-concept, all of our self-concepts. Right here, your senses are telling you, you're chained to this bench. I don't care what you say, you're not going nowhere. But in that moment, you imagine yourself running away from this. In that instant of imagined feeling of yourself running, you actually are running. You actually are running. In that instant, while your consciousness is filled with your imagined running, you have forgotten that you are bound to the bench. In imagination, your running was completely natural. The essential feeling of naturalness can be achieved by persistently filling your consciousness with imagination. Imagine yourself being what you want to be or having what you desire. I don't know why, a memory of fifth grade. After school, I believe it was, myself and one of my guy friends and one of my classmates' girlfriends. So there's a guy, two of us. I was on a bike, my buddy was there, and another classmate of ours was there. And I think her name, I forget her name. I think it was Dawn. This gal that moved really early. Anyway, I would go on my bike, crash onto the grass, imagine I was hurt. She would be a nurse and he would be a doctor, and they would come over to me and they would start taking care of me. And they would fix me up. Then I'd get up, all fixed up, get on my bike, go back, I don't know, 20, 30 yards, turn around, get on my bike again, come back, crash again onto the grass. They'd come over, they were the doctor and the nurse, and they would take care of me again. And they were just touching me, fixing me. And I'd be like, oh, and then I'd be all fixed. And I would get up and I would do it again. I don't know how long we did it or how many times we did it. I don't even know why we did it. But we were having the imagining of being grown-ups, doctor, nurse, and a stuntman. When I was a kid, I really did want to be a stuntman. That was on my list. That was the only thing on my list. But there I was doing a stunt, and they were the doctor and the nurse putting me back together. Humpty Dumpty. But nothing told us we couldn't imagine like that right after class, right after school was over. Nothing said it's not okay to imagine doctor, it's not okay to imagine nurse, it's not okay to imagine stuntman, or it's not okay to ride your bike. Nothing told us we couldn't imagine that. And as a matter of fact, if you were an adult walking by, you look at these kids and you just look, they're just playing. Of course they're playing. What do? They're kids. They're imagining, they're playing. Why don't we look at each other and say, oh, look at those people over there. They're playing. They're not playing. They're just sitting there. Really? They could be playing. Yeah, they could be playing. Some people go to the park and play chess, etc. But the idea is, you get the idea. When do you start using your imagination and frolicking with it? You got to start somewhere. You have to put it into use. You've been doing a good job keeping yourself right there, but if this self-concept is not enough and you want more, you want to have another experience, it's up to you to use your imagination playfully and go to the next self-concept. They're there for you. The essential feeling of naturalness can be achieved by persistently filling your consciousness with imagination. Imagine yourself being what you want to be or having what you desire. Progress can spring only from your imagination, from your desire to transcend your present level. What you truly and literally must feel is that with your imagination, all things are possible. You must realize that changes are not caused by caprice, but by a change of consciousness. You may fail to achieve or sustain the particular state of consciousness necessary to produce the effect you desire, but once you know that consciousness is the only reality and is the sole creator of your particular world and have burnt this truth into your whole being, then you know that success or failure is entirely in your own hands. Once you know, what are we going over repeatedly and consistently? Once you know that consciousness is the only reality and is the sole creator of your particular world and have burnt this truth into your whole being, then you know that success or failure is entirely in your own hands. You must take that in. That is called, it's now responsibility time. I have to take responsibility for what I'm creating. Am I creating something I love and cherish and I want to be more of? Or am I not? Is this something in my current self-concept? That's what this is. Wherever you are right now, is there any desire within you that you want to be something else or have something else or do something else or be something else or whatever? If there is a desire, you don't want to be stuck in sin. Sin means not listening to your desire and applying righteousness into your subconscious and objectifying your new reality. Sin means not to follow that righteousness. Sin means to also keep looking to the world and getting stuck in a loop, not knowing how to make an impression into your own subconsciousness because you're letting the world tell you what to think. That's not the answer. That's also dying in your sins because you're stuck in this loop. So you want to embed upon yourself the idea of responsibility that you have created this. You have created exactly, precisely the position you're in all facets. But that's okay. That means you know how to use the law of assumption already. That means whatever you are in self-concept wise, that means you now know you can change that. And there's nothing wrong with changing. It's totally permissible. It's permissible to leave this self-concept and go ahead and occupy any self-concept. Millionaire, billionaire, trillionaire, it doesn't even matter. Doctor, nurse, like I was describing, all of these self-concepts are available to you. You want a different house? You want to live by the beach? You want to be married with children? It doesn't matter. Wherever you are as a self-concept, it can be changed to another self-concept. If the desire is within you, that means it's natural to you. If the desire is in you, that means it's natural to you. Why would you be filled with some other person's desire? This guy over here who's a bank robber, he has desires within himself. We know We're just playing here, okay? But this guy who's a bank robber, there's no bank robbers anymore, but let's just imagine like the 19th Bonnie and Clyde, right? This person who's a bank robber has desires because of their self-concept. They get their desires from all that is, God, I am, because that's what is going to help propulse them to a new self-concept. Desire will help them someday propulse out of that profession, hopefully. But the idea here is that their desire doesn't fit your self-concept. Your desire that you get doesn't fit their self-concept. That's what they look at you like you're a square in the old vernacular. And you look at them like they're completely crazy, because they are, right? But your desire is for you only because it fits you naturally. It naturally goes with you. It's your next growth pattern. The desires, after you objectify them, you make the subconscious impression, you become this new self-concept. The new desires coming into this new self-concept are definitely not the same as this one. Because those new desires that go into your new self-concept, they fit naturally into you in the new self-concept. You will continually have desire. No place ever is going to be without desire. So the desire you have here is going to propel you also to hope and wish for another reality. Maybe it's this one. Whatever that one has in store for you to grow through, to grow for Him that made you. Once you know that consciousness is the only reality and is the sole creator of your particular world and have burnt this truth into your whole being, then you know that success or failure is entirely in your own hands. Thought I'd repeat that because it's the most profound. It's a tough one. It's a tough pill to swallow. I know I've been at this for quite a while, supposedly in time. Oh boy, it's a tough one to swallow. I promise. I feel for you if you've never heard it before. But I promise you, if you could swallow it as fast as possible, if any advice I could tell you after 3 and a third decades of this material and working on this constantly, it's to swallow that sentence as fast as you possibly can, because after you do so, then it'll all open up to you. You have to take responsibility for the fact that your reality is your creation. It hasn't been anybody else's or anything else's. It's been yours the whole time. Once you do, then you know that since you did that, then you can do more. That's the beauty of that. Whether or not you are disciplined enough to sustain the required state of consciousness in specific instances has no bearing on the truth of the law itself. That, an assumption, if persisted in, will harden into fact. Oh my gosh, that's so wonderful. The certainty of the truth of this law must remain despite great disappointment and tragedy, even when you see the light of life go out and all the world go on as though it were still day. You must not believe that because your assumption failed to materialize, the truth that assumptions do materialize is a lie. If your assumptions are not fulfilled, it is because of some error or weakness in your consciousness. However, these errors and weaknesses can be overcome. Therefore, press on to the attainment of ever higher levels by feeling that you already are the person you want to be. And remember that the time it takes your assumption to become reality is proportionate to the naturalness of being it. And it is your nature because you wouldn't have the desire. It wouldn't be in your spectrum. It wouldn't be in your purview. It wouldn't be in your mind or your ideas or your thoughts unless it was natural to you. It might seem unnatural to want that Ferrari 2025, whatever. But if you have a desire for it, then it's natural to you. But you're already driving the Ferrari 2025, but you haven't convinced your current self-concept of it yet until you impress that subconscious, until you learn the smell of the interior of that car and you fall asleep smelling it, feeling that steering wheel. Have you gone to the dealer and sat in one yet? There was a guy, I think his name is Dan Pena. He gives some kind of boot camp training to acquisitions. And he offered, I think it was either incoming students or anybody on the internet, if they would go if they would go to a dealer, film themselves getting into a Rolls Royce and sitting in it, test driving it, or getting ready to test drive it, he offered them, I think, a free course, which at the time was either valued at $15,000 or $18,000. He offered anybody a freebie to his course, and it's in England, and nobody did it. I mean, I think one of thousands of people that had the opportunity to go do that did it. Now, what does that tell you? What does that tell you? If this person here wanted to have success and wealth and everything that goes with it, the Rolls Royce, I forget what I mentioned, if I mentioned Rolls Royce or Ferrari, but it is a Rolls Royce he offered, that the offering was about. But if this person wants to have a Rolls Royce, a Ferrari, or whatever, doesn't matter, a Lamborghini, it's all good. But does this person have the consciousness with which to go and sit at the dealer and imagine himself by sitting in the car, just going to test drive it? That's the question. If it feels natural for you to go to the dealer, doesn't matter what's in your wallet or your bank or anything else. If it feels natural to you, or if you can just go ahead and take the leap and make it feel natural to you, you're going the right direction. Now you're going into the place where feeling starts to become a reality because you're taking the leap. The leap's called faith. You're opening it up. You're opening the whole naturalness of this whole process. You're opening up the ability for it to be possible for you, no matter where you are. Are you willing to go into the bridal gown shop? I don't know what they're called. I believe that's what it is. And just start browsing around and talking to the salesperson like, yeah, I'm going to be shopping in about 6 months to a year, and I just wanted to come and take a look in here. And you're single. Your present occupation of self-concept is single. You don't even have a spouse or boyfriend or fiance. But you go in there with the imagining of your current, of ignoring your current reality, and you're taking the leap that you're going to be coming in soon. Are you willing to do that? Isn't that what imagining does for you? You go and you play. If in fact you are in your self-concept and you're not well and you are not able to do certain things, what does it mean for you to drive? If you can drive and you're not able to do something, maybe because your leg or your hip or your ankle or what have you is in a bad way, are you able to take your car and drive to the park where the basketball courts are and walk out there like as if you're going to go play? You're not going to go play, but in your imagination you're going to go play. You're walking straight towards the courts where there's a pickup game, and you're walking straight toward the courts and you're going, yes, I am healthy, I am strong, I'm here to play ball. That's all happening here. You get over there. Who cares if you sit on the bench and you watch them play? At least you can sit there and imagine yourself playing. Are you willing to do that? Are you willing to take that leap so you can make the impression into your subconscious that it is natural to you? You're not healthy, you are healthy enough to play basketball. Yes, you are. You're not wealthy, you are wealthy enough, because you're going to go out there and prove it by taking a test drive, or at least sitting in the car, smelling the interior. Are you willing to play at being a bride, going to shopping for a wedding gown? Are you willing to have play here? Play, play, play. That's the point. All right. Wonderful, isn't it? Naturalness. All we got to do is jump into it being natural to us. Just the natural feeling of it. Okay. Closing poem by Emerson. Man surrounds himself with the true image of himself. Every spirit builds itself a house, and beyond its house a world, and beyond its world a heaven. Know then that the world exists for you. For you, and the phenomenon is perfect. What we are, that only we can see. All that Adam had, all that Caesar could, you have and can do. Adam called his house heaven and earth. Caesar called his house Rome. You perhaps call yours a cobbler's trade, 100 acres of land, or a scholar's garret. Yet line for line and point for point, your dominion is as great as theirs. Though without fine name, build therefore your own world. As fast as you can conform, as fast as you conform your life to the pure idea in your mind, that will unfold its great proportion. Last sentence, repeat, repeat, repeat. As fast as you conform your life to the pure idea in your mind, that will unfold its great proportion. Emerson, wow. It isn't just Neville that awoke. William Blake, it isn't just William Blake that awoke. It isn't just Ralph Waldo Emerson that awoke. There's been many speakers through the ages. I remember learning from Seth and the Seth material that the truth is always available. It is that we've never had a supposed time. All time is now. I get it. But we have a history thing we call history. We have people in that history, Emerson, Blake, Neville. And there's never been a time, quote unquote, that we've been without the truth of our being. I learned that from Seth, and it really dumbfounded me at first, but it means what I thought at the time was Seth was the only truth. Come to realize Neville is pretty good. Joseph Murphy, we talked about recently, I haven't studied yet. Ralph Waldo Emerson in his prose, William Blake, Jerusalem. I mean, where does it end? It's always been exposed. The truth of our beings. What is the Bible but the 66 books of telling us the truth over and over? Law of Assumption. Wonderful, wonderful chapter. Oh my gosh. Power of Awareness, chapter 24, Failure. We'll see you in the next one. Neville Goddard, Power of Awareness, chapter 25, Faith. A miracle is the name given by those who have no faith to the works of faith. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Hebrews 11:1. The very reason for the law of assumption is contained in this quotation. The very reason for the law of assumption, what we're trying to put our best effort at mastering, the law of assumption, the very reason for that law of assumption is contained in this quotation. Let's repeat the quote. A miracle is the name given by those who have no faith to the works of faith. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. That's exactly what we're doing with the law of assumption. I mean, how much farther do we have to go before we see that again and again? And we always must be reminding ourselves what is faith? What is this thing called law of assumption? We're in a self-concept. All these are self-concept. Many, many, many versions. You're here. You want to be here. What does it take but faith to get you there? Faith is the highway. You make a subconscious impression in your current self-concept. That objectifies that impression with feeling, objectifies your new current reality. You know, desire comes into you and it also streams into the objectification. The reality exists at the same instantaneous moment. So faith is what has you occupy that new self-concept. We don't have to get that far in this chapter already, and it's very, very real. If there were not a deep-seated awareness that which you hoped for had substance and was possible of attainment, it would be impossible to assume the consciousness of being or having it. Right there. It is the fact that creation is finished and everything exists that stirs you to hope. And hope, in turn, implies expectation. And without expectation of success, it would be impossible to use consciously the law of assumption. Evidence is a sign of actuality. Thus, this quotation means that faith is the awareness of the reality of that which you assume. Faith is the awareness of the reality of that which you assume. You become aware when you get that desire and you're aware of that new car with its new features. That awareness, let me repeat this. Faith is the awareness of the reality of that which you assume. You get that the features on the brochure that came to you in the mail, or the cruise to the Rhine River or the Danube or whatever it is, and you see yourself on the cover of that on that longboat going up the Danube. You're like, oh, yeah, I can see that. Just your awareness of that is the reality of that which you assume. You make the assumption and you experience the reality. Faith is the awareness of the reality of that which you assume. Consequently, it is obvious that a lack of faith means disbelief in the existence of that which you desire. Inasmuch as that which you experience is the faithful reproduction of your state of consciousness, lack of faith will mean perpetual failure in any conscious use of the law of assumption. Oh, I hate this sentence, but I love it too. We got to repeat it. Inasmuch as that which you experience is the faithful reproduction of your state of consciousness, which you're already experiencing, lack of faith will mean perpetual failure in any conscious use of the law of assumption. What you're experiencing and where you are now, something got you there. The law of assumption put you here where you are currently right now. And if you feel like it's a struggle or you feel like you're not manifesting or getting past that hump, it's because this chapter has a lot to do with that. And I know faith of a mustard seed, and you got to have faith, and faith is sticking to the things not seen. But all these little pieces fit together. All these chapters are in this sequence for a reason. If you caught on to one of the shorts or you caught on to just this video, go to the beginning. Go to the Co-Creation bookshelf in the home tab of this channel. I recommend start at the very beginning and just go through all the videos. I'm about to put them all in one video. Each book will be in one video, so it'll be simpler. You don't got to press ahead and things like this. So I'm about to make a change there just to add to the channel, to add for convenience. But the idea is these components and these pieces in these chapters all have a sequence for a reason. There's an unfoldment happening within you, and you need to trust. You need to have faith. You need to have faith that there's something happening, because there is definitely something happening below the surface. You might not realize it, but you're in your current reality, and what got you there is the same mechanical means, faith. It's not mechanical, it's psychological, that it's going to get you to your next reality. The same means that got you where you are is going to help get you out. So hang in there. In all the ages of history, faith has played a major role. It permeates all the great religions of the world. It is woven all through mythology, and yet today it is almost universally misunderstood. Contrary to popular opinion, the efficacy of faith is not due to the work of any outside agency. It is from first to last an activity of your own consciousness. The Bible is full of many statements about faith, the true meaning of which few are aware. Excuse me, let me repeat that sentence. The Bible is full of many statements about faith, the true meaning of which few are aware. Here are some typical examples. Unto us was the gospel preached, as well as unto them. But the word preached did not profit them, not being mixed with faith in them that heard it. In this quotation, the us and them make clear that all of us hear the gospel. Gospel means good news. Gospel means good news. Very obviously, good news for you would be that you had attained your desire. The good news, the gospel would be that you're here. That's the gospel. This is always preached to you by your infinite self. To hear that which you desire does exist, and you need only to accept it in consciousness is good news. Not mixing with faith, in quotes, means to deny the reality of that which you desire. If you don't mix the desire that comes from within you with the idea of faith, the value of seeing yourself on that cruise ship, on that brochure, if you don't have the faith mixed in with that visualization, that feeling of being on that boat, you're not going to make the subconscious impression. The subconscious impression lacking, you're going to be capturing all this junk from the outside. All this stuff coming at you from out here is going to be filling in this space of your subconscious impression. If you're capturing stuff from out here, don't get me wrong, the brochure is a nice thing to have as an example, but it is out here. But you can put yourself in the out here of that cruise by having the faith, making the subconscious impression, blocking this from coming into your consciousness, blocking the outside by staying focused, making the impression, objectifying that in your reality. Not mixing with faith means to deny the reality of that which you desire. Hence, there is no profit attainable. There's no profit possible, which in parentheses he has attainment. Repeating, not mixing with faith that means to deny the reality of that which you desire. Hence, there is no profit possible. Profit, profit, in quotes. O faithless and perverse generation, how long shall I be with you? Matthew 17:17. Wow, what a quote is that? The meaning of faithless has been made clear. Perverse means turned the wrong way. In other words, the consciousness of not being what you want to be. To be faithless, that is, to disbelieve in the reality of that which you assume, is to be perverse. How long shall I be with you? Means that the fulfillment of your desire is predicated upon your change to the right state of consciousness. It is just as though that which you desire is telling you that it will not be yours until you turn from being faithless and perverse to righteousness. Remembering what righteousness was? Righteousness is just following the law of assumption, and it's this whole path. This path of making a subconscious impression, and that subconscious impression goes through faith. To him that hath, it is given. Faith is involved here. It's the fuel source. To him that hath, it is given. To him that hath not, it is not only not given, it's taken away and given to him that hath. To him that has faith. When you use the law of assumption, your goal is to objectify your desire. The path itself is righteousness. The path being from desire to subconscious impression and objectification of that reality. This path is called righteousness. The idea of impressing your subconscious from a desire idea, bringing the conscious and subconscious together, this is the law of assumption. This will automatically objectify because you're putting feeling in your subconscious impression. This will automatically be the objectification of that reality, of that desire. As already stated, righteousness is the consciousness of already being what you want to be. By faith he forsook Egypt, not fearing the wrath of the king, for he endured as seeing him who is invisible. Hebrews 11:27. Egypt means darkness, belief in many gods, causes. The king symbolizes the power of outside conditions or circumstances. The king's over here. He is your concept of yourself as already being what you want to be. He is your concept of yourself of already being what you want to be. That's he. Enduring is seeing him who is invisible, means persisting in the assumption that your desire is already fulfilled. Well, you're here and you want to be here, so persisting in the idea that your desire is already fulfilled, you have to make that subconscious impression. So you fall asleep with the image and feeling of that new reality as being complete and already done. You're persisting each night, and when you wake up in the morning and when you take your nap, you're doing this in your nap time. Anytime you have to stop and do some meditation, fall into I am, go in the closet, shut the door. These are all your opportunities, but they're also in the shower with your eyes closed. The water's on you, hot water's coming on you, and you have this moment where you can take faith. You can take this subjective impression time. You're on the bus, you're on the Uber, you're on the train, you're on the plane, wherever you are. You have opportunities all the time to apply this. I am not on the streetcar. This is not my tears. This is the rain, and I'm coming into the Bay of Samoa like the young girl did, and she ended up manifesting that quite quickly. Ignore your senses. Ignore what your subjective reality, ignore what your objective reality and your senses are telling you. And be in imagination that which you want to be. You have to ignore the senses. You have to close that off. And you have to go into your closet and shut your door. You pray in secret, and he hears you in secret, and he rewards you openly. Repeating the last sentence, enduring as seeing him who is invisible means persisting in the assumption that your desire is already fulfilled. Thus, this quotation means that by persisting in the assumption that you already are the person you want to be, you rise above all doubt, fear, and belief in the power of outside conditions or circumstances, and your world inevitably conforms to your assumption. What a wonderful, wonderful sentence. I mean, come on, let's give that one another go round. This quotation means the one above, which was, by faith he forsook Egypt, not fearing the wrath of the king, for he endured as seeing him who is invisible. Thus, this quotation means that by persisting in the assumption that you already are the person you want to be, you rise above all doubt, fear, and belief in the power of outside conditions or circumstances, and your world inevitably conforms to your assumption being the new reality. The dictionary definitions of faith: the assent of the mind or understanding to the truth, unwavering adherence to principle. I mean, there it is, right? The dictionary definitions of faith are so pertinent that they might well have been written with the law of assumption in mind. Faith does not question, faith knows. Faith does not question, faith knows. What are you willing to know about your desire? What are you willing to investigate and learn? That way you can feel it real when you fall asleep and when you wake up. What are you willing to pour the faith into? Faith is also very much like the pouring of emotion, feeling, water, belief. These are all very similar concepts. But the idea is here, what is it you want to invest in with your faith that makes the subconscious impression that then becomes the kingdom of heaven literally? It becomes the kingdom of heaven literally. What are you willing to put in? What are you willing to put in? Not just the practice of SATS, but what is your desire? Have you gone into your closet and shut the door and performed your I am meditation? You ask, what is it I would love to do? What is it I want to major in college? What is it I want to what do I want to do as a career? What makes me happiest? What did I always want to be when I was a kid? When I was a kid, I always loved. What is that? You're going to find out when you go into your I am, you shut off the senses, go into your I am, shut off the world, because out here is not where the answer is. It's inside here. I and my Father are one. My Father is greater than I. I and my Father are one. My Father is greater than I. This is where your answer is. You're plugged directly into Him. This is your self-concept. You've been changing self-concept quite handsomely all your life. So you might as well aim the direction in towards that which you desire. You're using the same energy. And if you ignore this whole law, you're still doing it. So you might as well take advantage of it. It's here for you. The law is for you. It's not against you. This whole law concept, this path of righteousness, this whole thing is for you. It's for you to have a wonderful life. He made himself into your image and lost himself in your image so that you would wake up remembering that you are him. So we're in the process of that. What a wonderful chapter. Chapter 25, Faith, Power of Awareness. Oh my goodness, what a great. Repeating the opening quote, Hebrew 11:1. A miracle is the name given by those who have no faith to the works of faith. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. And I'm here to tell you that miracle is the name given. When you catch on and you start applying this and you start to see the conscious application, when you start to see the results from consciously doing it and you see the result, it's going to seem exactly like a miracle because your old self, your new self, who's now a master at manifesting, your old self is going to be like, that's a miracle. That's a miracle. Look at that, another miracle. I can't believe. It's going to seem like miracles to you because in your old concept of yourself, it is a miracle. But in your new concept of yourself, the one who's a master at manifesting now, it's not so much a miracle. It's a part of, because you're applying faith, you're applying the understanding of the path of righteousness, you're also applying the law of assumption. You're learning the mechanics through these videos. You're learning how this works. And you must get it in there. Jam it in. You know you've had too much information. Oh, no, that applies to something else. Somebody asked me one time, how do you know if you drink too much water? Because I believe in drinking a lot of water. And I said, well, if you drink too much water, you lean your head over and a lot of water starts pouring out. So, you know you've had too much information and content gathering when you're not seeing results, you're not applying. That means you're stuffed full of content, you're mentally overflowing, but you've got to get down and do the practice. All right. We'll see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, Power of Awareness, Chapter 26, Destiny. Your destiny is that which you must inevitably experience. Really, it is an infinite number of individual destinies, each of which, when attained, is the starting place for a new destiny. Since life is infinite, the concept of an ultimate destiny is inconceivable. Life is infinite because all these self-concepts, I've only drawn a handful here, but drewn. The idea is that there's infinite amount of these. So life is definitely infinite because the self-concepts, there is no number. There is no limit to the amount of them that exist. Since life is infinite, the concept of an ultimate destiny is inconceivable. When we understand that consciousness is the only reality, we know that it is the only creator. This means that your consciousness is the creator of your destiny. The fact is, you are creating your destiny every moment, whether you know it or not. Every moment. The moment's the only thing that exists. The eternal now is the only moment that exists. Much that is good and even wonderful has come into your life without you having any inkling that you were the creator of it. However, the understanding of the causes of your experience and the knowledge that you are the sole creator of the contents of your life, both good and bad, not only make you a much keener observer of all phenomena, but through the awareness of the power of your own consciousness, intensifies your appreciation of the richness and grandeur of life. I have to repeat that. What a wonderful sentence, and it's all italicized. There's a very strong point here. However, the understanding of the causes of your experience and, here comes the italics, the knowledge that you are the sole creator of the contents of your life, both good and bad, not only make you a much keener observer of all phenomena, but through the awareness of the power of your own consciousness, intensifies your appreciation of the richness and grandeur of life. Big time. Regardless of occasional experiences to the contrary, it is your destiny to rise to higher and higher states of consciousness and to bring into manifestation more and more of creation's infinite wonders. Why do you think we always have a desire to want more? There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. Why do we want pay raises all the time? Why do we want to make more money? Why do we want to experience more vacation? Why do we want more children? Why do we want more love? We must. It's our destiny. I want to repeat this sentence because it's so profound. Regardless of occasional experiences to the contrary, it is your destiny to rise to higher and higher states of consciousness and to bring into manifestation more and more of creation's infinite wonders. Actually, you are destined to reach the point where you realize that through your own desire, you can consciously create your successive destinies. And there it is. That's precisely what we're learning here. We're learning that. You are destined to reach the point where you realize that through your own desire, that's constant, you can consciously create your successive destinies, whatever they are. What do you want them to be? It doesn't matter what they are. Just think anything noble, anything big, anything humongous. It doesn't matter. The study of this book, these videos, with its detailed exposition of consciousness and the operation of the law of assumption, is the master key to the conscious attainment of your highest destiny. This very day, start your new life. This very day, right now. Approach every experience in a new frame of mind with a new state of consciousness. Everything must seem like brand new to you. It's become this way for me for quite a while, and it's amazing. It's as if, because I told you that the belief, the core belief I have that I live in a safe universe, it feels like you're being held along a string, and it's just bringing you down this, like if you've ever done zip lining where they have a couple lines attached to you and you go down this cable through the forest, and you're like, wow, and you're just streaming through these trees, and your gravity's pulling you, and you're just suspended. And you know it's safe because of all the safety features and quality of the rigging, but that's what I believe I live in a safe universe feels like. You feel like you're consistently suspended by a safety wire. It's no big deal. I don't have anything to fear. This very day, start your new life. Approach every experience in a new frame of mind with a new state of consciousness. As you do that, you'll feel like you're constantly on this safe situation. Everything's new. Everything's like, oh, what do I want to create that way? What do I want to create over here? What do I want to create over there? You're now taking charge of your creations versus feeling like you're a pinball being pushed in a direction, then bouncing into another direction, then being pushed from that direction over to that direction, and responding to everything versus being responsible in your creations. Assume the noblest and the best for yourself in every respect and continue therein. Make believe. Great wonders are possible. Make believe. You got to appreciate that. End of chapter. Power of Awareness, chapter 26, Destiny. I'm telling you, wow. He's got one more chapter after this. This book is coming to a conclusion, but man, it's so good. There's so many good things in here. I like in this chapter, my favorite part, regardless of occasional experiences to the contrary, it is your destiny to rise to higher and higher states of consciousness, higher and higher, whatever your self-concept is, and you rise to a new one, then you're going to be here again because you're in the new one. Let's pretend it's here. Then you're going to have a desire, and you're going to want to rise again. Then you're going to rise again and rise again. It's in you. It's part of what you are made from. That is the impetus to continuously rise in consciousness. It's within you because it's within Him. We are all consciousness for consciousness. Consciousness has an impetus to be. So we go out and be consciousness for consciousness. There is no right or wrong in this. We are all consciousness. And we're only being and experiencing for I am all that is God. Consciousness, all consciousness. We're little bits of consciousness for the all consciousness. So we go out and we do our investigations and we learn how to use the law of assumption. We rise to higher and higher states of consciousness. We're doing all this in all these various ways. None of us are alike. None of us are alike, nor do we smell alike, nor do we just have a uniqueness that's definitely our own, and it's never going to be repeated. You can be twins. It's not going to be repeated. Every consciousness is unique. But your responsibility is to rise, is to be yourself, first of all, just to be you. And then rise in consciousness, and then do it again. And what this is about is just doing it consciously, making a selection. What is it that just came into me? What's this new desire? Oh, I want to eat that. I want to go there. I want to experience this. It doesn't matter what you put in the blank. It doesn't matter. It really, really doesn't matter. So, with that, chapter 26, Power of Awareness, Destiny. We'll see you in the next chapter, which will be the final chapter. Neville Goddard, Power of Awareness, chapter 27, Reverence. Never wouldst thou have made anything if thou hadst not loved it. Wisdom 11:24. Here we are in the final chapter. Never wouldst thou have made anything if thou hadst not loved it. In all creation, in all eternity, in all realms of your infinite being, the most wonderful fact is that which is stressed in the first chapter of this book. You are God. You are the I am that I am. You are consciousness. You are the creator. This is the mystery. This is the great secret known by the seers, prophets, and mystics throughout the ages. This is the truth that you can never know intellectually. Ain't that the truth? Who is this you? That it is you, John Jones or Mary Smith, is absurd. It is the consciousness which knows that you are John Jones or Mary Smith, the consciousness. I am all that is, God. It is your greater self, your deeper self, your infinite being. Call it what you will. The important thing is that it is within you. It is you. It is your world. It is this fact that underlies the immutable law of assumption. It is upon this fact that your very existence is built. It is this fact that the foundation of every chapter of this book. It is this fact that is the foundation of every chapter of this book. No, you cannot know this intellectually. You cannot debate it. You cannot substantiate it. I love it. I love the ridiculousness of how that sounds, even. You can only feel it. You can only be aware of it. And when it comes upon you, I promise you, hold on. Becoming aware of it, one great emotion permeates your being. You live with the perpetual feeling of reverence. The knowledge that your Creator is the very self of yourself and never would have made you had He not loved you must fill your heart with devotion. Yes, with adoration. One knowing glimpse of the world about you at any single instant of time is sufficient to fill you with profound awe and a feeling of worship. It's when your feeling of reverence is most intense that you are closest to God. And when you are closest to God, your life is richest. Our deepest feelings are precisely those we are least able to express. And even in the act of adoration, silence is our highest praise. Man, oh man, oh man. Manifestation. It is, and I have to add, there's not much to add to this chapter, except once you feel it, meaning the word streaming through you and the knowingness of you being Him, you only want more. But along that path, it's not easy. Oh, it wasn't for me. Excuse me. I'm not saying anything for you because it can be easy to some people. Some people have a very good use of their imagination. I just happened to have a very good one in the beginning and then got taught by these things called schools to not use it. Now I've returned to it, and it's taken me quite a gallop to get here. But I'm here to tell you what this chapter is saying is that once you feel it, once you know it, once you sense it, it isn't about raising a flag and showing it. It's not possible. But once you do know it, you will want more and more and more of it. And that's why I want to bring this together in this way, going over his works, the books, all of them, and use this as a study guide to have a path for us. We need to have a path with breakdown, commentary, experience of it, and your experience of it in the comments. All of this brings this to a wonderful peak. A peak of knowing others are also attaining this. So it is possible. It's possible for me, not just you. I see all these YouTubers doing this kind of thing and all that. They've done it longer than me, and I'm not going to win at this. No, yes, you are going to win at this. If you're looking in this direction, you are going to succeed at this. Totally. Don't even be concerned. You're going to succeed. If you've gone through the videos this far and you made it to this final chapter, you are going to succeed at becoming a master manifester. I am a master manifester. I am that I am. You are going to become it because you're here. You're in the right place. You're just getting rid of those distractions and applying. All right. What a great book. Okay. We'll see you in the next one.